This season, the soil isn't as hard as it is in winter. A few Lionheart Knights went down, and a few shovel strokes later, they reached the coffin buried underground. Artisans hold a certain status in the village. The coffin was simple, but sturdily made. Open it. The coffin lid was pushed open, revealing the pieced-together corpse inside. Since the death was caused by an explosion, the corpse was clearly in segments, arranged into a human figure. From Fang Hao's perspective, the limbs were still relatively intact. If they had just carried the coffin out, it would probably have been a mess with just a slight jostle. Check it out, see if the body is intact. A Lionheart Knight jumped down and pinched the clothes wrapped around the outside for a while. After checking around, he said, "My lord, it's fairly intact." Good. Close the coffin lid. The lid was closed again, and Fang Hao immediately put it into his storage space. Afterward, the dug-up hole was filled back in, and they tried to make it look the same as before. After all, grave digging wasn't a glorious matter anywhere. Later, Zhang Bin might have to interact with this village, and being branded a grave robber would damage his reputation. Once everything was dealt with, Fang Hao and the others rode away again, returning to Zhang Bin's territory, and teleported back to the main city using magic. Back in the main city, Fang Hao immediately rushed to the skeleton conversion field. Whether he could transform a skeleton technician depended on this attempt. He walked straight to the front of the transformation pool and threw both the corpse and the coffin into the sandy pit. The sand in the pool started boiling, bit by bit swallowing the thrown-in corpse. The wooden coffin, however, lay still in its place, unchanged. The transformation time was 2 hours and 30 minutes. It wasn't a short time. Fang Hao glanced at the time, 11:30. He'd come back later. He returned to the Lord's mansion. Li Rong sent another message. The undead have been attacking for a day and a night, and under the onslaught, the Federation Army's defensive line has been forced to retreat. That was the undead's way of fighting. They don't know fatigue and can engage you in prolonged battles day and night. But humans can't. They need rest, need to eat and drink, to relieve themselves. The best method is to fight in shifts, but even that still gives the undead opportunities. The Federation was already at a disadvantage, and this made the disadvantage all the more apparent. They've been pushed back into the city? Fang Hao asked. Not yet, just that the front line has retreated, but they're holding on, replied Li Rong. Fang Hao nodded, thought for a moment, and continued, on my side, I've also made plans, aiming to take the opportunity to attack the great cemetery of Oddies from Crescent Heights and take down this area in one fell swoop. That would be great. Relying on the Federation, I'm afraid we won't win. But we can't attack rashly, otherwise we might end up fighting the Federation as well, since we're also undead, Fang Hao continued. Li Rong paused for a few seconds before she understood the implications. Oh, what should we do? Fang Hao continued, I will have Crescent Heights sign an alliance with the Human Federation to attack the Great Cemetery of Oddies together, so that they too have an idea. Then sign it. Do you think those nobles will see the situation as clearly as us? If we approach them now, they would rather not agree, Fang Hao said. Then what do we do? I need you to find a way to leak some information to the Federation, to let them know the danger they are facing. What kind of false information? I'm a businessman. I don't lie, Li Rong said. Oddies is launching an attack at this time because they are waiting for the Trade Alliance auction to end, to buy the item they need, and they will immediately use it in battle, directly crushing the Federation army and capturing Silver Wing City. Fang Hao sent the message and then added, just like that, you improvise a bit, the more serious, the better. There was silence on the other end for a while before Li Rong replied, is what you said about directly crushing the Federation army and capturing Silver Wing City true or false? Clearly, her tone was somewhat fearful. Fang Hao replied, I made it up, but an attack at this time could indicate they have some kind of trump card. Woo. I want to go home. Woo about nothing, I'll come fetch you if there's danger, and don't forget to make it sound severe. Got it. Last time Dong Jiayu struck the dwarves and took the lead, I'm risking my life gathering intelligence for you, so a leading role would only be fair, right? Don't worry, that leading role is yours, Fang Hao sent immediately. Li Rong was indeed in a dangerous position. She deserved a merit for this when it was over. Okay. Elsewhere. After ending the chat, Li Rong let out a deep breath. She had just been swapped out from the front lines, exhausted through and through, her energy spent in ceaseless spellcasting. But she couldn't rest yet. She reopened the chat, found Cao Zhengji's private conversation, and relayed what Fang Hao had told her, embellishing the story. She passed it on to this confidant, to relay it to Shu Haid. Leaning back on the bed and thinking for a while, she then washed her face with cold water and said to the dark elf Morse beside her, "Let's go, Fang Hao has given us another task." Dark elf Morse didn't say much, stood up, and followed her out. After leaving the room, Li Rong headed for Water Mage Maple's room. The mature mage, clad in silk, with her ample pale skin exposed, yawned and looked fatigued. Li Rong didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I've received some information that Adi's plans to organize their army to use the Blood Clan's territory as a detour and attack Prul City from the north." The mature mage yawned broadly, his brow furrowing as a look of gravity appeared in his eyes. "Where did you get the info?" Li Rong answered, "From the Transmigrator channel. We have a channel for transmigrators, where many people chat regularly. I just happened to see it, not sure if it's true or false." Mage Maple frowned in thought, his expression growing uglier the more he pondered. If the undead were connected to the Blood Clan, and if the latter were used as a pathway, then it would truly be a direct assault on Prul City. "Has this message been passed on to President Gregoria?" Maple asked. Li Rong shook her head. "I wasn't sure about its reliability, so I came to discuss it with you first." Maple immediately said, "Regardless of its truth, inform President Gregoria first." "Oh, all right. Half an hour later. Silver Wing City, Hall of Justice. Leader, Doel T, Archbishop Milton, Chairman of the Mages, Gregoria. The three of them were gathered once again. But each bore a look of deep concern on their face. Doel T spoke softly, "My friends, is there new information?" Oddies. Milton and Gregoria started to speak at the same time, both pausing in surprise. Gregoria motioned for Milton to speak first. Milton began, "I've just received a message from Shu Haid. New intelligence from Oddies indicates that they recently attended the Trade Alliance's auction and are planning to launch a full-scale offensive to break through the Federation's defenses." The other two looked rather grim. Based on the timeline, Oddies had indeed begun their offensive the day after the Trade Alliance's spring auction. It was very likely they were waiting for the auction to end. Now, it appeared that Oddies had a backup plan, and without the help of allies, humanity seemed to be in a dangerous situation. Doel T continued, "Can we find out what was purchased? Since when does Oddies qualify to participate in the Trade Alliance headquarters auction?" Milton shook his head. "No one knows what was purchased, but the intelligence is likely to be true." Doel T nodded. "The intelligence passed down by Shu Haid has mostly been confirmed and is highly credible. It has greatly helped humanity to make early preparations. Otherwise, Otis's forces might have already broken through the defenses. This time, even if the intelligence was vague, it still had high credibility. And they dared not disbelieve it. It seems we have to continue pulling troops from various cities to support the front lines," Doel T commented. Milton nodded in agreement. Doel T then turned his gaze to Gregoria. "President Gregoria, what was it that you were about to say?" Gregoria took a deep breath. "We also have some intelligence that can't be confirmed as true or false." "Let's hear it." "Some transmigrators have discovered that Otis's forces may use Blood Clans, Crescent Heights, as a pathway, commencing an assault from the other side of Prul City and advancing southward." The room once again fell silent. Compared to Milton's information, Gregoria's seemed more realistic and in line with the current state of the conflict. Just now they spoke of deploying more troops to support Santeo Fort. If the undead launch an attack from Prul City, even if they organize troops now, it would be difficult to support Prul City and set up defenses in a short time. Both pieces of intelligence were harsh. And both struck at their vulnerabilities. Moreover, the two pieces of intelligence didn't conflict and could proceed simultaneously. For the Blood Clan, collaboration with the undead was always possible. If that occurred, the Human Federation would truly be in trouble. I will have someone investigate these two pieces of intelligence, Doelty said after a moment's thought. Immediately inform Prul City to bolster their defenses and alert nearby cities to arrange troops for support. There's nothing else to do for now, Milton nodded in agreement. If both pieces of intelligence were true, even if they were informed now, there would be hardly any good countermeasures available to them. They could only hope that the implementation of the opponent's plans would be delayed, giving them some time to find solutions. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. The three leaders spoke in hushed tones, making various guesses and calculations, as well as planning countermeasures. The main city. After lunch, when all the necessary orders had been given. The time for transformation was almost up. Whether the technician could succeed and whether the aerial ship could be used in the upcoming assault on the Great Cemetery, all hinged on today. Standing in front of the transformation site. At that moment, a stolid-looking human skeleton was present. Shorter than average and somewhat hunched over. Seeing that there was no soul fire in the eye sockets, Fang Hao's heart tightened. To know, the skeleton technician he had encountered at the Trade Alliance headquarters previously did have soul fire. Not only did it have research on constructing bodies, but it could also inspect machinery. It possessed high intelligence and relevant skills. Now, this skeleton standing still in place, indistinguishable from an ordinary undead skeleton, hardly seemed like the state a technician should be in. With a slightly anxious heart, Fang Hao walked over. Skeleton technician, Tier 4. Faction. Undead. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light. Skills. Repair technique. Innate abilities. Basic construct body repair, basic construct body manipulation. Repair technique possessing a certain knowledge of construct bodies, capable of examining and repairing damaged construct bodies. Note. Skeleton troops transformed from corpses still retain their characteristics and attack methods from life. Tier 4. The skeleton technician seen last time was Tier 7. That's a difference of 3 tiers. It has one skill, repair technique. It's actually quite useful, being able to repair damaged construct bodies. Eventually, when construct bodies enter the battlefield, such technicians could also repair construct bodies. As for Fang Hao wanting to start the aerial ship, it was roughly suitable. The innate abilities included basic construct body manipulation. Without claiming it to be exquisite, moving forward and backward, turning, these actions it should be able to control, right? Come, follow me out, Fang Hao commanded. The skeleton technician, who had been standing still, followed Fang Hao. Together, they walked outside. Coming to the location where numerous aerial ships were docked, one could see some maids and daughters of the Earth Spirit, airing out bedding on the aerial ships. Fang Hao chose an aerial ship in the distance that hadn't been utilized. Taking the skeleton with him, he directly boarded the ship. Standing on the deck, Fang Hao said, "Enter the cockpit, prepare to control." After a second of stunned silence on the spot, the skeleton technician turned and entered the cockpit, hands on the helm, eyes staring straight ahead. Fang Hao wanted to give the order to move forward but suddenly thought of the human technician who had died in an explosion. He climbed down from the aerial ship and released the Diome doll, to return to the deck, standing beside the skeleton technician. He directly said, "Control the aerial ship to ascend." Click click click. The skeleton technician operated swiftly. The whole aerial ship began to tremble violently, its internal mechanisms coming to life. Following that, the aerial ship began to rise upward with a special energy. As expected, it worked. Fang Hao continued to say, "Fly forward." Click click. The technician manipulated the controls again, and the aerial ship began to fly forward with a rapid speed and excellent performance. Turn left. Turn right. Circle around. Fang Hao issued a series of commands without pause, and the skeleton technician was able to control each one. The only minor disappointment was the need for someone to be nearby, giving commands. This technician without soul fire was unable to control it on its own. "All right, fly back now." The aerial ship turned around and flew back. docking at its original position. The only issue was a somewhat unstable landing, with the entire vessel shaking. But overall, it was good enough. The Diome doll descended from the air, and Fang Hao promptly took it back. He turned and headed back to the Lord's Manor. Recruiting a large number of technicians was not urgent for now. He would recruit them when it was time to head to Blood Castle. By the afternoon, transmigrators had begun to arrive sequentially. Fang Hao had Demetria give them some pre-battle training and also waited for transmigrators coming from further distances. In the Lord's Hall, Fang Hao sat in his chair, with the goblin from the Trade Alliance, Kuketer, by his side. With a smile, Kuketer's sharp voice began, "Mr. Fang Hao, the Trade Alliance has conducted an investigation in the past 2 days, and has also negotiated with the Dragon Clan, but the situation is not very favorable." "Oh, what do you mean?" Fang Hao asked. "The Dragon Clan is searching for your information and the location of your domain through various ways. After seeking out Rolana and Amanda to make a presence, the Trade Alliance headquarters also increased their attention on me. They knew that even though Fang Hao was a transmigrator, he had acquired a power that couldn't be taken lightly. This world respects the strong, especially the tough nuts to crack. In the passing days, no one from the Trade Alliance came to bother me. Tonight, they also arranged for the person in charge of Residence 032, Kuketer, to come over and convey some news. When I heard the other party mention that the Dragon Clan was investigating me, I became interested as well. After the maid brought in tea and pastries, I went straight to the point and asked, "Is the Dragon Clan looking for me?" Kuketer, with a wry smile, said, "You are aware, Mr. Fang Hao, that the Dragon Clan has always been tough and unreasonable. This time, when we arranged for personnel to investigate the battle incident, we were pressured by them. They demanded that the Trade Alliance provide your information and territory location. Sometimes rules of the Trade Alliance are made for the ordinary members. The likes of the Dragon Clan would abide by them on usual days, but once something happens, it's hard to really deal with them. Fight them, and you may not necessarily win. Impose sanctions, and if you push the Dragon Clan too hard, it'll be difficult to resolve in the end." Thus, at the beginning, the Trade Alliance intended to suppress Fang Hao to pacify the Dragon Clan. But it turned out that Fang Hao was also a hard nut to crack, and the Trade Alliance turned neutral once again. So how did the Trade Alliance deal with it? I continued to ask. If the Trade Alliance intended to leak information to the Dragon Clan, then I would have to set up defenses to withstand the Dragon Clan's attack now. This point in time was really not a strong moment for me. Waging war against both Oddies and the Dragon Clan at the same time would bring great pressure on me. And even involve a certain degree of danger. As if seeing my concern, Kuketer quickly said, "Rest assured, Mr. Fang Hao, the Trade Alliance is a neutral force. While we might provide mediation for our allies, we absolutely won't reveal members' intelligence and information due to external factors." Offering mediation. Last time, when Grey Iron City was attacked, the Trade Alliance stepped in to mediate. But back then, I didn't acknowledge it, so that matter was let go. I nodded. "That's good, I'm not afraid of the Dragon Clan, but I also don't want to have a direct conflict with them at this time. I was clear about my strengths and weaknesses. My territory excelled in land combat, but facing a race strong in aerial combat, my advantage would be much less. Therefore, I needed to delay. Delay until the wishing well produced a large quantity of dragon crystals, and the number of bone dragons reached thousands, tens of thousands, countless thousands. Then, even if it's just a collision in the air, I could potentially wipe out the Dragon Clan." Kuketer sighed gently. "The Dragon Clan is vengeful. The Trade Alliance might not reveal anything, but it's possible that they could find out your situation through other channels. So it's best to negotiate peace with the Dragon Clan." Even if Fang Hao wasn't weak, Kuketer still didn't think he could match the Dragon Clan. "Is there a possibility of negotiation?" "Perhaps it's worth a try," Kuketer answered. I shook my head slightly. Such matters are hard to mediate, especially when the Dragon Clan thinks you are weaker than them. "How has the Trade Alliance investigation of this matter been going?" I continued to ask, not intending to linger on the topic of reconciliation. As far as we can tell now, it basically aligns with the account you gave. Once the results come out, responsibility will be assigned. You and the Dragon Clan will bear the cost of rebuilding the structures, as well as the Trade Alliance's fines. Will the Dragon Clan pay this money? I was curious. The Dragon Clan is acting quite tough right now. And they're still angry. Pay you money. But, Kuketer just smiled and said, they will pay. The Trade Alliance is not as weak as you think. While we might not be able to deal with the Dragon Clan through military force, as long as the Dragon Clan wants to sell goods through the Trade Alliance, they must pay reparations. Thinking about it that way, it seemed to make sense. Commerce is also a kind of warfare, and the Trade Alliance has become an indispensable part of development and the competition for resources. That's a reasonable point. Kuketer continued, I primarily came here to discuss this matter, there's nothing else. I nodded, but something else had come to my mind. Leaning forward, I went straight to the point, Mr. Kuketer, I wish to purchase the blueprints for an energy core construction. Do you know of any channels where I might acquire one? Kuketer was startled. You want to buy the blueprints? Yes, is there any way to do so? I've been to many places recently but haven't seen any, I continued. Kuketer stroked his beardless chin. Those blueprints are only sold at the Trade Alliance's auction. You certainly won't see them on the open market. Your only choice is to wait for the next auction and try your luck. Is there really no other way? I sighed. This airship is proving to be quite the challenge. Now that I have the technicians, the energy core has become a new problem. Kuketer thought for a moment and then said, it's not that there's no way. Don't you just need an energy core? The Trade Alliance's local branches sell these cores in bulk to various technicians. I can arrange for you to be included on this list, and then you'll be able to purchase a set number of cores every month. My eyes lit up. This could be a solution to the current predicament. Once I get hold of the energy cores and have the blueprints to produce them myself, I can stop buying them later. That could work. How much do these cores cost? It's not expensive, 220 Warfire coins each. Such consumables are generally not too pricey, Kuketer said. The energy core could be likened to a battery. Being consumables sold in bulk determined their price wouldn't be outrageous. However, 220 wasn't exactly low either, the price had reached that of blue equipment. For someone like Fang Hao who sold equipment in large batches, 220 was still acceptable. But from the perspective of the natives who had to hand forge their equipment, 220 was definitely not considered cheap. How many can I buy at once? Fang Hao continued to ask. Kuketer replied, I need to report it and wait for the Trade Alliance's approval, especially since your issue with the Dragon Clan hasn't been resolved yet. How about this? I can spare 10 for you to buy first. Okay. Then I'll have Dujin come over and purchase them from you shortly. Certainly. After discussing business, the two of them chatted about Fang Hao's commercial plans. When the sky began to darken, Fang Hao gifted 2 opulent gold-inlaid vases, and Kuketer left in high spirits. Dujin also followed to purchase the energy cores. Late at night, Silver Wing City. The leader of the Hall of Justice, Doherty, tiptoed back to his bedroom. At this hour, he didn't want to risk disturbing his wife's sweet dreams and face her complaints. However, as he approached the bedside, he saw Olivia sitting there, her gaze fixed on the approaching Doherty. Her sheer dress partly concealed her proud, voluptuous figure. Partially hidden yet undeniable, her allure was unobstructed by the faint evening light. You remembered to come back, huh? If I hadn't known you were with the Archbishop, I'd have led a team to catch you in the act, Olivia said with some displeasure. Clearly, she harbored some grievances towards her husband, who had been rarely home these past few days. Doherty gave an awkward smile and immediately stepped forward to embrace his wife. The border conflict has been intense lately, and I've been quite overwhelmed. He and his wife were closely affectionate, and since Olivia also came from a prominent family, even if he was reluctant to talk, he would still explain things to her. The battle keeps you from coming home. Olivia still pressed. No, not at all, Doherty replied, hugging her closer. Why are you still awake at this late hour? How can I sleep with the bed this cold? Olivia coldly retorted. Doherty immediately understood the implication. Without another word, he disrobed and pressed his wife onto the bed, starting to make up his assignments. Olivia blocked his neck with her arms, her body swaying. Between breaths, she softly asked, "What's happening at the front? You really shouldn't risk it there." Despite knowing her husband was a leader, she was unwilling to have him at the front lines. New intelligence has come in. The undead still have moves to make, and now Silverwing City isn't safe either, Doherty answered. What happened? Isn't it just at the border? How is Silverwing City now in danger? Doherty continued. Intelligence suggests that Audie's plans to take a detour from the Blood Clan territory and attack from the north. If we can't redeploy forces in time, Silverwing City might be at risk. How is that possible? The intelligence isn't clear. Don't mention it outside, and have your family avoid leaving the city for a while in case there is real danger, Doherty advised. Oh, okay. The couple fell silent, their earlier passion replaced by worry. They continued mechanically with the movements they hadn't finished. After a while in silence, Olivia spoke again. Isn't Rebecca in great danger then? Don't worry about that. I've already notified Liss City to strengthen its defense and am sending troops to support Prule City, Doherty continued. Just as Olivia was about to speak, a faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Lord, someone from the church has arrived. Please come over, the voice outside said. Thissa. The sudden interruption froze their expressions. Regrettably, Doherty could only offer an apologetic smile, quelch his spear, and start hastily dressing. After quietly consoling his wife a few times, he left directly, leaving the unstudied beauty on the bed, staring at the ceiling. After some thought, she ultimately sat up, retrieved the sound-transmitting shell from a nearby cabinet, placed it to her mouth, and spoke, Rebecca, there's danger on your side. Bring your young husband over here. Hall of Councils. Archbishop Milton had already been anxiously waiting. Seeing Doherty approaching, he hurriedly said, Shuhade has new information again. The undead have already started negotiating with the Blood Clan. It's likely that their cooperation cannot be stopped. How could this happen? The next day, inside the main city, a good number of transmigrators had already gathered. They were city lords affiliated with Zhongbin, Dong Jiayu, and others, all members within their territories. When these people arrived here, each one of them was almost jaw-droppingly surprised. Boss's territory has so many undead, huh? This place is gathering yin energy, the evil aura is heavy. What heavy? Becoming an undead and living forever isn't so bad either. Not just undead, you guys weren't here yesterday. An orange lizardman hero trained us, and his armor was so impressive. I also saw an orange undead hero holding a scepter, quite scary. Boss's strength is unfathomably deep. Inside the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat at the head, with a few heroes, and Dong Jiayu sitting below. Originally, Dong Jiayu was not planned to be involved, and the idea was just to bring in some scattered transmigrators to cooperate in the battle. But Dong Jiayu took the initiative to come, and she also had the experience of previously attacking Grey Iron City. She is more familiar with commanding transmigrators. Fang Hao thought about it and agreed, thinking since she had nothing much on her side, it was good for her to join in. Seeing that everyone below was ready, Fang Hao began to explain the reason for calling everyone here this time. The ambition of Audis, as well as the high bone tax on humans. Plus the previous identity and wishes of Amanda. He explained it all very clearly. So, this time as Audis goes to war with the Human Federation, we will advance from north to south, directly entering the border of the Great Cemetery of Audis and start advancing towards the center. Detailed maps and plans have been prepared by Amanda. After we get there, everyone must cooperate with Amanda's arrangements to complete this battle. Yes, sir. Everyone responded solemnly. Fang Hao nodded and continued, Nelson, Aseti, Meatfist, Spencer, and Dong Jiayu, the rest of you will head to Crescent Heights together later. Yes. Fang Hao nodded and continued, Frederick, Dimitria, and Angia, the three of you will stay behind in the main city. Yes, sir, the three of them responded. Frederick is a dwarf skeleton, an orange hero. He was the dwarf general in charge of defense at Grey Iron City at the time. His defense, coupled with Grey Iron City's Grey Iron Bastion, indeed held off the Undead's army of millions. If it weren't for the back-end dwarf nobles who weren't effective and fled at the first sign of trouble. Breaking through the city walls would have taken some effort. After dying in battle, Frederick was turned into a skeleton hero, specializing in positional defense. With the large-scale troop movements this time, Fang Hao transferred him over to defend the main city. After all, sometimes Fang Hao had places to go, and Dimitria and Angia needed to accompany him, so the main city could not be left without a hero. After all, there was still the potential threat of the Dragon clan. After giving his orders, with nothing left to add from the others, he directly said, "All right, that's the basic situation, let's prepare to depart." Yes. All rose to their feet and walked outside. Outside the city gates, as a group of heroes walked out, they still caused a sensation among the transmigrators. The number of orange heroes surpassed what they had seen during their conversations. Their splendor was almost blinding. Yet, this was only the beginning. From a distance, they saw bone dragons flying in like dark clouds covering the sun and airships in the sky. All of this made the transmigrators widen their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Damn. Bone dragons. What's going on? Nobody in the channel said the boss had these things. Incredible. What's up with this hot air balloon airship? This strong punk vibe, are we in a game or what? Dragons, now airships, this is simply unbelievable. Damn it, I just bought an ostrich steed a few days ago, and now there are so many dragons here with the boss, it's maddening. This is just too exaggerated, how could there be tier 10 troops and orange heroes everywhere? Definitely cheating. Definitely cheating. Cheating is good, if the big shot has a cheat, we're also safe. Yes, the world channel opened, especially since the top 10 are all those foreigners, having a cheat is good. What does this have to do with the world channel? We need to learn from history. Looking at the wyverns and aerial ships that appeared in front of them. The transmigrators murmured in low voices after their initial astonishment. Most of the transmigrators who were lucky were still in the phase of accumulating resources and stable development. Having a military force of 1,000, capable of repelling beasts, possessing 1 or 2 subordinate villages, and having enough food for the winter. That was already considered very good development. Being able to have 1 or 2 heroes, regardless of their tier or level, would get you praise to the skies in the channel. And those who could appear on the world leaderboard or establish an alliance, had encountered special opportunities. In any place, they were considered top-tier bosses. But even the transmigrators within the territory, when they dared to think about Fang Hao's strength, their imaginations had not stretched to swarms of bone dragons and fleets of aerial ships. It was simply unbelievable. Cough cough. Everyone quiet. During the hubbub, a spirited woman, dressed in battle armor with a gun at her waist and carrying a long spear on her back, approached. Some people recognized her and greeted her. Others did not know her identity, but seeing her leave the city, they knew she was an important figure of the territory. When the scene quieted down, the woman spoke loudly, "My name is Dong Jiayu, we're all on the same side, and you should have heard about me." As soon as her words fell, the discussions below buzzed again. That's Dong Jiayu, so young. The Valkyrie who took down Grey Iron City. Can't afford to provoke, definitely can't afford to provoke. Dong Jiayu continued, "This time, you will all be under my command. Come over here to register. You will be rewarded according to the registration information. Similarly, those who do not follow commands will also receive military punishment. I don't want to be too harsh, everyone has survived until now not easily, so don't lose your life over a trivial matter." The crowd was silent. Isn't that harsh? Even mentioned losing your life. After a brief pause, Dong Jiayu continued, "Another important thing, from now until the mission ends, no one is allowed to divulge information about this side, including chatting and taking photos. If discovered, execution will be immediate." Upon hearing this, the crowd became even quieter. This woman, she really dares to kill. After a long silence, someone raised a hand and asked, "Boss, what is our mission this time?" That was what everyone was curious about. Upon arrival, they were led by a lizardman to the back of the city for collective training. Various commands and the meanings of some flag signals. They were all trained in these. And today, with bone dragons and aerial ships, they privately discussed the possibility of going to war, but still were somewhat uncertain. After all, they had just ended a war with the dwarfs. Going to war again seemed a bit too frequent. Dong Jiayu glanced at the person, and spoke loudly, "This time, our mission is to help a queen recover lost territory. Of course, we won't need to be on the battlefield, we will be responsible for logistics." A queen, recovering lost land. The crowd, within a single sentence, picked out the keywords. A special scenario mission. A queen, huh, wonder if she's good looking. I'm very healthy, and for the development of the territory, I can sacrifice myself, even consider a marriage alliance. Forget about it, let me do it. Dong Jiayu began registering the transmigrators. Life, age, and location of the territory and such. Once everything was nearly ready, the hero, Spencer, in the distance, waved his hand, signaling that the transmigrators could mount the bone dragons. Dong Jiayu nodded, speaking loudly, "All right, everyone onto the bone dragons, prepare to take off." Holy shit, riding these bone dragons. The crowd was stunned again. Although riding a dragon was everyone's dream, when it was actually before their eyes, each one couldn't help but swallow their saliva. There won't be any danger, will there? Get on, quickly, what are you big guys afraid of? Dong Jiayu urged softly, herding them onto the bone dragons. Once everything was ready, the leading bone dragon soared into the sky. The other bone dragons followed, one after another, rushing into the sky. Leaving behind phrases like, "Oh shit, ah, help," and the like. They disappeared from sight, and the aerial ships followed closely behind, flying toward the direction of Crescent Heights. Standing on the city wall, watching the departing aerial ships. The aerial ship, as a vehicle, was not very agile in its own right. Mounting cannons on the aerial ships was also influenced by a game once called Red Alert. The Kirov airship, able to drop bombs downwards, it was a powerful aerial ship. Unlike the world view of Red Alert, this world had a large number of flying troop types, which posed a threat to the less agile aerial ships. Whether it would achieve the desired effect on the battlefield still needed to be verified on the spot. If not effective, then the aerial ships could only be used for transportation. As the last aerial ship disappeared, he finally walked down from the city wall. Just stepped down the stairs, heading straight back to the Lord's mansion. The 3 rewards he received from being top of the 3 lists last time. 2 had already been used. There was still 1 left. Spectacular Architecture Blueprint, Sanctum of the Holy Spirit. A blueprint that can only be used for castles reaching level 15. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao immediately checked the building attributes. Level 12 Lord's Stone Castle. Materials required for upgrade. Sturdy wood 40,000, stone bricks 32,000, fine stone bricks 8,800, marble flooring 2,000, iron 3,500, cast iron 2,000, metal parts 2,200, tiles 5,000. After increasing the number of laborers mining resources, the accumulation of materials also saw a rapid improvement. The materials for the upgrade were sufficient. Calling out all the maids within the building, he chose to upgrade directly. Light enveloped the building, beginning to expand the Lord's mansion. The upgrade time had reached 5 hours. Unable to enter the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao began to stroll around the city. The Blackstone training field was still bustling with activity. Some maids were in training, while Earth Spirit daughters were lifting iron nearby. As the weather warmed, the maids were wearing less and less. Every punch and kick stirred up a surge. Fang Hao glanced over, then continued towards the industrial district of the Undead. Entering the industrial district, from afar, he could smell the scent of rubber. The skeleton tanners were boiling adhesive, and some were processing leather. In addition to the urgently needed Swift Eagle leather in the territory, the tanners were also taking on the production of leather armor and gear, such as the leather aprons used by craftsmen, and the leather boots that were being mass-produced. The cold weather shoes previously worn in the territory were made by tailors, mainly using straw cloth, linen, and cotton fabric as materials. Now that the tanners had joined, Fang Hao had them start working on leather boots and leather jackets. The leather overcoat didn't fit the season, but leather boots compared to fabric shoes were still much more durable and wear-resistant. After that, Fang Hao looked over the skeleton tailors, skeleton goldsmiths, and a host of other craftsmen. It must be said that the undead were much more disciplined than the living creatures. The lack of desire made them less interested in anything, leaving them to spend their time on work. After chatting with a few skeleton commanders for a while, he felt it was about time to return back to the Lord's mansion. By then, the building had completed its upgrade. It had reached level 13 Lord's Stone Castle. Level 13 Lord's Stone Castle. Belonging Lord Fang Hao. Abilities. Production gathering plus 6.5%, troop movement plus 6.5%, all attributes plus 7.5%. Existing buildings. Level 12 Underground Cemetery, Level 12 Stables. Appointable positions. Bronze Bull City, Taylock, Frostwind City Skullcrusher, Northern Town, Blackthorn, Prul Tavik, Blood Castle, Rolana and Tobias, Webweaver Camp, Dominica, Unnamed, Zhongbin, Unnamed, Fule, Unnamed, Dong Jiayu, Unnamed, Kong Yang. Note. Core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade. Sturdy wood 50,000, stone bricks 38,000, fine stone bricks 9,500, marble flooring 3,000, iron 4,000, cast iron 3,000, metal parts 3,200, tiles 7,000. After level 13, the area of the Lord's mansion expanded. The abilities provided also increased by 0.5. Fang Hao turned and headed to the city wall. He upgraded the city wall and several defense towers to level 13. The other buildings could be upgraded slowly or not at all. But the defensive buildings inside the territory must be upgraded, otherwise, in case of unexpected events, it would be too late to upgrade them on short notice. After lunch, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and peeked at the World Channel. However, the messages were still flying by rapidly. He filtered out some advertisements for item trading. He exchanged for some crop seeds and a one-handed sword blueprint. Seagull wing sword, blue cast iron 8, white steel ingot 5, thick leather 2. Description. A one-handed sword used by the Seagull tribe, its unique shape and exclusive forging technique have made this sword well-known. The blue one-handed sword was just right to replace the green black iron knight sword. Setting a fixed price for the blueprint in the buying channel prevented crazed pricing upon seeing Fang Hao's name. He catalogued the blueprint, and the seeds were handed over to Zhongbin, who was to arrange for their planting. He proceeded to the weapons warehouse. He opened the Book of Lords and began crafting. 100-fold amplification triggered, obtained 10,100 seagull wing swords. Light flickered. Over 10,000 gleaming one-handed swords fell from the sky, clattering as they covered the ground. The jarring noise attracted nearby skeleton merchants, and patrolling skeleton guards in the distance also came with their swords to check the situation. Seeing that it was Fang Hao crafting weapons, they dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Fang Hao picked up a sword to examine it. Seagull wing sword, blue. Category. One-handed sword. Damage. Level 4 damage. Effect. Speed plus 5%. Description. A one-handed sword used by the Seagull tribe, with a unique design and exclusive forging technique, has made this sword famously well-known. The one-handed sword's design looked very attractive. The blade had wavy patterns, and the guard resembled feathers. The sword's name, Wing Sword, must have come from the shape of the guard. In terms of effects, a 5% speed increase is actually quite good for a weapon. And as described, it involves the exclusive forging techniques of the Seagull tribe. But once a transmigrator gets the blueprint, it's not so exclusive anymore. He opened the Book of Lords and searched for this weapon. There was only one shop selling it, and it was the same transmigrator who was selling the blueprints. Seagull wing sword, blue, exchange conditions, 50 iron, 15 fine iron, 8 units of rare resources. That's selling at quite a steep price. 50 iron, or 15 fine iron, plus rare resources. But it's understandable, blue quality equipment isn't common in the market. And being the only winged sword available, it makes sense it's priced higher. After some thought, Fang Hao decided to list the winged sword for sale. The price was the same as the competitors. He wasn't selling for low prices because he didn't want blue equipment to become too common. With the world channel opened, you never know when you'll start a war with another transmigrator, and selling blue quality equipment in large quantities at low prices. It would only cause market chaos and enable competitors to grow too quickly. A high price meant the other side could buy, but at best they'd purchase 100 or so, which was the best case scenario. Listing successful. The Seagull Winged Sword has been sold, received plus 50 iron ingots. The Seagull Winged Sword has been sold, received plus 8 rare materials. The Hardwood Cavalry Bow has been sold, received plus 10 iron ingots. The Seagull Winged Sword has been sold, received plus 15 fine iron. The equipment had just been listed and was quickly being sold off. A big reason for this was the prestige of being the world's first. Even though that transmigrator had listed the weapon for sale much earlier, nobody knew about his shop. On his end, selling weapons and equipment in large quantities over a sustained period meant that many people would come to purchase from him. Watching the winged swords sell quickly, Fang Hao made another 100,000 units. Besides those he listed, he also gave the patrolling soldiers of the territory new weapons to use. The replaced weapons were also sold off at a guaranteed low price. After working busily for a while, Fang Hao, satisfied, decided to head back. As he walked out of the warehouse area, he encountered Dujin coming toward him. "Good afternoon, my lord." The lizard man, Anastasia, requests passage through the teleportation array, Dujin immediately said. Because of the Dragon Clan, the teleportation array was shut down and needed Fang Hao's approval for anyone to pass through. Hearing the name, Fang Hao remembered her identity. The Lizardman Queen, crown feather of the ancient saint, Anastasia. A dark gold level 9 hero. Before, the two did talk about future cooperation, but that didn't mean she would come in person, right? Was she not afraid that Fang Hao would have some plot and just keep her here? Similarly, Fang Hao was also hesitant, although he guessed she had no ill intentions. His heroes were being massively redeployed, and with the opponent's high rank, he feared danger. After thinking for a moment, he said to Angia standing by, "Have all the Nisbets in the city go on alert around the Lord's castle." "Oh, all right." Angia agreed and quickly left. With the passing of one winter, 101 Nisbets had also advanced to heroes. They were also a critical defense force for the main city. Since they had the powerful skill, stripping trait, the trait of any race would be ineffective in front of the Nisbets. They could play a very strong role in the security of the territory. After Angia left quickly, Fang Hao looked at Dujin again and said, "In 10 minutes, allow 3 people through the teleportation array, take them to the Lord's castle." "Yes, my lord." Dujin left in haste. Fang Hao also headed toward the Lord's castle. The teleportation array shone with dazzling brilliance. The next second, 3 lizardmen walked out from the screen of light. The one in the lead was dressed in gorgeous attire and behaved with gracia. It was the Lizard Queen, crown feather of the ancient saint, Anastasia. By the queen's side, 2 other lizardmen followed, one donned in a loose, flowing priestly robe, the other clad in dark red armor and a longsword hanging from his waist. Upon their arrival, their eyes were filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. A row of warehouses, busy skeleton merchants. It was as though they'd entered a large gathering place. It seemed, business here was indeed booming. "Honored guests, the Lord awaits in the Great Hall, please follow me," Dujin said respectfully, bowing slightly. It wasn't until they heard the voice did the trio notice the skeleton waiting off to the side. The Lizard Queen nodded. Dujin then led the 3 of them past layers of buildings, making their way to the Lord's Great Hall. Along the way, the Lizard Queen's eyes were dazzled by the sights. She had never imagined that she would see such a mix of architectural styles in one city. The architecture of the Undead, the totems of the orcs, the fountains of the dwarves all were erected within one city, truly unique. By the roadside, women with rabbit ears stepped on the 5-meter-tall skulls of giant skeletons to replace the glass covers of street lamps. Bouncy deermen were digging holes to plant flower seeds in front of undead structures. This contradictory yet harmonious scene, even knowing that transmigrators brought many differences, was still somewhat surprising. When they arrived in front of the Lord's mansion, seeing the tall Nisbet guards around, the trio's gaze narrowed slightly. What a grand setup. All the guards are heroes. Even the leaders of great powers would not assign over 100 heroes to act as guards, would they? The surprises came one after another. Such a visit could almost overturn their notions. The 3 esteemed guests, please come inside. The Lord awaits within. Dujan, noticing the trio halt at the entrance, spoke softly once more. Only then did the 3 continue ahead, following into the building. As they entered the great hall, Dujan bowed and said, "My lord, the guests have arrived." Fang Hao immediately revealed a smile and descended from his throne. "Your Majesty the Queen, my apologies for not meeting you at a greater distance." At the same time, Fang Hao also took notice of the 2 other lizardmen accompanying the Queen. All of them were heroes. Ancient Saint Priest, Tiktata, Tier 3 Purple Hero. Crimson General, Leotozan, Tier 4 Orange Hero. The ancient saint priest was draped in a large, thick white robe with blue patterns at the collar and hem, and the symbol of the ancient saint embroidered on the chest. The entire person, with only their face and tail exposed, had skin of the same blue color as Demetria. The Crimson General, on the other hand, shared the same red skin as the Queen. He was tall and imposing, wearing red armor, with a longsword at his waist. With cold, slit pupils, he stood there, exuding a sense of oppression. Mr. Fang Hao, the Queen also revealed a smile, but the smile of a lizard man, showing off quite a few teeth. Gave off a somewhat dangerous aura. "Please have a seat." Fang Hao gestured for everyone to sit and talk. The maids brought in drinks and pastries. Once everyone was seated, Fang Hao continued, "How does the Queen find the time to visit us?" The Lizard Queen picked up the tea and took a sip without hesitation, not worried that Fang Hao might have poisoned it. After setting down the teacup, she spoke softly, "It is quite common to visit an ally." Indeed, Fang Hao smiled. Yet in his mind, he thought that it had only been a few days since their last separation at the Trade Alliance headquarters. Allies should not be moving around so quickly. Especially not for such a high-level meeting between leaders. The Lizard Queen continued, "How is it? Has the Dragon Clan caused you any trouble?" Fang Hao was startled and suddenly became vigilant. She surely wasn't here to scout the location of his domain for the Dragon Clan. But upon further thought, that didn't seem right either. She didn't need to put herself at risk by coming over personally. And considering that she helped Fang Hao purchase items, it seemed that the lizardmen weren't particularly close with the Dragon Clan, even supportive of him. "Not at all, things can't go wrong that quickly," Fang Hao said softly. The Queen nodded, "If there's any danger, as allies, we will offer you some help." "I truly appreciate that, Your Majesty," Fang Hao replied. "As it should be," the Queen nodded and went on, "This time, I've come intending to purchase some weapons and equipment from you. I remember you said you would give a discount, mind you." The 1,000 weapons they had agreed on last time had already been handed over to the other party by Dujan. Their stores had also made contact. And now she was here to purchase equipment from his place. Of course. Fang Hao nodded and then turned to a maid, "Go call Dujan." Soon after, Dujan entered, bowed, and sat down at the side. Fang Hao continued to inquire, "This time, how many pieces of equipment does the Holy Nation plan to order, and what are the specifications and types required?" The Queen turned to the lizardman in red armor behind her. He promptly said, "We plan to order a large quantity, around 100,000 weapons. Of course, whether the deal goes through will depend on the quality and the price." Fang Hao frowned slightly. That was not a small number. Was it for a complete army re-equipment, or simply replacing old gear? "What a wealthy lady. What quality do you require?" Fang Hao asked, maintaining his composure. "Blue quality or better," said the Crimson General. Blue quality was no problem for him, as he had plenty of blue quality equipment. Weapon-wise, the same, Mountain King Orcish cleavers, as last time. Fang Hao asked further. No, we need spears, single-handed swords and single-handed knives, and military crossbows, the Red General continued. Fang Hao nodded. That's not a problem, we have them in stock in our warehouse. Shall I take you to have a look? Sure, the Queen spoke. Fang Hao smiled, got up, and was accompanied by Demetria and Angia. They walked together towards the direction of the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Fang Hao had people bring out the military war spear, seagull wing sword, Mountain King Orc battle knife, Misfortune Strike. Misfortune Strike was a blue quality military crossbow. It was obtained when he killed Yu Tianpeng and devoured the Book of Lords, blueprint. Now, all the archers under Fang Hao had switched to bolt-action rifles, so this heavy crossbow was used less often. Take a look, how are these? They are all very popular weapons in my shop, Fang Hao introduced. The Red General picked up the military war spear for inspection and nodded slightly. Then he examined the single-handed sword, the single-handed knife, and tested the military crossbow. From his reactions, he seemed quite satisfied. Fang Hao was confident about the quality of the weapon. Weapons made by transmigrators were of a uniform standard. Unlike those crafted by native blacksmiths, the quality could fluctuate. Fang Hao then recommended his house's armor, but the Red General didn't seem too interested. Lizardmen were naturally endowed with the scale armor trait, making armor less of an urgent need. He only gave them a brief look before returning to inspect the weapons. As Fang Hao was presenting, he suddenly noticed that the Lizardmen Queen and the Lizardmen Priest were eagerly talking to Demetria on both sides, as if they were long-lost relatives and friends. At that moment, he understood. Coming to buy equipment was genuine, but bringing the ancient priest personally was an opportunity to poach from his side. They were still not giving up on Demetria and planned to recruit him to the Lizardmen's side. Fang Hao did not intervene. The 100 points of loyalty ensured that Demetria would not betray him. Moreover, since they shared the same beliefs, it was also a way to foster friendly relations with the Lizardmen. After the introduction went on for a while, the Red General had seen enough. He then returned to the Queen's side and said in a soft voice, "Your Majesty, the inspection is complete, there's no problem with the quality of these weapons." The Lizardmen Queen nodded, her gaze turning to Fang Hao. "When can they be delivered?" Fang Hao responded, "Before tonight." The Queen nodded, "Then let's place the order here, and don't forget to give us a discount on the price." "Of course. Then after we return, we will place the order through the trade alliance." "Before tonight, please deliver the goods," the Queen said. "No problem, we will deliver the goods as soon as we receive the order," Fang Hao assured confidently. "Then we'll head back now." "All right. Next time you need anything, just contact me directly, there's no need for you to come in person." Fang Hao led them towards the teleportation array. The Queen didn't state her position but simply followed forward. When they arrived at the teleportation array, they said goodbye once more and disappeared into the light screen. Having left Fang Hao's territory, the three Lizardmen, via the Trade Alliance teleportation array, returned to their own domain. Marshes and jungles surrounded countless temples. In this damp and complex environment, it's a dead end for most races. But it's the most suitable place for the Lizardmen. Numerous Lizardmen live here, meditating in front of temples, dedicating their lives to the will of the ancient saint. At the center of the jungle stands a massive ancient city. The city walls are engraved with intricate spell inscriptions. Overhead, flags of various colors hang and flutter in the wind. The teleportation light screen brightened. The three from the Queen's party appeared. Attendant maids and guards, who had been waiting, swarmed to enclose the Queen among them. The Triceratops bearing the throne bowed down slightly, and the Queen stepped on the raised dragon scales and mounted its back. She settled into the soft, blue velvet throne. Once the Queen was secure, the Triceratops rose and walked towards the palace. "Tictata, how do you feel?" the Queen on the dragon's back asked softly. Priest Tictata, sitting on a slightly smaller giant lizard, spoke, "Is your majesty asking about the human or about the son of the ancient saint?" "Start with Fang Hao. He seems a bit different since the last time I saw him." The queen leaned on the chair back and inquired casually. 100 or more heroes served as guards. How afraid of death must one be to use a hero in such a place? Even her palace guards are just 9th tier, divine guard. It's simply unreasonable. Tictata, after contemplating his choice of words, quietly said, "He is the most powerful transmigrator I have ever seen, stronger than any other transmigrator I have come into contact with, and even terrifyingly so. The lizardmen are also cultivating transmigrators, even allowing transmigrators to switch allegiances to the lizardmen. But compared to Fang Hao, the gap between them is just too large. Fang Hao is someone who can sit down with the queen and negotiate as an equal. The transmigrator that they support still needs the help of the lizardmen to clear out wild beasts. Anything else?" The queen continued to inquire. Tictata continued, "Given the size of his city, what we have seen is definitely not the full extent of his strength." "Oh, how can you tell?" "I've seen the Undead Museum and the spectacular architecture, all of which indicate that we have not seen everything." The queen nodded. Last time, she saw another human hero following Fang Hao, not the white-haired little girl with beast ears that they saw today. "Do you think he qualifies to become an ally of the Holy Dynasty?" Tictata pondered for a moment and finally nodded, "I believe so." The ally they were talking about isn't just the verbal ally mentioned to Fang Hao. It is a signed strategic alliance contract. Once signed, neither party can easily break the contract, and they must not attack each other without approval. If one party encounters danger, the other must provide support. For transmigrators, signing also means sharing the locations of allied territories in the Book of Lords. "Your Majesty, are you planning to sign this soon?" Tictata asked again. The queen shook her head. "No, he has provoked the Dragon Clan. Let's wait until this matter is over, and if he survives, then we can discuss it." She did not want to get involved with the Dragon Clan herself. Tictata nodded. The queen continued, "And what about the son of that ancient saint?" "Very powerful. I can sense his steadfast faith and the pure ancient saint power within him," said Tictata. "Then we'll count him as one," the queen said casually. "Yes, my queen." The time for pilgrimage was almost upon them. The queen needed a powerful husband of pure bloodline. On the altar of the ancient saints, to complete the mating ritual, pleasing the ancient saints and conceiving powerful offspring. There had already been 3 candidates, all powerful heroes within the tribe. This time, one more had been added to the list. Not long after the lizardman left, Dujin received an order from the lizardmen. 50,000 military war spears, 20,000 seagull wing swords, 10,000 king orc battle blades, 20,000 misfortune strikes. Dujin immediately discussed it with Fang Hao. The final pricing was set as 160 warfire coins for each military war spear, 180 warfire coins for a seagull wing sword, 180 warfire coins for a king orc battle blade, 200 for misfortune strike, and they were sold at this price. Basically reducing the price by 20 to 40 for each item, which was already a very substantial discount. Once the other party agreed to the prices as well, Fang Hao began the mass production of these weapons in his warehouse. Amidst the clattering sound, they rained down from the sky. To the side, swarms of skeletons began to organize them. About 2 hours later, the skeleton merchant set off with the weapons and equipment to deliver them to the territory of the lizardmen. Night fell. Silver Wing City. Hall of Justice, Main Hall. Gathered were Doherty, Milton, and a host of council members who had rushed over from nearby cities. As the situation on the battlefield worsened, Shu Haid kept sending new intelligence reports. When council members heard that Audis still had a hidden move that could even threaten Silver Wing City, everyone started to become anxious. One by one, their faces turned grim as their hearts hung in suspense. The council members began to express their opinions. But from beginning to end, it was the same few suggestions, without any significant breakthrough. With no progress, the power brokers began considering their escape routes. If the Federation really couldn't hold back the undead, they pondered how to flee or which power to seek refuge with. At least, they couldn't afford to go down with the Federation. Seeing no progress and the night growing deep, Doherty sighed slightly and said, "We need equipment, strategy, allies. After you return, any council member who can come up with a solution will receive priority support from the council, and City Lord Council members will be nominated to enter the upper house." Nomination to the upper house. The decision, once announced, instantaneously sent the entire place into an uproar. The arrangement of upper and lower members has persisted in the Federation of 100 cities for a century. Over time, the upper house's powers increasingly grew while the lower house gradually became an implementing body. Major decisions were made by the upper house before being communicated to the lower house. And now, Doherty proclaimed that anyone who could resolve the current Federation dilemma, or propose a solution, could be nominated by the upper house. The implication was clear. It allowed such a person to become a member of the upper house. This was an aspiration for every city lord member, a difference akin to a commoner becoming a noble. After a brief discussion, everyone slowly calmed down. The Hall of Justice and the Church, holding all power within the Federation, were unable to resolve it. So where could others possibly find the capability? It was simply a reluctant acceptance of a stroke of luck. After Doherty finished speaking, he continued, "All right, go back and rest everyone. If you have any strategies for resolution, inform me at any time." The council members rose and left the council hall. Today's meeting information and contents were then conveyed back to their respective cities through various methods after the conclusion. All city lords, because of the nomination to the upper house, were both surprised and yearning. And many more of the powerful began to transfer their wealth and contact connections after returning. They clearly held no hope for the Federation to pull through. They sought fallback plans through various means. The next day, the grand opening of the Fairy Dream Tower, the number 032 Trade Alliance outlet, went ahead as planned. Cosmetics on the first floor, dresses and hanfu on the second, various jewelry on the third. Although Li Rong did not attend, she still remotely directed her subordinates to organize the work. Clerks in the store demonstrated and explained to the natives. At the entrance, rabbit and fox ladies sang and danced, drawing the attention of many. Fang Hao didn't pay much attention. But other transmigrators had already gathered around in several layers. As transmigrators developed, trade alliance shops had become widespread. They also turned into an important meetup spot for transmigrators. This led the station from a commercial platform to suddenly transform into a tourist area. Inns and taverns did booming business. Several businesses that had been doing poorly started remodeling, turning directly into inns. The name, Fairy Dream Tower, and the hanfu on the second floor. Each one was familiar to the people and gave a sense of intimacy. Spectators took a few photos and sent them out. A large number of transmigrators came in to watch performances or to look around the shops. The entire area's channel, even on the World Channel, was discussing the Fairy Dream Tower, with continuous image sharing. Elsewhere. Blood Castle. Fang Hao and Demetria appeared from the screen. The Great Hall was silent, not a soul in sight. But outside the castle, there was an abnormal clamor. Stepping out of Blood Castle, they saw Amanda and Rolana, not far off, quietly chatting about something. The two also noticed Fang Hao approaching. "How's it going?" Fang Hao asked. Amanda replied, "No problems, just waiting to sign the treaty with the Federation." Wait a bit more. Those at the Federation have been calling meetings these past few days. It's not quite their most desperate time yet, Fang Hao said. Amanda nodded in understanding. Rolana also asked, "The people you're transferring here, when will they arrive?" "They should be on their way, they'll probably arrive by the afternoon." Crescent Heights were a considerable distance from Prul City. Even more so from Fang Hao's main city. Even by riding a bone dragon, it took about a day and a night to travel the distance. Fang Hao asked Rolana, "Find an empty city nearby. I want to convert it into an undead city." Rolana's big eyes glanced at him before saying, "There is one, let's go, I'll take you there." The group mounted their horses and headed out of the city. This was a castle of the Twilight Reveler. Though not large, it also qualified as a small city. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to check, and the buildings in front of him were ready to convert. Do you wish to convert the original castle, Banquet Castle? Yes. Please select a faction for the city conversion, Human Camp, Undead Camp. Undead Camp. A flash of light enveloped the whole city. Conversion complete. Countdown to the next conversion of Banquet Castle. 29 days, 59 hours. The ability to convert had a cooldown, meaning that this city could not be switched again within a month. The light dissipated. The attributes of Banquet Castle, previously an 8th level Blood Clan affiliated castle, were now those of an 8th level Undead affiliated castle. Fang Hao went to an open space and began constructing a skeleton transformation field, burial grounds, archery range, Undead Mage Tower, Bound Spirit Tower, and other various military buildings in succession. The entire city was shrouded in beams of light. Structures formed slowly within these illuminations. Fang Hao asked, "Check what troops you need, so I can recruit them for you." Amanda replied, "We require 50,000 Bound Spirit Guardians, and 10,000 engineers to control the machinery, the rest of the recruitment isn't urgent." The original forces of Blood Castle amounted to around 2 million. And what Amanda needed were specialized functional troops. Bound Spirit Guardians, possessing souls, served the role of messengers within the army. Otherwise, commands could hardly reach the sheer number of common skeletons. And using a large number of living creature troops would slow down the army's progress. Good. Once construction was complete, Fang Hao immediately began recruiting. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 50,500 Bound Spirit Guardians recruited. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 10,100 skeleton engineers recruited. This dwarf engineer was indeed an 8th tier soldier. The gray iron stone used for recruitment was also a substantial amount. With the massive number of troops appearing, Fang Hao continued to produce equipment for them, led by Amanda. After recruitment, with Amanda's needs in mind, Fang Hao returned to the troop construction site. He recruited based on his own ideas. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 12 skeleton technicians recruited. Another 1,000, these looking significantly more frail skeletons appeared. They stood there, dazed. "My lord, what is this?" Amanda was somewhat confused. "These are technicians, you'll understand in a moment," Fang Hao stated directly. Then, he left the city, to a vast open space. He opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the aerial ship. Adjusted the quantity to 12 and chose to create. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 12 wild rabbit small aerial ships obtained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 1,000+ aerial ships falling from the sky were quite an imposing sight. Amanda and Rolana both showed varying degrees of surprise. As the aerial ships appeared, Fang Hao continued to order, technicians, 1 ship each, board the aerial ships. The previously dazed skeleton technicians started to move. They boarded the aerial ships and voluntarily entered the control room. At this point, Amanda and another understood Fang Hao's idea. But Fang Hao still explained, "I only acquired the technicians 2 days ago. I plan to mount cannons on the aerial ships to participate in this war." Amanda considered for a moment, "It's a good idea." Fang Hao nodded, and began to massively produce cannons and organ guns. He recruited a large number of skeleton blacksmiths to mount these cannons on the aerial ships. Besides Blood Castle, the newly converted city of Undead also became abnormally busy. They stayed busy until nightfall. Only then did they use teleportation to return to the main city to rest. Another day passed. After careful discussion, Rebecca, as the city lord of Liss City, directly contacted Silver Wing City. After briefly outlining the situation at the northern border, she straightforwardly stated that she had made contact with Rolana, master of Blood Castle, and Crescent Heights. Through several days of negotiations and promises, she gained their trust. Not only did she get the Blood Clan to reject Otis's partnership, but she also convinced them to support the Human Federation. This news, once relayed to Silver Wing City, caused quite a stir. Rebecca, being away, saw many in the council intending to pull her down from her position as city lord. Unexpectedly, when the entire Federation was at a loss, she, a woman, became a turning point for the Federation. After discussions in the upper Senate and voting by representatives of various parties, the council decided that the next day, Doherty would personally go to Liss City to discuss the details with the leader of the Blood Clan. If there were no issues, they would sign the alliance agreement directly, thus relieving the pressure on humans. The next day, Doherty of the Hall of Justice and Rolana of Blood Castle met in a hall arranged in Liss City for a friendly meeting. Rolana took the initiative, starting by pointing out the Federation's disadvantages. Her aggressive demeanor was as if the Federation owed her a great sum of money. Additionally, she proposed her own plans and conditions. The Blood Clan army would begin their offensive against the Adi's army from the north, alleviating the pressure on humans. The conditions were that after occupying the great cemetery of Adis, the land and spoils of war would belong entirely to Blood Castle. The Human Federation would have no rights, even to the disposal of the bodies. Furthermore, humans would need to compensate Blood Castle with 30 million Warfire coins in funds or supplies over the next 5 years, to make up for the losses incurred from this battle. Rolana, especially assertive with men, spoke with staggering dominance. Having rehearsed everything in advance, her ideas were clear and forceful. Doherty, also a leader, tried bargaining several times, only to be silenced by Rolana's strong retorts. He even felt that the Blood Clan before him harbored a hatred for the Human Federation even greater than Otis's. The final statement was, "If you can't do it, I'll talk to Adis. He will definitely be willing to cooperate with me." What more was there to say? With the Human Federation at a disadvantage everywhere, Doherty had no choice but to nod agreement. The two parties signed the alliance treaty in the agreement document. And so, Blood Castle would deploy troops against Adis in the coming days, easing the Federation's burden. Afterwards, Doherty left without even the mood for a banquet, hurrying back to Silver Wing City. Rolana, in high spirits, went to meet with a few others to describe the just concluded negotiations. Everyone started to prepare for the next steps according to the plan. The next day, at the border of Blood Castle, countless skeletons spread far into the distance. Bone dragons tossed their heads and whipped their tails, while aerial ships hovered in the sky on standby. All heroes and leaders emerged from the conference room. They strode towards their respective teams. As the commander of this operation, Amanda walked to the central military district and boarded a gigantic golden chariot. "Forward." Amanda spoke softly. The chariot, resembling a miniature golden pyramid with a golden throne at the top, was drawn by 12 bone horses moving slowly forward. As Amanda issued the command, banners were raised, and war drums sounded. The army began to step forward, moving ahead. Bone dragons soared into the sky, circling above. Aerial ships ascended into the sky, flying above the troops. The rear of the army, the transmigrators, silently following from behind, swallowed their saliva, even though these past few days had made them familiar with this scene. Yet when the ground beneath their feet began trembling with the march, and the sky was obscured by bone dragons and hot air balloons blocking the sun, there was still an indescribable shock. Too terrifying. Which power could possibly withstand such an army? Everyone, snap to Ida, don't lose your souls. Once the battle starts, pay attention to safety and put on your armor and helmets, Dong Jiayu shouted loudly. The transmigrators began checking their equipment, then moved forward with the great army. War is not a game. Wandering off could mean dying in some corner, your body never to be found. The great cemetery of Adis, border fortress. The ground trembled, causing the tower bell to sway because of the vibration. It was as if a colossal creature was gradually approaching. The undead, guarding the fortress, stood on the city walls and looked into the distance. Their pale blue soul fires trembled incessantly. What in the world was happening? Could it be that the Human Federation was attacking from the north? Impossible. The north is the territory of the Blood Clan, and there had been no news of humans clashing with the Blood Clan. Could it be an earthquake? As the ground trembling grew more intense, from afar, rows of skeletons appeared, filling the entire horizon. Undead. From our own side. That's not right. Even the entire great cemetery didn't have this many undead. Close the gates. Enemies approaching, Prepare for battle. The undead shouted loudly. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as countless bone dragons clad in silvery white armor dived from above. Roar. Dark beams of energy swept through the city. Both the sentient undead and the stationary ordinary skeletons were reduced to ash under the black beams. Hundreds of bone dragons circled around the fortress, periodically spewing black breath, killing any undead that occasionally made a break for it. The army arrived. Blood hunters flew into the empty fortress to open the gates. Commander, the fortress ahead has been taken down, not a single one left, blood hunters flew back and reported. Amanda nodded. Notify the others, enter the border, kill all who defend the fortress, do not harm civilians in human towns. As you command. The army passed through the fortress without any obstacles, officially entering the great cemetery of Adi's domain. Leaving only the transmigrators, amazed at the speed of the conquest, meanwhile commanding the skeletons to clear the battlefield. The headquarters of the Trade Alliance. Succubus Lounge. A provocatively dressed, curvaceous succubus threw a seductive glance at the several people present. Seeing no one responded, she sashayed out of the private room. In the middle of the room, a round wooden table stood. On either side of the table, two groups were seated. To the left, a silver-haired girl, and the world's second transmigrator, Aragon. To the right, were two gray dwarves, and weighty. Once the succubus exited and closed the door behind her. The gray dwarf took the lead. I assure you, we have no relations with those people. The typically quick-tempered and hard-bargaining gray dwarves, in the presence of the dragon clan, behaved as politely as a wrongfully accused child, hastily speaking up to prove their innocence before the other could say anything. The silver-haired dragon girl smiled and said, "Don't rush, let's ascertain the connection first." Then, she glanced at Aragon beside her. Aragon nodded, looking across the table at Weighty, and spoke up, "Weighty, it appears you know that Asian transmigrator." Smack. Before Weighty could speak, the gray dwarf slapped the back of Weighty's head. He said angrily, "What do you know? Spill everything, don't get us into trouble." Weighty's head buzzed from the slap. He knew that the dragon clan had brought the gray dwarves and him here for this matter. Shaking his head, he quickly responded, "I don't know him, I just recognized him as a transmigrator at the auction house and made his acquaintance for a bit. Actually, this kind of thing is quite common. Transmigrators occasionally meet by chance and it's easy for them to gather and greet each other, comparing their developments. After all, in the hearts of most transmigrators, they still see this world as more akin to a game." Weighty got to know Aragon and Fu Lei in this manner. Only, his intention was to network, not expecting that both people he met were formidable ones who went straight to fighting. And they fought so fiercely that a stone castle was directly turned into ruins. There was even a trend that it could escalate into a power struggle. But he couldn't manage these affairs. When gods battle, mortals suffer. Explain poorly, and the dragon clan might vent their anger on him. Explain well, and if he truly provides whatever useful information, that Fu Lei is also not easy to provoke. Even if both sides are properly dealt with. But the gray dwarves who were scared out of their wits would definitely take their anger out on him once they return. He couldn't avoid a beating. What kind of karma have I created for myself? Hearing Weighty's answer, Aragon was still somewhat dissatisfied. He continued, "Weighty, you're a smart man, you should be well aware of the present situation. Hiding a recently acquainted person will only bring trouble for both you and the dwarves." Immediately, Weighty said, "Mr. Aragon, I swear that everything I've said is absolutely true. I've only seen him twice at the entrance of the auction house, I can guarantee it." Aragon glanced at the silver-haired girl, who showed no expression. He continued, "Does he have any good friends?" "No, but I know his name." Their interest piqued. "What's his name?" "His name is Fu Lei, a man from Wagwo," Weighty promptly said. He couldn't afford to upset the Dragon Clan or Aragon by not revealing information they considered useful. He might not be able to leave if he doesn't. So, even if he didn't want to get involved in the affair of the two, he had no choice but to disclose what he knew. Fu Lei, a man from Wagwo. Aragon and the silver-haired dragon girl mulled over this. Aragon even directly took out the Book of Lords to conduct a search. Searching by name. A pile of names all belonging to different Foulays appeared, and after distinguishing dozens of individuals, none was the person he was looking for. With just a name, finding the person seemed quite impossible. Do you have any other information? Aragon continued to inquire. No more. That's all the interaction I had with him. I don't know anything else. Think again. It's in your best interest, the silver-haired dragon girl said coldly, her threat evident. This. Wady's face showed his difficulty. What more could he possibly think of? He'd only met the man once, and they hardly had a lengthy conversation. You want me to make something up? I could pull something out of thin air. But what if after I make something up, you come asking questions? Under the cold gazes of the others, large beads of sweat dripped from his head. In his mind, he repeatedly revisited the scene of meeting, Foulay, recalling every single word they had exchanged. It seemed like whenever they'd met, it was him doing all the talking. Talking about dwarves, talking about the dragon clan, the other man rarely mentioned anything about himself. Suddenly, Wady's eyes lit up. He suddenly raised his head, saying, I recall something, and this piece of news will definitely be useful to you. The expressions of the others shifted. What news? That Foulay, he's affiliated with the Lizardmen. Lizardmen. Indeed, during their battle, there were Lizardmen present. Not just Lizardmen, there were also Undead and Orcs. The combat power of each was not low, yet the Lizardmen were the pinnacle of combat strength. Could it really be that he aligned with the Lizardmen? The silver-haired dragon girl queried, Are you sure? Certain. He told me himself that he's with the Lizardmen, Wady promptly replied. Good, you've done well, the silver-haired dragon girl said softly. Of course. Wady chatted a few more sentences with the dragon girl in the private room. Seeing that the dragon clan had already shifted their focus onto the Lizardmen, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whoever provokes the dragon clan is truly unlucky. Never ending. They won't rest until they feel satisfied. Now that there was no matter involving the Grey Dwarves, he took his leave. He left Aragon and the silver-haired dragon girl in the private room, eating the food on the table. At the Succubus Tavern, aside from special services, the alcohol was also very famous, quite fragrant, and had an intoxicating effect. The silver-haired dragon girl sipped the fragrant wine, gently, smacking her lips. It was apparent that this youthful dragon girl quite enjoyed this type of wine. Aragon then spoke up, Ms. Beata, what shall we do next in our search? Last time, he also sustained heavy injuries. The bandages on his body hadn't even been removed yet. He too wished to quickly find the guy and have the dragon clan teach him a lesson. To take revenge for himself as well. The silver-haired dragon girl scoffed coldly, no need to search any further. Now that we know he's associated with the Lizardmen, things will be simple. Go to the Lizardmen. The girl took another sip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, wait until we go back to the Dragon Clan and discuss the matter with the elders. Then, when we approach the Lizardmen, naturally we will find out who this person is. All right. Aragon said no more and started to eat the food on the table. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao groggily opened his eyes, gently moved the two legs resting on his body to the side, and sat up. As he was just putting on his clothes, a ping from the Book of Lords arrived with a prompt. It was a private message from Dong Jiayu. Upon opening it, it was a battle report from Blood Castle. Since the attack started yesterday, the undead army had not stopped moving forward. Following the previously established route, they pushed forward relentlessly. The city fortresses arranged by Oddies couldn't resist their own army's strength and were basically wiped clean as soon as a bone dragon passed by. More difficult to conquer cities had also turned into ruins under the bombardment of airship cannons. The army trampled over the ruins. As of now, the advance was smooth, with no obstructions to the army, and even the human transmigrators following behind had all boarded the carriages. Eating and sleeping took place on the carriages to avoid slowing down the march. At the same time, Amanda was following through on her promise to Fang Hao. To reclaim her homeland, The armies were annihilating Otis's troops and undead, while the human villages remained unattacked and unharassed. Instead, the humans in the villages, hearing that the gold-eating queen had returned, actively offered a lot of information. They filled in many missing routes on the maps. Overall, everything was going very smoothly. It was unknown whether Otis had received the news of the northern assault overnight. If he had, it was likely Otis who was now anxious. Otis was caught between a rock and a hard place. In the south, he was entangled with the Human Federation in a heated battle, unable to withdraw forces. To the north, Amanda's army was advancing toward the south with unstoppable momentum, straight toward Otis's main city. The speed of the advance was astonishing. After reading Dong Jiayu's report, Fang Hao offered some encouragement to the commanding officers and transmigrators before ending the chat. Sitting by the bed, he stroked the side-sleeping rabbit woman. After some thought, he opened a chat with Li Rong. He composed a message and sent it. Li Rong, the Blood Clan and the Council have signed an alliance agreement, and the army has already entered the border from the north. The pressure on your side will decrease in the next few days. Li Rong's reply came back quickly. The council has already passed on the news. Morale has increased a lot here, and holding out until Otis withdraws shouldn't be a problem. Good. Stay safe. Understood. After ending the chat and washing up, he left the manor. He began the daily, unchanging morning exercise. Actually, ever since drinking the Demon Dragon potion, his physique had been enhanced in every aspect. He had no problem dealing with several strong trolls using brute force alone. Handling a few maids also left them in disarray. Were it not for his subpar martial skills, he could also be considered adept in both magic and warfare. He jogged around his territory. The weather was turning warmer, and the seeds planted in the flower beds had, unbeknownst to him, broken through the soil, sprouting tender shoots. After completing the jog, he had breakfast. He then took another look at the plan he had written down. Accompanied by Demetria, he stepped into the teleportation light curtain. When he reappeared, he was already in the great hall of the Troll clan leader in the Blood Mountain range. The grand hall, full of a wild style, was empty and silent. Just as Fang Hao frowned, wondering why there was not a single person around. The guard stationed outside the door, hearing the noise inside, peered in to check. Upon seeing Fang Hao and the fully armored lizard man, his expression immediately turned cold. He then shouted loudly, "Intruders! Quick! There are intruders! What's with the trolls? Why don't the guards recognize me every time I come here?" The sound of trolls running echoed from outside the door. Fang Hao shouted, "Stop shouting, I am Fang Hao, your lord." The troll paused, tilting his head and recalling. Then he finally realized and exclaimed, "Not intruders, it's the lord." The rushing guards skidded to a stop, and after confirming the identities of Fang Hao and the other, each scratched their butts and patted their bellies as they left. Perhaps due to environmental influences, or maybe because all the nutrition went to their physical development. It always seemed that most trolls were not that smart. Clever ones like Meatfist, Bagoth, they were also of the heroic level. In the troll tribe, they were in the minority. Soon, footsteps could be heard again from outside the door. Female troll Stella entered, wearing a wine-red cotton robe, and strode in with big steps. Upon seeing Fang Hao and Commander Demetria present, she quickly approached and knelt down to pay her respects. "Lord, Commander Demetria. Get up. I've said it many times before, just use the normal greetings from now on," Fang Hao said. He took another look at the female troll before him. Stella, troll 7th rank warrior. Last time, Fang Hao had given Stella the order to rise in rank, and it seemed she had taken it to heart. She had reached the 7th rank. But according to his demand to reach the level of hero, she was still lacking. However, her progress wasn't slow. The group sat down in the chairs to the side, and Fang Hao, curious, asked, "Why is there no one here today?" Stella answered somewhat anxiously, "There was a collapse in one of the mines, and we are dealing with the incident." "A collapse? How is it? Were there any casualties?" Fang Hao asked. "There were 12 injured trolls, but many skeleton miners died, and, and many mining tools were lost, Stella said carefully, occasionally stealing glances at Fang Hao's reaction. She looked extremely cautious, like a student who had made a mistake. All right, as long as the trolls are okay, that's good. Nobody wants to see such things happen, just be more careful next time, Fang Hao said offhandedly. It itself was not a big deal, as the skeleton miners were soulless tools. Simply recruit more. Thank you very much, my lord, Stella immediately thanked him profusely. Fang Hao continued, the weather is warming up, how is the progress of the trade caravan you planned last time? Currently, the poorest were the trolls. A big reason was that Fang Hao had hit them too hard, they simply couldn't recover. Moreover, with the meager resources of the Bloody Mountains, whatever they wanted to do, they indeed needed Fang Hao's support. At the mention of the trade caravan, Stella seemed noticeably disheartened, and immediately said, my lord, the caravan had been in preparation quite early on, but as you know, the terrain of the Bloody Mountains is very rugged, twisting and turning, so although preparations were complete, it has yet to depart. The terrain of both the Bloody Mountains and the Cold Wind Mountains was extremely rugged. It was all mountain paths, twisting and turning. In marching, without a map, it's easy to get lost. For the trolls living here, it should not be a problem, as they live here year-round. But wanting to transport goods outward, the terrain indeed poses an obstacle. Fang Hao thought for a while, then said, well, call the people of the caravan here, let me see what can be done. Yes, my lord. Stella walked to the door and whispered a few words to the guards. Soon, he brought in a troll who looked quite young. Neum, 6th Order Troll Warrior. Leader. The young troll saluted Stella and glanced at Fang Hao and the other person, unsure of how to address them. Stella introduced, this is the Lord, and Commander Demetria. My lord, Commander, the young troll immediately saluted. Fang Hao nodded, looking quite intelligent. Neum. Yes, my lord, Neum bowed respectfully. Stella plans to entrust the caravan to your care, do you have any special skills? Fang Hao asked. Neum thought for a moment, then said, my lord, I can keep accounts. I am responsible for tallying the supplies in the city, and I also handle exchanges with the merchants who come. Ah, Fang Hao understood why Stella had chosen him. Being able to clearly manage the accounts was indeed a talent among the trolls. Good, tell me what goods are prepared, Fang Hao said. A large amount of beast skin, speckled mushrooms, rock goat milk, giant rock honey. Neum listed quite a few items, most of them related to the rocks. Fang Hao nodded and said, all right, you may leave for now, Stella will tell you what to do when the time comes. Yes, my lord, Neum nodded and exited the room directly. The hall was left with 3 people once again. Fang Hao continued, regarding the caravan, continue the planning, I will provide you with an aerial ship within half a month for the transportation of goods. He hadn't considered the caravan needing an aerial ship and had deployed them all in Otis's battle. He could only wait until the end and then transfer one over for the trolls to use. Stella nodded but then inquired, my lord, what is an aerial ship? After Fang Hao provided a brief explanation, learning that it flew in the sky, thus not worrying about the rugged terrain. He too was exceedingly pleased. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord, Stella continued to give thanks. All right, that's all regarding the caravan, let's go. I am going to recruit some skeleton miners, the mining must continue. Yes, my lord. As they left, Fang Hao recruited 20,000 miners and handed them over to Stella. Afterward, Fang Hao continued to Bronze Bull City, Tazgo City, Gray Iron City, Cruel City, and Lys City, finalizing the matters of the trade caravan. He got all the cities moving, supporting the regular civilian caravans to conduct trade between cities. Elsewhere. Capital of Lizardmen. Zereth Ceylon. Zereth Ceylon, in translation, means the city of the sun. It's an important center of power for the southern lizardmen. In a palace filled with religious decorations, Queen Anastasia reclined gracefully on a couch. An attendant carefully served at her side. At that moment, a lizardman approached briskly, and after saluting, said, Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan's envoy requests to use the teleportation array. Queen Anastasia's movement stiffened, her expression solemn. Who did you say has come? Your Majesty, it's an envoy from the Dragon Clan, requesting to use the teleportation array. The lizardman below repeated. The Queen's expression became ever more serious. The Dragon Clan had always had no dealings with the lizardmen. At this point in time, her subconscious couldn't help but think of Fang Hao. Could it be that the Dragon Clan had discovered something on Fang Hao's end? No, that couldn't be right. Even if they had discovered something, what would they want with me? Clearly, the Dragon Clan had found out something. After weighing her thoughts, she continued to ask, how many people are requesting passage? 4. Allow them 2 spots in the teleportation array, then bring them to the reception hall. Yes, Your Majesty. The lizardman merchant withdrew, and the Queen stood up, changing into a formal attire with the aid of an attendant, and headed to the reception hall with great displeasure. In the reception hall, she waited for a moment. Soon, a silver-haired girl with dragon horns and a golden-haired human appeared. Dragon Clan's Beata. Aragon. We have seen Queen Majesty, the two said, bowing slightly. Both their actions and words conveyed a superficial respect. The Queen didn't mind and casually said, sit down. Both parties' attitudes were rather lukewarm. Once they were seated, the Queen directly asked, what brings the two of you here? The silver-haired dragon girl, Beata, calmly stated, at the Trade Alliance auction, our Dragon Clan was attacked by a transmigrator. The Dragon Clan was attacked. It would be good enough if your Dragon Clan didn't bully others, yet you were attacked. Thinking this, Queen Anastasia maintained a calm face. I was also present at the time and witnessed the battle between you. Oh, the Queen was also there. The silver-haired dragon girl asked curiously. I just saw it from a distance. After pondering for a moment, the silver-haired dragon girl said, then, does the Queen recognize the identity of the other party? I do not. Oh. The dragon girl's face became stern, leaning back in her chair before continuing, we have received some intelligence, claiming that the transmigrator is affiliated with the lizardmen. The Queen's eyes immediately narrowed, her cold vertical pupils sweeping over the two individuals present. As if considering whether to teach them a lesson. In the end, she answered flatly, the transmigrator has no relation whatsoever with the Holy Dynasty. Oh, we did see lizardmen there. It seems the transmigrator's companions are not limited to lizardmen, right? Just because of this, you come to me demanding a person. Has the Dragon Clan become so unreasonable? The Lizardmen Queen, a dark gold 9th rank hero. Just one step shy of becoming a demigod hero. No person or power would dare to speak to her in this manner. But even the Dragon Clan did not hesitate, and it was an orange-haired young girl who came here directly demanding a person. And Fang Hao really had no relation with her. At least not now. Facing the Queen's verbal discontent, the silver-haired dragon girl showed no fear. She glanced as usual at Aragon, beside her. He nodded and immediately said, Queen Majesty, this transmigrator is named Fu Lei. Could you please confirm once more if this is a transmigrator from your side? Fu Lei. The Queen was startled. After all this time, you haven't even figured out the name. That makes things easier, and truly, there's no such person on my side. The Queen nodded and instructed an attendant, please summon Priest Tictata over here. The attendant acknowledged and left. Upon returning, he was accompanied by the lizardman priest clad in a voluminous robe. Your Majesty. The Queen nodded and softly began, does the Holy Dynasty keep a record of transmigrators they support? Yes, Your Majesty. Their names, locations, jobs they are skilled at, we keep detailed records, Priest Tictata answered. Good, is there a person named Fu Lei on that list? Priest Tictata took out a register from his robe and began to compare the names one by one. Apparently, there were quite a number of transmigrators in the Lizardmen regions. No, Your Majesty, eventually, Priest Tictata shook his head. This caused the brows of both individuals from the Dragon Clan to furrow instantly. That shouldn't be. The silver-haired dragon girl persisted, let us see the register. Bang. The Queen slammed her hand down on the chair's backrest, her voice angrily raised, do not overstep your bounds. Information within a race is always secretive. It isn't something that outsiders can look at just because they ask for it. Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance to the dragon clan, the silver-haired dragon girl reiterated. The queen, with her chest heaving with anger, but not wanting the dragon clan to leave with lingering thoughts, potentially causing future harassment, took a deep breath and said coldly, I'll let you look once, but after confirming it has nothing to do with us, do not come to bother us about this again. Agreed. The queen nodded and made a gesture to the priest below. He stepped forward and handed over the register to the dragon clan's hands. Beata and Aragon started to go through the register, looking at each name. Comparing them one by one, there truly was no name, Fu Lei. The neatly arranged list showed no signs of alterations or erasures. Of course, it's also possible that the lizardmen didn't record the name Fu Lei at all, but the likelihood was slim. Could it be that I was mistaken? Not from the southern lizardmen, but those from the north. After comparing twice more, they closed the register and returned it to the priest's hands. How about it? Have you found any clues? Asked the queen sarcastically. The silver-haired dragon maiden rose to her feet. Since it's not the lizardmen, we'll head back first. Send off the guests. The lizardmen attendant led the two away. They returned through the teleportation array. Both the silver-haired girl and Aragon had rather unpleasant expressions on their faces. What should we do? Aragon asked. Searching for a transmigrator was too difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack. They had come to the lizardmen, originally thinking they could find some clues here. But now, the trail had gone cold again. The dragon maiden said, let's go back first and report the situation here to our clan. Elsewhere. The Great Cemetery of Oddies. Moringold Valley. Once, during the reign of the gold-eating queen of the Anglina Kingdom. Moringold Valley was a major grain-producing base of the kingdom. When it was the season of harvest, the Golden Valley was as dense as a forest. At a glance, the land was covered in gold. But now, at a glance, desolation and wild smoke, withered branches and decaying bones. A settee sat atop a wind demon. Her gaze surveyed the desolate surroundings. Is this the place? A settee looked to the side. The transmigratora Xiao Xinga immediately opened a map to confirm, it's here, the position is correct. Xiao Xing was a subsidiary city lord under Zhang Bin. Assigned by Amanda. For a mission, he accompanied the cavalry leader, a settee, to Moringold Valley, scouting for intelligence and filling in the incomplete map. They had followed the map all the way here, but upon arrival, the scenery described on it was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was as if they'd entered a haunted realm. A gloomy desolation. Aseti checked the sheepskin map in her hand again, confirming the directions were correct before. She waved her hand slightly. Move on, keep going forward. Hundreds of skeleton cavalry behind her moved forward as well. 20 minutes into their march, a dilapidated village appeared ahead. Collapsed wells and crumbling walls, not a soul in sight. This really is haunted, Xiao Xing muttered to himself. As soon as they stepped into the village, they heard faint wailing sounds coming from the center of the village. With a group in tow, they quickly approached, and the pleas for mercy, the crying, grew clearer and clearer. Passing a row of ruined houses. Finally, they saw the scene at the center. In an open space, a group of young men and women, not very old, were being dragged to the center by a bunch of undead and pushed to the ground. Let my child go, he's just 1 year old and useless to you. A young woman was kneeling on the ground, her head banging against the earth like pounding garlic. In front of the woman, an undead with blue soul fire flickering in its pupils held a struggling, crying boy aloft. Seeing that the woman's pleas were futile, the rest had closed their eyes unwillingly. It wasn't just this child. Today, they all expected to die here. Just as the woman's head was bloody from kowtowing and her body went limp on the ground. And the undead was about to hurl the boy to his death. Whoosh! Crack! A sharp arrow whistled from the side, piercing directly through the undead's skull. Both undead and humans looked towards the source. There, at some point, a squad of cavalry made up of humans and undead had appeared on the previously empty street. The undead pulled the arrow from its skull. The boy was carelessly thrown aside. The hollow pupils stared intently at the group not far away. Kill them, the undead ordered. All around, the white bone undead raised their weapons and began to charge towards them. Xiaoxing shivered and turned to run. Then he thought, no, that's not right. With an orange hero by his side and so many soldiers, why should I run? And Aseti simply pointed forward, kill these undead. Clatter. The skeleton cavalry charged out, and in a single encounter, they slaughtered a large number of the enemy undead. But this place was not suited for cavalry battle. After a charge, the skeleton cavalry dismounted and joined the fray against the opposite skeletons. Were it not for the different equipment they wore, it would be impossible to tell who was who and which side had the advantage. Aseti joined the fight as well. After slaying the commanding undead, the rest of the undead were all killed off. Xiaoxing dismounted too, instructing his skeletons to help the collapsed men and women to their feet. The young mother, also bloodied, she leaned against the side, holding her child in her arms. Xiaoxing took out herbs and bandages from his backpack. He bandaged the woman's wound, managing to stop the bleeding for the moment. The villagers did not express thanks. Their expressions were more of confusion and numbness. Amanda, sitting on horseback. Xiaoxing directly asked, who among you knows the way to Moringold Valley? The men and women looked at him puzzled, and no one answered. It was the injured woman who stood up and said, what do you want with Moringold Valley? I have my reasons, if you know then just tell us, Xiaoxing responded immediately. The woman glanced at him and said, this place is Moringold Valley, but a few years back, it changed its name to Dusty Wasteland. Damn! Xiaoxing exclaimed. Where's the fertile land, the endless expanse of the valley? The outside is desolate, just like a ghost realm. This is Moringold Valley. Are these all the people left in the village? The humans living here really have it tough. Are you from Oddies too? Another person asked. No, Xiaoxing retorted, why were those skeletons killing you all? The others fell silent again. It was the rescued woman who spoke, the undead are at war, perhaps they're running out of troops. They plan to kill everyone to replenish their forces. Xiaoxing's brow furrowed as he suddenly turned his head to look at Aseti. The latter's brow was also knitted in concern. It wasn't possible to reinforce the troops for the war against the Northern Federation from here, due to the great distance. The only explanation was that Oddies had already known that the Blood Clan was advancing from north to south. The nearby fortresses, due to lack of troops, had begun slaughtering living creatures to expand their military strength. Even for the undead, this approach was utterly ruthless. If the battle ended, no living creature would survive afterward. Aseti continued, send the message to Queen Amanda. All right. Xiaoxing nodded, opening the Book of Lords and began sending the message. Meanwhile, Amanda dismounted, I need the map and intelligence on the nearby fortresses. Whoever has knowledge of it, tell me. It was still the same woman, I know some. You are very brave, Aseti praised, opening the parchment map, and began having the woman mark all the routes, villages, fortresses, and gathering points she knew. Accuracy wasn't important. As long as the direction was right, that would suffice. Later on, the transmigrators would ride the bone dragons following the directions for a round flight, and the map would automatically be annotated. The woman nodded, beginning to point out everything she knew. When all the markings were finished, Aseti nodded satisfactorily, appreciating the courage of this woman. Where is the child's father? Aseti inquired. He's dead, the woman replied, but no sorrow could be discerned in her tone. Death was all too common here. Take your child with me, there you and your child can have a better life, Aseti said softly. The woman was stunned but quickly realized what was being offered and knelt with her child in her arms. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Xiaoxing helped her onto the bone horse. The woman's good fortune made the rest of the villagers envious. But their own indifference had made it clear that they wouldn't be taken along. Before the cavalry left, Aseti continued to proclaim loudly, the gold-eating queen is reclaiming the lost lands, rebuilding the Anglina kingdom. Find a way to survive and wait for the victory of the war. After saying this, she spurred her mount and took off quickly with the cavalry. A group of villagers were left behind, confused and at a loss. What did that person just say? She said the gold-eating queen is back to rebuild, Anglina Kingdom. Who is the gold-eating queen? You don't know. My grandfather mentioned it before. This place was once called Anglina Kingdom, and the gold-eating queen was the queen of the kingdom. She can live that long. Is she also one of the undead? Who cares what she is, anything is better than oddies, right? So what do we do? Let's go, gather our things, and hide in the back mountains for a while. We'll come back after the war ends. Right. Howling Fortress. A crucial fortress built after the fall of Anglina Kingdom. 12 levels high, akin to the main city's level, this fortress appeared lofty and impregnable. Within the fortress, rows of white-boned skeletons were carrying various objects to the ramparts. The old, rusty siege equipment on top was also being hurried along, undergoing repairs and replacements. All the undead were busy and tense as if facing a great enemy. A skeleton hero, tall of bone, clad in heavy armor and carrying a great sword on his back. He was loudly urging the skeletons, work. Last night, news came from the main city. It claimed that the army of the Blood Clan had broken into the territory from the north, and soon their next target would be this very fortress. The command Oddies issued to him was simple. Defend the city, hold out until the reinforcements arrived. This message almost extinguished his soul fire. At this moment, the fortress seemed towering and sturdy, but in reality, it was more like an empty shell. Only 20,000 defending troops were inside the city, and the rest were supporting the war against the Human Federation in the south. Hence, at dawn, he had arranged for soldiers to go out to kill every living creature in all the nearby villages. Regardless of gender, old or young, not one was to be spared. However regrettable, it would scrape together a force of a few thousand troops. He had made contact with the leader of the Blood Castle, called the Red Duke, an effeminate orange hero. Even if the Blood Clan was capable of flight, defending a city against their assault should not be difficult. He mused to himself, feeling that the task to hold the fort wasn't so challenging after all. When the time came, King Oddies would surely reward him, granting more resources. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the alarming sound of the bell jarred him awake. What's the matter? Who rang the bell? There are enemies in the sky. Quick, prepare defenses. An undead shouted aloud. The skeleton hero looked up to the sky. He saw a swarm of bone dragons diving almost vertically down from the clouds. Damn it, how could the Blood Clan have bone dragons, so many bone dragons? Attack quickly. Roar. Black beams of light enveloped the entire fortress. In the blink of an eye, the city was left empty. The fortress that was bustling just a moment ago is now desolate and empty. The skeletons left outside have turned into ash, leaving behind all sorts of armor and weapons scattered around. Skeleton hero hid within the stone castle, looking up at the bone dragons circling in the sky. How can we fight this? Not to mention that the fortress is short on troops now, even when the forces were not reassigned. It's doubtful that we could have withstood so many bone dragons anyway. Damn it. Since when did the Blood Clan acquire such formidable strength? Go, find the right moment to man the ballistae and shoot down those bone dragons, skeleton hero ordered the undead standing beside him. There were still some undead hidden within the surrounding buildings. Upon hearing the hero's orders, a squad of undead immediately seized the opportunity to dash out from a passageway on one side, heading straight for the anti-aircraft ballistae on the city walls. Apparently, they hadn't given up hope and were making one last effort. However, as good as the undead's plan was, the moment they dashed out, several black beams of light descended from the sky in all four directions. When the beams of light vanished, the rushing undead were nowhere to be seen, and even their weapons and gear had been reduced to several puddles of molten metal. Skeleton hero, watching from inside, shook violently with his soul fire. It's over. There's absolutely no chance at all. He took out the sound transmitting shell to send the news back to Oddies. At that moment, two bound spirit guardians, with soul fire came running over. They asked, "Leader, what do we do?" Skeleton hero tucked away the sound transmitting shell. "There's still a chance. Let's hide in the buildings. Those bone dragons can't do anything to us." No undead spoke. Looking at the current situation, there was no hope at all. Just then, from a building opposite, the shout of a guard came through. "Look, the bone dragons are dispersing, they're retreating." All the undead who possessed souls looked up at the sky. The bone dragons started to scatter, and the sunlight shone down once again. For the first time, the undead felt the sunshine was so bright and warm. But in the next second, all the undead realized something was not right. They saw a fleet of massive aerial ships approaching. Indistinctly, one could make out the sections of black cannon barrels extending from the deck above. What are those? Under the watchful eyes of the undead, the aerial ships lined up in a row in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Gunsmoke rose into the air. Cannonballs flew down from the sky, smashing into the buildings of the fortress. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! A series of cannonballs exploded in rapid succession within the city. Brilliant flares of light rose up. Walls shattered, houses collapsed. When the smoke cleared, the fortress no longer existed, leaving only ruins piled up with rubble. The entire city was buried beneath the ruins. The aerial ships ceased their bombardment, the bone dragons stopped circling. They continued southward to the next city. At this time, on the distant horizon, the neatly arranged undead army was just starting to march forward. Trampling over the ruins, they continued onward. Blackhorn City. The great cemetery of Oddies, the capital city. As the nation ruled by the undead in this region, death and eternity pervaded every corner of the city. This place was also considered a paradise for those seeking to be reborn. Every year, various races of dignitaries would spend their entire fortunes pursuing the chance to become immortal. Within the royal palace of Oddies, the cold, empty royal palace was lit with green flames. Soul fragrances wafted up gently, dispersing throughout the palace. A skeleton attendant approached quickly. Head bowed, hands holding up the sound-transmitting shell high. "Your Majesty, we have received a message from Howling Fortress." At the highest point of the royal palace, sat a white bone hero with broad skeletal structure on the smooth, jade-like throne. With his chest bones exposed, behind him hung a large black cape with golden patterns. Hearing the voice, a soul fire flared up abruptly within his hollow eye sockets. He looked down at the undead attendant below. The King of Oddies. The true ruler of the great cemetery. "Bring it here," Oddies commanded in a hoarse voice. The skeleton attendant below didn't dare to delay and lowered his head, presenting the sound-transmitting shell before him. Oddies reached out to take it, and immediately, the shell conveyed a message. "A large number of bone dragons are besieging Howling Fortress. We are hard-pressed to resist such an assault." The voice cut off abruptly. Otis's soul fire shook slightly. A large number of bone dragons. How was this possible, even if the Blood Clan had means to control the undead? Those were still different from the undead. They mainly consisted of rotten corpses, and only the immortal undead who truly mastered the heritage of undying could possess skeleton troops. After all, the corpse witch was not something the Blood Clan could cultivate. Now, the Blood Clan not only had control over skeleton undead but also possessed a large number of bone dragons. This made Oddies feel that something was terribly wrong. It seemed that he had walked into a conspiracy that had been long in the making. Seeing that no further information was forthcoming, he lifted the sound-transmitting shell and asked, "Howling Fortress, what is your status now, and how many enemies are there?" The moment his words fell, it was as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean, with no reply forthcoming. After a long wait, the shell finally transmitted a message again. But the voice from the shell was clearly that of a woman. "Howling Fortress has fallen. Oddies, you disappoint me." Oddies was startled. It hadn't been long since he had sent out the message and received a reply. Had it already fallen so quickly? And that voice replying to him, it felt familiar. He had lived for so long. He couldn't remember where he had heard it before. But now was not the time to reminisce about the enemy. Stopping the Blood Clan's invasion was the pressing matter at hand. After pondering for a moment, Oddies returned the sound-transmitting shell to the skeleton attendant's hand. He ordered, "Summon all the officials." "Yes, Your Majesty." The skeleton attendant withdrew. Soon, a large group of undead entered the royal palace. These undead were dressed primarily in the dominant hues of the undead, but their bone structures revealed their races. Dwarves, Goblins, humans, orcs. They had all gathered here, now all a part of the undead. Members of the immortal. Once everyone had entered, Audis spoke in a grave tone. The Blood Clan has launched an attack from the north, and they have already taken Howling Fortress. What do you think we should do next? Elsewhere. Eight Peaks Mountain, Gray Iron City. The shooting range. Pop, 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 pop. Following the piercing sound of gunshots. The dwarf marksman stylishly holstered his gun, opened the cylinder, ejected the casings, and reloaded. Then, it was pop, 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 pop again. Bullets poured onto the wooden target in front, leaving behind a series of clean holes. After shooting 5 rounds, the dwarf marksman ceased fire. He passed the revolver to Fang Hao, explaining, the accuracy is quite good, and the feel and weight are also acceptable. This time, the revolver trial had brought in dwarves adept at using firearms. They were more familiar with guns than Fang Hao and the others. In the evaluation, besides accuracy, they also considered the feel, weight, and other factors. Overall, the revolver at hand was already quite impressive. It was a significant improvement over the short-barreled muskets. Fang Hao nodded and scrutinized the revolver in his hands. Now the appearance of the revolver was very similar to those from his previous life. Prior issues with the too long barrel and overly heavy frame had been addressed and corrected. Now, it looked pretty impressive. Seeing Fang Hao's serious examination, Cao Junming and the dwarf researchers from the Design Institute all watched apprehensively. They were quite afraid of Fang Hao. After all, a single word from him could determine their life and death, including Cao Junming's. Not bad, Fang Hao said. Phew. The atmosphere on site relaxed all at once, like bellows exhaling in unison. This made Angia, who had been watching from the sidelines, laugh out loud. I'm glad you're pleased, boss, Cao Junming hurriedly approached and said eagerly. How many revolvers do we have now? Boss, only this one. It's a test model. If you're satisfied, we can go into mass production, he replied. And the bullets? There are still 12 bullets left. Don't mass produce them, Fang Hao stated, looking towards the side, Belarga. My lord, the dwarf king stepped forward respectfully. Find someone to do the engraving, and engrave the blueprints as soon as possible, Fang Hao instructed. Belarga nodded in understanding. Although the dwarves had suffered heavy losses in the Great War, the loss of researchers and craftsmen was not so severe. Engraving blueprints was not a difficult task for them. After Belarga nodded in confirmation, Fang Hao turned his gaze back to Cao Junming and the dwarf researchers. He said softly, tell me about the next step in our research plan. Everyone present was stunned. They had all been focused on developing the revolver, and had not prepared any plan for the next phase of research. It was Cao Junming who first regained his composure. He immediately said, Boss, there are 2 directions for our next research. One is the improvement of projectiles, to replace the current black gunpowder and round bullets. The other is the improvement of firearms towards semi-automatic development, but both paths are quite difficult and will require substantial effort. Fang Hao nodded, considering the difference between the 2 directions. Then he said, improve the projectiles. For now, the bolt-action rifle troops among the undead seemed sufficient. Even if they managed to develop automatic or semi-automatic weapons, it wouldn't necessarily lead to a significant improvement for the skeleton marksman. On the other hand, improved projectiles would increase the loading and firing speed of the cannons, significantly enhancing the coverage of firepower on the battlefield. Understood. We will draft the plan immediately and begin the research, Cao Junming promptly said. Fang Hao nodded. Good. After leaving the Dwarf Research Institute, he chatted with Belarga about the recent affairs of the Human Federation. Since the start of the war, the Human Federation, after completing the purchase of cannons, continuously bought a vast number of cannonballs. The quantity was simply astonishing. This also allowed the dwarves to earn a substantial amount of cash, securing the capital needed to rebuild Grey Iron City. Whether it be Grey Iron City or the other cities that had been damaged in the war, all had begun reconstruction. After having a private chat with Belarga, Fang Hao also left Grey Iron City and returned to his own city. Time flashed by, and several days later. Fortress Santa. The meeting hall. Tap tap tap. Urgent footsteps resounded. Before long, a guard hurriedly rushed into the hall. In attendance, all of the Federation's people simultaneously furrowed their brows, looking at the guard with strange expressions. Reports from the front line indicate that the undead army is shrinking its lines, attempting to retreat. What? Everyone's eyes widened. The commander of the Hall of Justice, Nidam, stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. The guard immediately continued, "Just now, news came from the front line that the undead army is attempting to fall back, entangled by the allied forces, awaiting further orders." This. Having received the guard's affirmative response, everyone showed expressions of joy. They had finally waited for the undead to retreat. The Human Federation had survived this difficulty. Seeing everyone's relieved expressions, Li Rong at the back, however, curled her lips. She thought to herself, "You all should thank me. If weren't for my daily pestering of Fang Hao, could the undead have retreated so quickly? I've saved so many people." But these thoughts she kept to herself, unable to voice them aloud. Instead, Shu Haid, whom she had been manipulating, was being hailed as the heroic contributor. This made Li Rong quite annoyed. If there's a chance, she'll still have to kill him. Nidam sat back down, his complexion instantly improving significantly. His gaze turned to the others present and he said, "It seems that the Blood Clan's troops have started to pose a threat to Audis. Now with the undead planning to pull back, what are your thoughts?" Brief chaos ensued in the hall. Then, someone spoke up. "According to the treaty, we need to entangle the enemy, creating an opportunity for the Blood Clan army to take down the undead's main city. The Blood Clan is also an enemy of humans. In my opinion, we should allow the undead to retreat and then let the two sides fight it out, losing troops. That would benefit the Federation the most. But what if the Blood Clan realizes we're playing tricks and decides to ally with the undead? After fighting to this extent, do you think they can just ally on a whim? Indeed, allowing the undead to retreat and the Blood Clan to deplete their forces is most beneficial to humans." Quote. The ones present were only a portion of the generals off duty. However, the direction of the opinion was already leaning towards letting the undead withdraw to exhaust each other's forces with the Blood Clan. Li Rong felt infuriated inside. "You Federation people conduct yourselves like this, and you'll have no friends sooner or later. We accelerated our offensive out of fear that you would suffer too many losses. Now you've forgotten the pain once the wound has healed. And started to contemplate setting up your allies." Li Rong stood up to counter with a few points, arguing for the importance of the greater good and the spirit of the pact, suggesting that they should hold the undead. But clearly, the majority of those present did not agree. And so she could only sit down fuming. "All right," Nidam spoke softly. The room fell silent, and Nidam continued, "I have understood everyone's opinions, and I will propose your suggestions to Silver Wing City. The final decision will depend on the Silver Wing City Council." At the same time, he looked at the guard below. "Inform the front line that until new orders are given, hold the undead, with one step back for one step forward." "Yes," the guard answered and turned to run out. The meeting dispersed, and everyone went back to report the good news. The main city. In front of the wishing well. 3 bunny girls were standing with their hands before their chests, eyes closed, praying for something. The originally crystal clear bottom of the pond was now covered with a layer of golden gold coins. Ever since Fang Hao told them that this was a wishing well, maids would come here every day to make sincere wishes. They appeared even more devout than churchgoers. Fang Hao stepped forward to exchange equivalently. Dragon Crystal 45. Material. Bloodstone 100/100ths, high success rate. He also said a prayer in his mind and chose to confirm. After a few seconds of stillness, 45 dragon crystals plopped into the water. It was successful. Fang Hao felt elated. He did not consider himself particularly lucky. In matters of chance, his luck had always been poor. Yet, these 2 wishes had both come true. He wondered if his luck had improved, or if the exchange probability had been high. The 3 bunny girls making wishes nearby opened their eyes upon hearing the noise. Only then did they notice Fang Hao beside them and the dragon crystal that had appeared in the wishing well. Master. The maids immediately saluted. Fang Hao smiled, rubbed the little head of the bunny girl beside him. From now on, don't throw gold coins into the well, use the money to buy whatever you like. Oh. The maids now had salaries, and they would go shopping in Pearl City during their holidays. And in this era, gold coins still held their value well. Enough for these maids to buy many of their favorite items. He had the maids scoop out the dragon crystal and place it aside. Fang Hao then walked towards the skeleton conversion field. With dragon crystals in hand, it was naturally time to recruit. After all, they required no sustenance and could enhance the security level of his territory. In front of the conversion field, he opened the recruitment interface. Bone Dragon. Wriggling Spine 10. Death Trace 7. Star Silver 5. Dragon Crystal 10. Last time, he used 40 dragon crystals. The remaining 5, plus 45 this time, were exactly enough for 5 recruitments. He set the number to 5. Confirm recruitment. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 505 bone dragons. Huff, huff, huff. The sky suddenly darkened. 505 bone dragons appeared out of nowhere, their meaty wings flapping, creating gusts of wind. Soon after, they landed everywhere, tossing the well-arranged environment into disarray. Go to the North City Gate and await orders, Fang Hao shouted loudly. Whoosh. The bone dragons took flight, heading towards the North City Gate. Fang Hao still sought the skeleton blacksmiths to fashion equipment for the bone dragons, which they then equipped. Now, considering the count, his territory possessed 1106 bone dragons, of which 5 bone dragons were lost in the battles at Bloody Mountains and 8 Peaks Mountain. Those losses had pained Fang Hao for quite a while. These 1106 bone dragons spread across different parts of his territory. Main City A646, Cold Wind Range 10, Bloody Mountains 10, Gray Iron City 20, Crescent Heights 400, Webweaver Camp 5, Tasgo City 10. The rest, Fang Hao had assigned individually to heroes and special individuals as long mounts for long journeys. The total number was reaching an astonishing figure. Even if the Dragon Clan were to cause trouble, the aerial force was now sufficient to contend with them. Unless the Dragon Clan were to emerge in full force and fly a long way to battle to the death. Otherwise, they really had no way to deal with him. Not far away, the skeleton blacksmiths clanged on, outfitting the bone dragons with equipment. Behind him, the skeleton merchant Dujin also quickly approached. My lord, Mr. Kuketer from the Trade Alliance has requested to use the teleportation array, Dujin spoke. Manager of the number 032 Trade Alliance branch. Currently managing the issue of the compensation at the headquarters for Fang Hao. Take him to the parlor, said Fang Hao as he also headed towards the direction of the Lord's residence. In the parlor, a goblin, dressed impeccably, took a sip of fruit wine. After smacking his lips, he spoke. The headquarters of the Trade Alliance has confirmed the compensation ratio and amount required from both parties. Oh, did the Dragon Clan cooperate? The Dragon Clan is still as obstinate as ever, but the Trade Alliance can't delay any longer and needs to proceed with the reconstruction of the hull quickly, Kuketer answered softly. If the Dragon Clan didn't cooperate, on what basis did the Trade Alliance determine the responsibility? It's easy to determine the responsibility. The Dragon Clan struck first, and you were forced to retaliate. Oh, that means my responsibility is minor. Fang Hao felt a surge of relief. This would mean he'd have to pay much less. Kuketer smiled confidently and said, I've been managing branch number 032 for many years. I understand the division of responsibilities here better than you do. Naturally, the Dragon Clan holds the primary responsibility. Having someone on the inside really does make things smoother. Combined with the Dragon Clan's stubborn attitude, which also annoyed the Trade Alliance. They didn't plan to drag it out any longer and had directly issued the compensation order. Fang Hao smiled. Mr. Kuketer, you've taken a lot of trouble. How much do I need to compensate? Kuketer pulled out a small book. He read, you bear 30% of the maintenance costs, a total of 4.7 million Warfire coins, with a penalty of 2 million Warfire coins from the Trade Alliance. My god. Just 30% responsibility and it amounts to 4.7 million in maintenance fees. Is this hall made of gold? And, not being the main culprit, how come the penalty still reaches 2 million? The initially joyful expression also receded somewhat. Mr. Kooketter, are the reconstruction costs so high? 4.7 million could repair half of List City. Though saying half of List City may be an exaggeration, but 30% equating to 4.7 million. Really did seem quite exaggerated. Kooketter took another sip, casually stating, it's not excessive. The building's stone, lighting fixtures, ornaments, all belong to luxury goods, and it also includes a lot of magical technology. Naturally, the reconstruction cost is high. Well, even though that may be true, Fang Hao still felt the prices were somewhat inflated. What about the penalty? I was acting in self-defense. Do I still have to bear a fine? Fang Hao continued. Kooketter responded. On this matter, the headquarters also provided a reasoning for the penalty. You had the ability to leave, minimizing damages, yet you chose to engage with the Dragon Clan for a long time, causing severe damages, so your penalty still stands. Meaning, Fang Hao should have sought help from the Trade Alliance garrison instead of exchanging fire with the opponents inside. Both sides fought fiercely, directly demolishing the building. Headquarters and Garrison 032 aren't the same. You can't simply determine right from wrong. Fang Hao thought about it. The Dragon Clan had suffered greater losses than he had, and indeed, he did demolish their property. He admitted as much. All right, I admit it, Fang Hao said. Fang Hao took out the corresponding Warfire coins from his space and handed them to the goblin in front of him. That meant the dispute with the Trade Alliance was over. How have the Dragon Clan been doing recently? Fang Hao continued to ask. Kooketter, frowning, said, I heard they're still investigating your case, but it seems there hasn't been much progress. A smile appeared on Fang Hao's face. It seemed the Dragon Clan wasn't very capable after all. Such a small matter, and they couldn't even find out anything. He didn't ask further about the matter and continued, I want to open a store in headquarters. Are there any procedures I need to go through? Cough. Kooketter coughed dryly. His eyes somewhat surprised. Open a store in headquarters. Are you still talking about that cosmetics thing? No, selling weapons and equipment and such. Fang Hao felt opening a store at the headquarters was indeed a good idea. It would serve an excellent promotional purpose, allowing other major powers to order equipment and items from him. Definitely profitable. Are you sure? Of course, Fang Hao nodded. Getting a shop in headquarters isn't so easy to apply for, Kooketter explained. Oh, are there any special requirements? Asked Fang Hao. Not that, but there are a limited number of shops, and some powers have been applying for decades and are still waiting in line without any opportunity to open a shop. Well, decades spent waiting in line. This had become a matter of lifespan and the depth of a power's heritage. In line, after line, it was possible for a power to be wiped out. Is there any way around it? Fang Hao asked, a hint of mystery in his voice. None, and right now the Trade Alliance has some opinions about both you and the Dragon Clan. Applying now, even the line isn't the problem, there's a likelihood of getting flatly rejected, Kooketter replied. Fang Hao nodded, signaling his understanding. It looked like this matter would have to wait for later consideration. Now wasn't a good time. Kooketter had lunch here and, taking the gifts Fang Hao gave him, left satisfied. No matter where you were, interpersonal relationships were quite important. The night was thick and silent. List City, City Lord's mansion. On a spacious soft bed, a man and a woman lay on their backs, looking up at the canopy ceiling, entering a time of reflection. It was quiet for a long time. Only then did Rebecca sigh and say, before, I thought I'd just live out my life like this, guarding List City, and eventually becoming an old woman buried in the cemetery in the city, but I never expected that in the blink of an eye, I'd be fooled into bed by a kid like you. Next to her, Fang Hao pinched and corrected, what do you mean fooled? This is love, haven't you heard a song? What song? Love is like a tornado. Rebecca gave him a light smack, what kind of song is that? What's the next line? Forgot. Seems like it's something about it coming too fast. Rebecca pulled the blanket over them, still looking upward. I never believed in love. It's all made up by those wandering poets, otherwise the noble circles wouldn't be so messed up. Seems like she did have a point. Fang Hao had also heard that noble circles were chaotic. The customs here seemed to be even more liberal. Ladies in private would even discuss some intimate topics, not more conservative than men's. You're right, but I believe we were mutually attracted and it gradually developed into love, Fang Hao continued. You're just lecherous, look at how many women you have around you. Hearing this, Fang Hao turned on his side, propped himself on his elbow, and looked at the cheek so close to him. What are you talking about? I admit you have some beauty, but what made me fall for you was Big Sister's talent and character. Rebecca also turned to lie on her side, pinching his cheek. Back then, you sashayed and wiggled your butt when you walked, and you dare say you weren't deliberately getting close to me. Back then, the fiefdom was indeed selling dresses, and Big Sister was naturally beautiful, so of course, I had to find a way to get close to you, but it was strictly for selling clothes. Rebecca's cheeks turned red, and then she said, back then, you took my measurements for the dress and saw my body. After that, you always came at night to discuss matters. Can you dare say you didn't have any thoughts? Fang Hao opened his mouth, wanting to offer an excuse, but it seemed inappropriate to claim he wasn't moved by her body considering the flirtatious atmosphere. They had already progressed to this point. Some cheesy lines didn't seem too bad. Of course, I was moved. I wished I could have had you right then and there. Rebecca's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, which Fang Hao could still see despite the nightstones being covered, giving her skin a rosy glow. Her delicate fingers carefully pulled the thin blanket down a little, revealing a large expanse of snow-white flesh, full of a heavy sense of weight. Actually, I am well aware of your predilections. Predilections? Those ladies of high society have talked about these things in private. Those old nobles all like young women with slender waists. But men like you, not that big, have a preference for older, more mature women, feeling a sense of conquest, Rebecca said with an air of knowing it all. Well, she did have a point. What kind of nonsense is that? Fang Hao's arm wrapped around her back, drawing her closer into his embrace, making the heavy mass press and deform against his chest. Rebecca's face reddened even more, feeling his provocation. Wait a moment. Fang Hao was startled. What was there to wait for? What's wrong? Rebecca continued, I want to ask, what about Rolana? Fang Hao was actually aware of the relationship between Rolana and Rebecca. From the sequence of events, he had actually joined later. It was somewhat unfair to Rolana. What about Rolana? Did she find out? As Rolana's loyalty increased, her temper wasn't as volatile as before. Although she could still get angry, it seemed more like she was Tsunere. Fang Hao had arranged some tasks, and she would curse while going about completing them. At the moment, Rolana was still in the war, following the army attacking Otis's forces. No. You know about my thing with Rolana, right? Rebecca whispered into his ear. A wave of fragrance wafted over, and Fang Hao couldn't help but push forward again. I know. After thinking it over, Rebecca continued, I don't want to lose you, nor do I want to lose her. What do you mean? Fang Hao was somewhat confused. Seeing that he didn't understand, Rebecca was more straightforward. Rolana is actually a very nice girl. Just that she's had a hard life, was deceived, then dismembered, leaving deep mental scars. So, do you like her? If you do, I don't mind. Wow. FCK. Fang Hao finally understood what she meant. Clearing his throat, would she be willing? Let's see. And you say you're not lecherous. You've had your eye on Rolana for a while now, haven't you? Rebecca immediately exclaimed. Fang Hao quickly silenced her mouth. Don't shout. After a while, when he let go, Rebecca continued, I will speak well of you, and whether it works out is up to you. I don't want to be too worried about being in the middle of it all. All right, let's get this straight. I'm agreeing because of you, not because I'm a pervert. Rolana was absolutely beautiful in terms of looks, figure, and presence. If Rebecca represented mature and dignified womanhood with her fullness and poise. Then Rolana embodied pure beauty. Long, straight legs, a well-proportioned waist, and delicate facial features made up the Rolana of now. It wasn't just Fang Hao, women liked her too. That's why Rebecca, who had rejected countless Federation nobles, ended up choosing to be with Rolana. Rebecca's beautiful eyes twinkled as she blinked, giving off an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you were that kind of person." Seeing that this woman was getting excited, no longer the one begging for mercy a moment ago, he charged at her once more. The next day, early in the morning, Li Rong sent a message. The Federal Conference had issued a new order. The Federation army began to pull back its forces, properly engaging the retreating undead army to keep them occupied. This not only fulfilled the treaty signed with the Blood Clan but also allowed the Undead and Blood Clan armies to slaughter each other. Fang Hao was not surprised by the Federation's cautious tactics. He even felt relieved, knowing how to disguise their intentions and intentionally delaying, so as not to exacerbate the grief of their allies at critical moments. From this perspective, Doherty still cared somewhat about maintaining appearances. You needn't worry about the military matters, but personally, you should look out for your safety during this time. Audis might well assassinate human leaders to prevent any potential pursuit. With Audis withdrawing troops from the south, Fang Hao wasn't too worried. The distance between them was vast. Additionally, considering the depletion of their forces in previous battles with the Federation, it was evident they couldn't stand up to Amanda's forces. It was even possible that before the army could return to the capital, Amanda would have already reached its gates and succeeded in her restoration. However, it was Li Rong who seemed to be in greater danger to him. A two-front assault would undoubtedly enrage Audis. If he were Audis, to avoid Federation forces exploiting his withdrawal or attacking the Great Cemetery from the south, he would spare no expense in assassinating the Federation's command structure, to throw the enemy into chaos and create opportunities for himself. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm a bit worried too. I have to sleep with Morse, Li Rong responded. After thinking, Fang Hao said, just be careful. With your status, they probably won't bother trying to kill you. Your sister. Ending the chat, Fang Hao sent the message to Dong Jiayu. He wanted her to relay it to Amanda so she would be forewarned. Afternoon. Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria, used the teleportation array to travel to the Trade Alliance headquarters. Compared to their previous covert behavior, the two were much more overt now. But due to the busy and hurried flow of people around, no one paid attention to them. Lizardmen shop. In a room dominated by peacock blue tones, an attendant served them fruit wine and pastries, then left the room. Queen Anastasia sat across from them, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the pair. After a silent wait, Fang Hao broke the silence. The Queen seems to be doing well recently, he said. Queen Anastasia returned her gaze to Fang Hao and said, not very well. Oh, troubles perhaps? Fang Hao asked as he sipped the lizardmen's fruit wine. The flavor was strong, with a tartness of fruit, similar to that of a concentrated juice. Queen Anastasia continued, do you go by Fang Hao or Fu Lei? What's the difference? It's just a name, Fang Hao replied. Ha! The Queen glared at him. Even as a lizardman covered in scales, she managed to convey a sense of allure. The Dragon Clan came to my city a few days ago, claiming you were one of our holy dynasty's people and demanded that I hand you over, the Queen said with some dissatisfaction in her tone. Oh, that's an issue. The Dragon Clan is really troubling. Fang Hao coughed lightly. Given the holy dynasty's dignity, we absolutely shouldn't tolerate this. Would you like to join my dragon-slaying alliance? The Queen's eyes widened. You have an alliance. How many powers? Including you, too. Please don't count us in. The Queen immediately waved her hands, unwilling to wade into these troubled waters. Fang Hao smiled and did not continue that topic. The lizardmen, being amphibious troops, couldn't match the Dragon Clan and he didn't count on them. Fang Hao continued, this time, I wanted to discuss trade matters with the Queen. Oh, trade. The Queen grew more curious. Fang Hao was bold, and his mind was filled with strange ideas. Every time she saw him, he always surprised her. Yes, We are allies, aren't we? Fang Hao asked. The queen covertly glanced at Demetria and cautiously said, sort of. Fearing he might pull her into the dragon-slaying alliance. I'm planning to establish privately a merchandise convoy that traverses both our territories to facilitate the exchange of goods between them, Fang Hao said. Not about dragon slaying, which relieved the queen. She retorted, isn't the trade alliance sufficient? And the teleportation array makes it convenient. The trade alliance is indeed useful, but the taxes are calculated per item. The bigger the batch, the higher the platform fees we pay. Products intended for common usage become impractical through the platform, sometimes even causing the prices to surge, Fang Hao quickly explained. The queen frowned slightly. So, are you suggesting we trade privately? Exactly. Large batches of weapons and equipment can still go through the trade alliance, but what about smaller items? Say, civilian apparel, fruits, vegetables, specialties from both regions, could be traded privately to reduce costs, Fang Hao proposed. The queen paused to think before saying, are you sure you can transport goods from your side to ours? The proximity of their territories and the safety of the routes were to be considered. If it were that easy to transport goods, the trade alliance wouldn't have reached its current scale. It's currently a concept. If the Holy Dynasty agrees to this cooperation, we could discuss further and address these obstacles, Fang Hao replied. Offline trade required meeting many conditions. Peace, integrity, and abundance of resources were important factors. As the Lizardmen were unified in belief and ruled entirely by the Lizardmen Queen, a certain level of safety was guaranteed. This was an advantage over the Orcs, whose territory was plagued by tribal raids and rampant bandits. It became quite difficult to guarantee the trade caravan's safety. Moreover, Lizardmen reside in dense forests and marshes where the resources are extremely abundant. Trade between both parties would also be beneficial to Fang Hao's side. Of course, these are only preliminary considerations. Whether it can be successful still requires careful contemplation. After some thought, the queen eventually said, let's research this matter further in a while. What she considered was still Fang Hao's relationship with the Dragon Clan. If the matters with the Dragon Clan aren't resolved, researching these would be too premature. Fang Hao nodded. That's fine. This visit was just to briefly share my thoughts. Afterward, both parties casually discussed various matters concerning different races. The atmosphere turned out to be quite good. The queen also invited Demetria to the Lizardmen's territory to visit the ancient Saint Temple. Fang Hao let Demetria make her own choice. Demetria did not decline and set the day after tomorrow to go to the Lizardmen's territory. Coming out from the Lizardmen's place, Fang Hao and Demetria went to the Undead shop. In the Undead shop, the merchandise on the first and second floors hadn't changed much. But the third floor had opened, selling a grand and gorgeously designed stone coffin. It had the effects of nourishing the soul and preserving the undead body. Fang Hao did not purchase it, the price was too exorbitant, and it wasn't necessary for the territory at the moment. Leaving the Undead shop, they then visited the dwarf and elf shops. Although nothing was bought, it gave Fang Hao a new appreciation for the elves' strength. Unlike the elves in text and film, hiding in the forests and shooting arrows, the elves here are a formidable race. Their long lifespan and intelligent minds allowed them to establish a vast empire. It is said that the human society's structure, as well as magic, were learned from the elves. And the equipment sold by the elves was even more comprehensive. Their designs reflected the elves' elegance, and the quality was among the best across the various races. The last visit was to the Blood Clan, the unclean immortals. Upon entering the shop, a strong scent of blood greeted them. The clerk was a woman with a pale complexion but still fairly comely in appearance. Seeing the two enter, "Welcome," she greeted with a smile, her two sharp fangs peeking from her lips. Fang Hao nodded and then proceeded directly into the shop. He began to look around on his own. Skull-boring bayonet, blue price. 220 Warfire coins. Mysterious enlightening razor, blue price. 280 Warfire coins. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Death Seal leather armor, blue price. 250 Warfire coins. Living Thorn Armor, blue price, 300 Warfire coins. The Blood Clan's weapons and equipment mainly consisted of daggers, short swords, leather armors, and cloaks, which likely correlated with their combat habits. Continuing to look further, Fang Hao frowned. He realized why the scent of blood was so strong here. Human Tier 5 Warrior Blood, price, 280 Warfire coins. Human Tier 7 Mage Blood, price, 320 Warfire coins. Elf Tier 7 Mage Blood, price, 550 Warfire coins. Troll. They were actually selling blood as well. My word, the more affordable Tier 5 and Tier 6, and even Tier 8 and Tier 9, the available races included almost all but the Dragon Clan and Undead. Blood from trolls and goblins was also for sale. Could that even taste good? Fang Hao glanced at it and turned to walk towards the second floor. The female Blood Clan clerk followed him upstairs. The front part of the second floor was still weapons and equipment. Sinister Flame Resistant Cloak, price, 750 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 500. Devourer's Tooth, price, 950 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 700. Behind the weapons was still blood. Human Green Hero Blood, price, 1200 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 1000. Elf Blue Hero Blood, price, 2500 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 2200. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Troll Purple Hero Blood, price, 8500 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 8000. My goodness. The Blood Clan's food has such high standards. The highest grade, Purple Hero's Blood, was even for sale. What a race of gourmets. Cough cough. Are all these bloods drawn from captives? Fang Hao asked the clerk beside him. He was genuinely curious. We have cooperations, sir, she replied. Fang Hao understood this meant that some heroes actively drew some of their blood to provide to the Blood Clan, with both sides sharing the profit. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the Blood Clan relied on capturing people for blood supply, they would become the public enemy of all people. Every race would unite to attack the Blood Clan. Moving to the end, the third floor had also been opened. Fang Hao and colleagues continued up to the third floor. The space on the third floor was large and heavily adorned in a Gothic style. In the center was an elaborately carved solid wood coffin, behind which was a half-body wooden mannequin draped with a necklace. Beside it stood a weapon rack with a short sword placed on it. Uncrowned Royal Necropolis, dark gold, price, 3,780,000 Warfire coins, influence 50,000. My god. This is sky-high awesomeness. A dark gold level necropolis. Lying in it would practically gild your body. This Blood Clan really differs from the Undead. The coffins of the Blood Clan were mostly made of wood, with the wood's quality determining their status. While the Undead's were made of stone, generally just ordinary stone, with the level of the stone coffin's runes determining their quality. Looking further back, Rolana Talisman Orange, price, 7,530,000 Warfire coins, Blood Clan Influence 20,000. Damn it. This couldn't just be a coincidence, could it? Thinking to himself, Fang Hao immediately checked the properties. Rolana Talisman Orange. Category: Talisman. Function: Protection, return home. Protection: the wearer is unaffected by any negative states, against oneself. Return: an internal teleportation array that allows the bearer to teleport back to Eternal Night City. Description: Isabella Ann Tobey, a talisman made for her youngest daughter. Wow, what a discovery. Rolana's full name is Rolana Ann Tobeys. She must be the daughter of Isabella Ann Tobeys. Thinking about it, it really seems like fate is playing tricks on people. If Rolana had worn this necklace at that time, even if it was the Red Duke who wanted to harm her, she could have escaped back using the return ability. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Rolana ran away from home and didn't bring the talisman with her, which led her to suffer so much. Fang Hao looked at the abilities of the talisman again. Aside from teleportation return, the first ability is called protection. It's similar to the ability of his own light feather short sword. The only difference being that the wearer is unaffected by any negative states, against oneself. This, against oneself, if understood on a deeper level, are sunlight and holy light also considered negative influences for the blood clan? If so, a blood clan member wearing this pendant talisman would be monstrous. They would become a blood clan without any weaknesses. The last weapon, called regicide, also an orange short sword, held no interest for Fang Hao. And the price was also very high. Fang Hao thought about it but still did not move to go downstairs. He looked at the clerk waiting respectfully beside him and spoke, "If I say I want to buy something here, but I don't have enough influence, can it be resolved?" Having encountered a similar situation with the Sea tribe, he was still determined to ask. The clerk did not show any sign of change. The items sold by the Blood Clan were targeted at the undead, more or less. Their customers were mostly Blood Clan from various places. For people from other factions, even if they were interested, often they didn't have enough influence. After sizing up Fang Hao, the clerk spoke, "Does the guest intend to buy in bulk or just a single item in the shop? Is there a chance? What's the difference? For bulk goods using orders, you need influence. If it's a single purchase, you pay here, and you can take the item away directly," the clerk explained softly, standing to the side. Which means, for items sold according to the trade alliance process, one needs to go through the process according to the influence. If taken directly, then the condition of having sufficient influence is not needed. That's not right. The trade alliance wouldn't let such things happen freely. Understanding a bit, yet not quite clear, Fang Hao stated directly, "I want to buy that talisman and take it away with me." The clerk appeared slightly surprised. One couldn't be certain whether the surprise was due to a human buying a Blood Clan necklace, or because someone so young could have so much money. In any case, the eyes were very wide. "Very well, sir," the clerk packed up the talisman and said, "Sir, please follow me downstairs." At the front desk, the clerk pulled out a black invitation card from the trade alliance from under the counter. He began to proceed according to the process. Fang Hao now understood. The Blood Clan indeed would not proceed so honestly according to process. They had already prepared an invitation card in advance, to provide convenience for customers who do not have a card but still wish to purchase. Of course, for those needing to buy a large quantity of items. If the information on the card doesn't match with your territory, the transaction still can't go through. After some operations, the clerk put the card away again. He smiled and said, 7,530,000 Warfire coins, sir. Fang Hao nodded, directly took out the corresponding amount in Warfire cards, and handed them over to the clerk. After paying, the gift box containing the talisman was handed over to Fang Hao. "May I know which great person owns this shop?" Fang Hao asked tentatively. The clerk smiled, "Eternal Night City." Eternal Night City. Before this, Fang Hao had never even heard of this city. But through the Rolana talisman, and its description, he knew this was where Rolana's mother lived. It must also be an important, power core, city for the Blood Clan. "If you need anything, you can always come here to shop or make a reservation, sir." The clerk bowed slightly and continued. For this young and wealthy customer, the clerk still showed enough enthusiasm. I will," Fang Hao nodded with a smile. After leaving the shop, he breathed in the air outside the window. The blood in the Blood Clan's shops was too rich. It made it somewhat hard to breathe. There were still gains to be had today. He had obtained one of Rolana's pieces of equipment and learned more about her. Rolana's mother was named Isabella and lived in Eternal Night City. When the war ended, he could hand over the talisman to Rolana. It was unclear what the relationship between Rolana and her mother was like, whether it could increase that last bit of loyalty. Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria, continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. He was still somewhat disbelieving that so many shops in the headquarters could all sell out. But after exploring every district, it turned out there were indeed none left vacant. Moreover, it was unknown where this headquarters was built, as the city's area was limited. So, the chances of shop expansion in the future weren't great. It seemed he could only strive to the utmost, waiting for a power to decline before getting the opportunity to buy. After strolling around a large area, as he was leaving, his gaze was drawn to a tavern nearby. Succubus Tavern. Alluring and gorgeous succubi, wearing tight revealing clothes, with their smooth heart-shaped tails swaying non-stop. In front of the tavern, a succubus was standing on a wooden platform erected there. With a blush on her small face, talking about something to the crowd below. The white temptress demon, recognized by the trade alliance. Unexpectedly, there was even his own business enterprise here, and he wondered if the tavern was legitimate. Approaching closer with Demetria, they too heard what the succubus was saying. In 5 days, the Succubus Tavern will host a drinking contest. Except for the Undead clan, all races can participate, and the winner will receive a prize of 20,000 Warfire coins, the succubus announced in a crisp and pleasant voice. Why can't the Undead participate? Someone in the crowd asked. Standing on her tiptoes, the succubus spotted the skeleton who asked the question, and said petulantly, "We're testing alcohol tolerance. If you drink it and it pours out, how do you count that?" Haha, exactly, when it spills everywhere, we'll have to clean up. This is about drinking, not bathing. The other races below all chimed in agreeably. The skeleton, wanting to say something but seeing the unanimous opinion of those around him, could only shut his mouth. After mocking the skeleton for a while, someone else asked, "How do we participate?" "You can register inside the tavern, each person pays a 100 Warfire coin registration fee, and then you can join the contest," the succubus explained. 100 Warfire coins, not too much, people below analyzed the price. In this world, there were still many who loved and could drink a lot. Especially races like dwarves, trolls, and orcs, for whom drinking was a common affair. With 100 Warfire coins, not only could one drink one's fill. If one won, there would also be a prize of 20,000. Wasn't this an incredibly good deal? "Excuse me, I want to sign up. I'm joining too, it's just drinking, I've never been afraid of anyone." "With your height, how much can you drink?" Height has nothing to do with alcohol tolerance. Immediately, many people entered the tavern to sign up for the contest taking place in 5 days. Fang Hao watched from a distance. He wasn't interested in a drinking contest, and there were genuinely too many people in the tavern. After watching for a while, he turned and left, heading back to his domain. Elsewhere. The border of the dreamy forest. The air was filled with a heavy stench of blood. On the newly cleared land, broken spears and swords lay among the mud and bodies, flashing faintly in the twilight. Both fairies and orcs had withdrawn their troops, leaving only a few soldiers on the battlefield to collect the corpses of their fallen comrades. Only at this moment did fairies and orcs move back and forth, silently identifying their own. Deathly silence, peace. In a camp behind the dreamy forest. The leader of the fairy clan, Shinisara, still in the form of an oak tree woman, sat at the head. Below her were numerous fairy generals. After a brief silence, Shinisara asked, "How did it go today?" The fairy hero, Shirl, spoke up. "In today's battle with the orcs, we had over 5,000 wounded and nearly 2,000 dead, with approximately 2,000 enemies killed. In a sheer contest of battlefield strength, the fairy clan might not be a match for the orcs. Their expertise differed, and the dreamy forest was merely a small power occupying a section of the woods. The population was quite limited." After a slight pause, Shirl continued, "If the battle continues this way, our numbers will surely dwindle. Leader, it will be difficult to hold on to this land." Shinisara didn't answer immediately but fell into silent contemplation. The fairies in the Furious Lion City, orcs had a grudge spanning over a decade. Fighting back and forth. But in recent years, the fairy clan had been focusing solely on development, while the orcs engaged in relentless conquest, rapidly evolving through their selection. Their strength had gradually surpassed that of the fairy clan. Previously, the fairy clan had secured the dreamy forest, making it difficult for the orcs to break through. But now, wanting to cultivate land at the border had given the orcs an opportunity. Several days of continuous attacks had inflicted heavy losses on the fairies. If this continued, the already scarce population of the fairy clan might be entirely depleted. After much contemplation, Shinisara finally spoke again. You continue to watch out for the orc movements, and wait for my final message. Yes, Chief, nodded a group of generals. After Shinisara walked out of the room, she closed her eyes. Her body gradually turned into an oak tree, taking root and dispersing leaves. Night fell. Fang Hao was dealing with the messages from Dong Jiayu and Li Rong. He planned to take a bath in the hot springs to rest. He had just gotten halfway through undressing when Dujin's voice came from outside the door, telling him that the fairy clan's chief, Shinisara, was requesting to pass through the teleportation array. Fang Hao, who was already halfway out of his pants, frowned. Since the two sides had reached a farming agreement, there had seemed to be no further contact. Coming to his place in the middle of the night, even if you were a tree person, but also a female figure, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. He pulled his pants back on and addressed Dujin through the door, take her to the sitting room. Yes, my lord. Inside the sitting room. Soon, Dujin walked in with Shinisara. Lord Fang Hao, Shinisara said respectfully. This attitude made Fang Hao even more certain that she had come for a reason. Fang Hao also smiled. Chief Shinisara, please have a seat. She sat down and without any small talk, Shinisara directly said, regarding the grain contract we signed with you before, some special circumstances have arisen. Oh, are you facing any difficulties? Fang Hao asked curiously. Next, Shinisara recounted the battles between the Dreamy Forest and the orcs to Fang Hao. The content was simple, summarizing the situation as, after such a long time, the land that had been cleared. The grain hadn't even been planted yet. The lack of progress also made Fang Hao's expression turn unpleasant. When the two sides cooperated initially, the fairy clan did not describe it this way. Since grain represents life, now that you say it might not be possible to plant it, Fang Hao couldn't accept it. As the fairy clan always this inadequate in handling matters. Shinisara had no answer. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hao continued, so, with this visit, Chief Shinisara, do you intend to dissolve our agreement? It hadn't been long, and dissolving the agreement would still give Fang Hao time to find another way to grow crops. After much thought, Shinisara stood up and bowed slightly. She began, this visit is to ask for Lord Fang Hao's help for the fairy clan. The fairy clan will not forget this kindness. Fang Hao frowned, touching his chin, are you asking me to fight the orcs for you? Shinisara nodded, if it's possible. What would I gain? Besides the friendship of the fairy clan. Grain planting, free for the next 10 years. Clearly, Shinisara had thought through her countermeasures before coming. Fang Hao pondered for a moment while frowning. He then said, I have a better suggestion that you might consider. Oh, what is your suggestion? The reason why the Dreamy Forest has ended up in its current situation is the lack of a strong backing. Even if I help you repel the orcs this time, what about the second or the third time? The orcs' breeding pace could definitely wear down the fairy clan. Fang Hao analyzed the dilemma of the fairy clan without offering a direct suggestion. The fairy clan once had an influential power. This could be seen from their status at Station 032. But the fairy clan clearly lacked planning skills, or perhaps, Shinisara, as a leader was not good at planning. As a result, the fairy clan had been living off their past reserves, gradually weakening. Shinisara, when a mass of transmigrators appeared, realized the errors in her thinking. Developing in isolation without interacting with the outside world clearly became their hindrance. So, Lord Fang Hao, what do you suggest? Shinisara continued. Fang Hao flashed a smile, Dreamy Forest needs a powerful backer, like me. You want to swallow us up? Shinisara expressed surprise. I don't mean to hide it from you, Shinisara, leader, but the Blood Mountains, Cold Wind Mountains, Eight Peaks Mountain, Crescent Heights, and even human cities, and the Orcs' Tazgo City, all are parts of my territory. Fang Hao sipped his tea and continued, Dreamy Forest and Tazgo City are so close to each other. Once I consider expanding my territory, what will happen to Dreamy Forest? Make way, or should we take a detour? Fang Hao spoke rather diplomatically. The dreamy forest was sandwiched in the middle of the orc territory. It was very difficult to say they didn't want to clash with the orcs. Now Fang Hao wanted to recruit her into his territory, in case one day, strategic needs would truly lead to conflict with the outside world. Who would feel secure having Dreamy Forest at their rear, acting as a mere spectator? Possibly, the first to be attacked would be Dreamy Forest, before expanding further onwards. Shinisara showed a humanized surprise. She only knew that Fang Hao's territory had expanded to human cities and Tazgo City. She hadn't expected that lands of trolls, dwarfs, and even the Blood Clan had long since become part of Fang Hao's territory. Shinisara didn't respond immediately but closed her eyes, her body beginning to root and sprout. Fang Hao knew this meant her consciousness was returning to the dreamy forest to discuss this matter. He wasn't in a hurry and quietly waited on the side. After a short while, Shinisara reopened her eyes. Having gained Dreamy Forest, how would you arrange things? Shinisara looked straight into his eyes, her tone serious. Fang Hao opened the map in the Book of Lords and began, Dreamy Forest will still be governed by you. As far as I can see now, I plan to aid the territory's agriculture. The area previously occupied by Ice Bad Monkeys, I can allocate it to you. On the map, the area once occupied by Ice Bad Monkeys was a zone between the two territories. With the Ice Bad Monkeys cleared out, the area had become vacant. Joining the two territories, Fang Hao planned to give the land to the fairies for farming. What about the orc side? How would you arrange that? Shinisara continued to inquire. Indeed, up until now, it was clear the fairy clan was interested. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked so many questions repeatedly. As the two conversed, the room's door behind them opened, and several women who had been soaking in the hot springs in the courtyard entered, giggling and chatting. Each had tender skin, still dripping with water droplets. Fang Hao glanced at them, then turned back and continued to ask, which tribe of the orcs is in conflict with you? Furious Lion City. In the orcs, any group bearing city in its name held considerable power. Previously, Tazgo City was the ruler of that regional area, and all nearby tribes obeyed the city lord's commands. Hearing Shinisara mention the name Furious Lion City, Angia, who was about to go upstairs, stopped in her tracks. She moved to the side and took a seat next to Fang Hao. The parrot-red general flew from somewhere and landed on Angia's shoulder. Fang Hao ignored this and said, if Dreamy Forest becomes a subsidiary territory, I will have someone talk to Furious Lion City about this. If they are not planning to resolve it peacefully, I will arrange military forces. Having received the reply, Shinisara once again closed her eyes, her body rooting and sprouting. Angia beside him spoke, what's going on with Furious Lion City? Furious Lion City is attacking Dreamy Forest, and the fairy clan is seeking our help. What? You know about Furious Lion City? Fang Hao was curious. Angia fed dry fruits into the parrot's mouth, speaking, I used to come from Furious Lion City, I know a bit about that place. Oh, then we must handle this matter carefully. No need, I was chased out from there. Having a grudge, let me go when we attack. Well now, old and new grievances both existed. Shortly thereafter, Shinisara opened her eyes again and said, all right, I agree to become your subsidiary force, and I hope you will keep your promises. Fang Hao showed a smile. Of course, Dreamy Forest will only get better. Let's go. Let's resolve this tonight. Okay. They called Demetria over. Along with the two of them, they followed Shinisara to Dreamy Forest. On the other side, Sante Castle. The meeting hall was brightly lit and bustling with activity. This time, with the undead's retreat, people could finally let loose a little. A banquet was hosted by the ineffectual city lord, Fulben. He invited the upper echelons who fought against the undead to celebrate this victory. Melodious singing echoed throughout the hall. The generals, who were leading troops just days ago, were now dressed in formal wear, gathering in groups and engaging in lively conversations. It was as if the war had passed. They had returned to their once extravagant lives. The banquet was nearing its end. Fulben, his portly body shifting, made his way onto the stage. The music stopped. Fulben raised his glass and began, This victory could not have been achieved without the sacrifices and efforts of the armies from various cities, nor without the command and decisions of the Hall of Justice, and the support from both the Church and the Mage Alliance. Let us praise the Council of Humanity Endures. Humanity endures. All those below raised their glasses and echoed in unison. In a corner, Li Rong donned a wine-red gown. After uttering, "Humanity endures," she curled her lips in disdain. At her side were Maple, dressed in a deep blue gown, and dark elf hero Morse, clad in tight pants and shirt. Putting down her glass, Li Rong turned to Maple and remarked, "This fatty can't do anything right, but he sure can talk." Fulben, the city lord, had contributed virtually nothing in this battle. He tried to flee several times, but each time guards arranged by Nidam caught him and brought him back. Eventually, all the guards at the city lord's mansion were replaced with those from the Hall of Justice. That was the only thing that kept this fatty in check. But it was merely house arrest, which served no real purpose. Even Li Rong, who was always looking forward to going home, had little respect for this gluttonous fatty. "This is just what nobles are like, get used to it," Maple scoffed. It seemed this mage didn't feel any real sense of kinship with nobility. Even though she was a noble herself. "After we get back, the council will definitely hold this fatty accountable. It's outrageous for someone so incompetent to still be a city lord." Li Rong picked up her glass again and drank, her words filled with dissatisfaction. Maple whispered, "What can you do about it? According to the Federation's policies, each city governs itself. No matter how incompetent or useless he is, he's a hereditary city lord. Besides, this war ended in a victory. Why don't they remove him then? The Hall of Justice can place him under house arrest, but they can't pull him from his position." Li Rong argued discontentedly. Maple shook her head, "The other city lords wouldn't allow it. Warnings and punishments are all fine, but to directly replace a city lord. The rest would then fear for their own positions. Juggle whatever you want, but if you try to remove them, watch them fight back ferociously." Li Rong was somewhat surprised. No wonder this fatty was still enjoying himself on stage, looking not the slightest bit nervous. These guys had already figured out the rules of the circle. They weren't the least bit scared of the council's retribution. Such rules are really corrupt. Sooner or later, they will lead to trouble, Li Rong commented. "Yeah, but what can you do about it?" Li Rong pondered, "It lacks someone with the courage to shatter these rules." "Maybe, but we might not live to see it," Maple speculated. The two conversed quietly. Not far away, a servant approached. After bowing slightly, he said, "Two mages, the city lord invites you both over." They had just been discussing this fatty. And now he had sent someone to invite them. "All right, lead the way," Maple responded. The servant nodded and led the trio down a long corridor. Eventually, they stopped in front of a room. He gestured for them to enter. Upon entering the room wasn't crowded, other than City Lord Fulben. There were 3 church bishops and Saint Shuhaid present. Members from the Hall of Justice were not present. Nidam was still at the front lines, commanding the battle. "Mage Maple, Mage Li Rong, please sit. We were just talking about the alliance," Fulben said with a smile, his cheeks quivering. Maple too flashed a smile, greeting everyone present with a nod. The Mage Alliance held some status, but its influence was nowhere near that of the churches. Particularly, with the bishops present, they deserved some respect. Maple and Li Rong took seats to the side, while Dark Elf Morse stood aside. Given his distinct skin color, everyone was already aware of his identity and didn't pay much attention. Once everyone was seated, Fulben continued, "This time, our fight against the undead was only successful thanks to all of you. We owe you great thanks." The corpulent man stood and bowed slightly to everyone. Despite their dissatisfaction with the obese man, everyone responded courteously. Fulben sat down again and turned towards the church and the Mage Alliance, showering them with praises. Especially the church, whose members he lauded extravagantly. He also promised financial support after the war to repair temples across the land. Upon hearing about the funding, the faces of the bishops bloomed like chrysanthemums, radiant with satisfaction. Li Rong saw this. She pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Good Lord." Seeing the trend, any punishment for this fatty after returning to the council might be even lighter than expected. These nobles really lived by pragmatic rules, focusing keenly on their interests. But it was undeniable that in this war against the undead, the church had indeed played a significant role. Especially the characters of Archbishop rank, summoning angelic projections, the enormous cross, and so forth. A scrambled mess of skills was thrown chaotically. The damage to the undead was also significant. Ordinary undead, dying en masse, even the high-ranking undead and undead heroes, were only sustained by those few archbishops. But it was just sustaining. If the battle had continued, the human federation would still be defeated. It was the attack of the Blood Clan that made the undead retreat, avoiding the tragedy. After speaking with the several archbishops, Fulben again began to praise the Mage Association. He also planned to fund the construction of a new magic base for the Mage Association. Maple, who had just been cursing the other as a useless waste, now also revealed a smile. It made Ms. Li Rong purse her lips. Ah, this time, the greatest hero is still Saint Shu Haid. The intelligence he provided allowed the Federation to achieve the final victory. Fulben switched targets, starting to praise Shu Haid. Shu Haid also revealed a smile. This is all within my duty, and everything was arranged by the Archbishop and the several archbishops. I hardly have such capability. Ah, the capabilities of Saint Shu Haid are there for all to see. Don't be too modest, Fulben continued. The two bantered for a while. Everyone else began to casually chat, primarily about matters regarding their return trip. The atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. At that moment, Shu Haid suddenly spoke up. Ms. Li Rong, what are your plans after returning? Li Rong's brow furrowed, then quickly relaxed, switching to a smile. What else can I do? Go back to manage my own city, continue to follow the association and study magic. Yes, indeed, once we return, we will also return to a peaceful life, Shu Haid said, then immediately his tone shifted. I heard Ms. Li Rong's territory is developing quite well. Are you interested in joining my alliance? The council is planning to integrate all transmigrators within the Federation territory, and I will be in charge of this matter. Li Rong's smile suddenly vanished, looking at Shu Haid with some surprise. To integrate all transmigrators within the territory into his alliance. Li Rong looked towards the several archbishops and Maple at her side, noticing that none of them showed any extra expression. It seemed, this matter was indeed real. And even the insiders had already been informed, only the war had come too suddenly for it to be implemented. Now, with Shu Haid's greatly increased status in the council, naturally, he was the one in charge of this integration. The Federation territory is extensive, and the survival rate of transmigrators within the territory is also somewhat higher. Obviously, the number of people wouldn't be small. In time, all transmigrators within the territory would come under his command. Wasn't this just creating a Federation version of Fang Hao? This was a truly terrifying matter. Especially for her. Not to mention her grudge against Shu Haid, she was already backed by Fang Hao. How could she possibly join Shu Haid then? If Shu Haid knew that she had already joined Fang Hao. Given Shu Haid's scheming nature, once he consolidated the transmigrators, the first thing he would do was to have her killed. What nonsensical idea was this from Fang Hao? Sending an enemy to such a high position, only in turn to be utterly crushed by him. As multiple thoughts flashed through her mind, her face again put on a smile. She replied, about this matter, I need to speak to my mentor Gregoria. If she has no objections, naturally, I would be willing to enter your alliance. Shu Haid laughed heartily. Ha ha, that's really great. When the time comes, we will be one family, and we'll need to interact more, get in touch often. In this statement, another meaning was discerned. Within the church, personnel holding archbishop ranks and above, are required to remain celibate. This means they may not marry. But this does not mean they do not have women or maids serving them. So, the meaning behind Shu Haid's words, upon hearing it, the several archbishops didn't say anything. Li Rong felt extremely oppressed inside. She sensed a threat. Before the battle began, Shu Haid had lowered his stance to find her. Expressing that transmigrators should help each other and that in times of danger, he hoped Li Rong's hero could save his life. But now, with the war ended and the church's high officials present, Shu Haid once again revealed his true nature. Yes, indeed, we should indeed interact more, Li Rong replied with a smile. Shu Haid, getting the response, was even more delighted. This battle had made him the biggest beneficiary. Upon returning, his future was definitely bright. The room was not large, just a business mutual flattery. The atmosphere was still good. Just as the atmosphere was quite good, and everyone had smiles on their faces. Sudden hurried footsteps came from outside. A bang. The door was pushed open. Everyone was startled. Fulbin's face changed dramatically. What's happening? Have the undead entered the city? That was the first thought that came to his mind. The guard hurriedly explained, no, a coalition general and the third madam have been murdered in the park. What? Everyone was stunned. In the middle of the night, 2 people murdered in the park. It's not uncommon among the nobility for men and women, after a banquet, to have a private meeting in the park. Everyone soon realized what had happened. Fulbin's face turned slightly green, his chest filled with rage. But how could a private meeting end up with both being killed? As everyone furrowed their brows in thought, more screams came from outside. A rush of people burst in. The lead guard spoke softly, City Lord, esteemed sirs, an undead assassin has been found in the middle of the banquet. It's unclear how many, several officials have been assassinated and are dead. Everyone's face changed dramatically. The undead had come in. Li Rong, instinctively leaning towards Morse, found that it was just as Fang Hao had said. The undead began to assassinate the officials. And at a banquet of all places, it was a total disaster. The church's Templar knights and the mages, guards also rushed in. They began to protect their respective lords. A bishop spoke, take the city lord back to his room for protection, the rest proceed to the hall to eliminate the assassins. The church was not afraid of the undead, especially with the protection of the Templar knights. Defeating a few undead assassins, there shouldn't be any problem. The crowd, surrounded by their guards, charged into the hall. At first glance, a leader beheaded a servant of the city lord's house. Simultaneously, a wandering spirit floated out from that dead body, attempting to enter into a nearby wall. Whoosh! The bishop who had just arrived made his move, and a beam of light fell from above. The wandering spirit vanished amidst its wails. It's a wandering spirit using possession, not hard to deal with. Everyone spread out and kill all these spirits, the leading bishop immediately said. All right. Everyone responded in agreement. A few people scattered, each leading a few guards, taking some people and heading out. Li Rong, you return to your room first, lock the door and don't come out. You won't be of any help here, Maple instructed. Wandering spirits, a type of undead, were not high level, but they were very troublesome to deal with. They could not only possess corpses but could also pass through walls, and physical attacks hardly harmed them. Li Rong, a mage of her level, had a body near that of an average person, and it was very likely that she could be in danger. All right, be careful, Li Rong said. Go back quickly, with Morse protecting you, safety shouldn't be a problem. All right. Maple headed in one direction with her guards, and Li Rong left with Morse as well. On the way back, cries and pleas for help were all around. The situation they faced differed somewhat from what Fang Hao had anticipated. Indeed, there were assassinations, but it was a chaotic slaughter. If they managed to kill a high-ranking official, it was a stroke of luck. If not, they aimed to kill as many others as possible. Fortunately, there were hardly any civilians left in the city, so a large-scale fatality event was unlikely to occur. They locked the room door. Morse checked the room thoroughly, ensuring there was no danger. The two sat in the darkened room, not lighting the nightstone chandelier. They just sat there in silence. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any danger here, Morse said to comfort Li Rong, seeing that she was distressed. Li Rong stared blankly at her toes, and after a moment, she said, "What do you think? If Shu Haid died now, would it seem reasonable?" Morse was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood the implication of her words. He replied, "Quite reasonable." Li Rong smiled, Help me kill him, and don't let any suspicion fall on us. But, what about your safety? It's fine, I'll hide myself. This is our last chance to kill him, Li Rong said seriously. Morse hesitated a bit. Li Rong continued, trust me this time, I really will be alright. In the end, Morse nodded and said, how do you want him to die? Like a death by assassination will do. Understood, hide in the closet. Don't come out unless I return, Morse instructed. All right. Li Rong hid in the closet, and Morse's figure disappeared into the night. Dreamy forest. Stepping out from the teleportation array, they found themselves deep in the forest, where giant trees seemed alive, stretching out branches holding nightstones towards the path ahead, lighting a trail leading deeper into the woods. Welcome to the dreamy forest. All around was quiet. The twisting branches and the swinging chandeliers made especially clear sounds. Various plants and robust trees surrounded the area. The tree branches, adorned with nightstones, slowly twisted and lit up a path leading deep into the dense forest. It was as if they had entered an ancient forest filled with magic. It was dangerous yet mysterious. Welcome to Dreamy Forest, Shinisara said softly. Yes, it's a beautiful place, Fang Hao complimented. The air was fresh, indeed very pleasant. But the night was too quiet, deep in the dense forest. It was somewhat terrifying. Thank you. Follow me, Shinisara led the way, moving further inside. They walked along a small path between the trees. Soon, a slender wooden bridge appeared ahead. Fang Hao suddenly remembered a story that Goblin Moru had told him. At that time, Moru had mentioned that there was a special bridge in Dreamy Forest. If you were a bad person, when you step on this wooden bridge, you would leave black footprints. But if you were a good person, the footprints would be blue. When Moru had walked across, the footprints beneath him were blue. He proved to be a good person and boasted about it to Fang Hao for a long time. Watching Shinisara, having crossed the bridge without leaving any marks. Fang Hao, Angia, and Demetria followed behind and stepped onto the wooden bridge. And when the three of them walked across, they indeed found that they had left a trail of footprints. However, all three of their footprints were blue. Shinisara, having already reached the other side, saw their footprints and a human-like smile appeared on her face. What is this? Angia asked curiously. Shinisara smiled and replied, this bridge is a treasure of the fairy clan and also a part of Dreamy Forest. It reveals one's attitude towards Dreamy Forest as they walk across. Attitude. Fang Hao also became curious. Yes, if your heart harbors evil intentions, the footprints will turn black. If not, they will be blue. We, the fairy clan, also use this bridge to distinguish between enemies and friends, Shinisara explained. This explanation was somewhat different from what Goblin Moru had said. Moru said it was to determine good and bad people. Bad people would leave black footprints, and good people blue footprints. Back then, Fang Hao had even asked him what criteria determined good and bad people, whether it was race influence or alignment. Good and bad, such things are hard to define with a standard. Now, Shinisara's explanation made much more sense. When you step onto this bridge, whether you harbor malicious thoughts against the fairy clan is the criterion for judgment. Luckily, Fang Hao didn't have any thoughts of harming the fairy clan. Otherwise, the footprints would have been black, and acquiring Dreamy Forest might have been jeopardized. It's very likely that Shinisara led them this way to see what Fang Hao was thinking. Fortunately, the outcome was good. It's quite magical, Fang Hao nodded. Shinisara nodded and continued to lead the way ahead, passing the wooden bridge, her mood seeming much better. Along the way, she began to introduce the surrounding buildings to Fang Hao and the others. Fruits cultivated by the fairy clan, their taste, and their special effects, among other things. All in all, it was not as somber as it had been at the start. As they moved closer to the center, the buildings became more densely packed. It was like a city enveloped by the forest. They finally reached the center of the forest. The most striking feature was the gigantic, straight oak that reached into the sky. The trunk was thick, and the crown covered the sky. It was taller and more imposing than the skyscrapers once erected in the modern world. My lord, Please come inside, Shinisara said in front of a building, speaking softly. Fang Hao nodded and followed her into the building. The building wasn't large, it was about the size of a conference room. Several high-ranking members of the fairy clan were already seated inside. Seeing Shinisara bring Fang Hao and the others in, they all stood up to salute. Please sit, Shinisara said. After Fang Hao and the others sat down, Shinisara continued, Lord Fang Hao has arrived and will soon become the new ruler of Dreamy Forest. Yes, leader. The fairies nodded in response. Apparently, these matters had been discussed beforehand and required no further explanation. Fang Hao hadn't expected this procedure but quickly thought of something to say. Unity will only make us stronger, and the fairy clan will also return to glory, while Shinisara will continue as your leader, ruling over Dreamy Forest. It was a bit straightforward since he thought of it on the spot. However, after hearing this, the several high-ranking members of the fairy clan visibly relaxed. It seemed to have some effect. Following that, the fairy clan's people began some introductions. Finance officers, logistics officers, housing planning officers, each one introduced themselves and assured everyone of their duties. Each spoke passionately. Listening on the side, Angia was half asleep, her head bobbing from time to time. Finally, the introductions were over. Shinisara continued, My lord, I'll take you to the castle. All right. Picking up the sleeping Angia, they left the conference room. They entered a low-rise building. At the top of the building, there was a throne formed by intertwined trees. Fang Hao walked straight up and sat on the throne. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Giant Tree City has become your subsidiary city. You can rename the city here and govern the 8 subsidiary villages. The area where the fairy clan lived was called Dreamy Forest. But they didn't all cluster in one area. There are also 8 subordinate villages. Looking at it this way, the population of Dreamy Forest is even smaller than that of the dwarves. At that time, the dwarves had 12 subordinate cities and several fortresses. The fairy clan here only has 8 villages. Giant Tree City. City level. Level 12 Original City. Attributes. Plant growth plus 75%, fairy reproduction plus 20%. Description. A city with attributes can bring various different enhancement effects to accelerate the city's construction and development. The city level is not high, only level 12. It is at the same level as List City. There are not many attributes added, only 2. But the first one, the plant growth, is truly frightening, 75%. Does this thing sprout as soon as it hits the ground? No wonder the plants outside just began to sprout, while the plants here are still lush and thriving. Unlocked blueprints. Seed cultivation garden, shadowy woods, hunter's cottage. The number of blueprints that come with the city is indeed not few. Seed cultivation garden. Category. Special building. Effect. Seedling cultivation. Seedling cultivation. Inside the building, plant seedlings can be nurtured and improved. Description. Nature has gifted life. Building requirements. Hardwood 800, stone bricks 1200, iron 500, natural gem 5, perfect essence 1. A very practical building. Especially for a territory in the development phase, this building can play a big role. Shadowy woods. Category. Special building. Description. Established within the region, a dense forest constructed in an orderly fashion that can cause enemies who enter rashly to lose their way. Construction required. Tree seeds 300, natural gem 3. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a maze formed by trees. It can serve as a defensive measure. I wonder how this maze would deal with flying races. It can't be that the canopy is sealed off at the top. Continuing to look down. Hunter's cottage as a building for training archers, equivalent to a shooting range in human factions. I've finished looking through all the unlocked blueprints. It can be said that the fairy clan's blueprints are all related to plants. The Shadowy Woods blueprint requires direct seeds and natural gemstones for construction, without materials like wood or stone. Fang Hao put away the Book of Lords. Looking down at Shinisara, Fang Hao spoke softly, "Let's go, come with me to Tazgo City, and have the Bronze Bull cooperate with you to drive the orcs out of Furious Lion City first. Yes, my lord, Shinisara immediately nodded and said. In Tazgo City, at the City Lord's mansion. A screen appeared in the hall, and Fang Hao and three shadows walked out from the screen. Late at night, the hall was empty, with no one in sight. Fang Hao, followed by the three people, walked out the door and looked at two Tauren holding battle axes leaning against the door, sound asleep. Even as the four people approached, the two Tauren didn't realize anything. Hey! Fang Hao kicked one of them with his foot. With eyes closed, the Tauren just changed position and continued sleeping. You're quite gentle, Angia remarked. Then she stepped forward and kicked. With a bang, the body of the Tauren flew out 3 or 4 meters before rolling to a stop. Who's there? Damn it, how dare you kick me, I'm going to split you in two. With such a commotion, both the Tauren who got kicked away and the other one sleeping woke up. Brandishing their battle axes, they bellowed in anger. Fang Hao looked at the two Tauren and said, I'm Fang Hao, tell Bronze Bull to come see me. The Tauren charging over with the battle axe had his bull's eyes widen, then shrink. The forward momentum slowed, and he immediately knelt, sliding to a halt in front of Fang Hao. Bowing his head he said, Lord, I was wrong. His attitude in admitting his mistake was very sincere. Go then, bring Bronze Bull to me. Oh, right, the Tauren guard got up, turned around, and walked out. It wasn't long before Bronze Bull, gleaming golden and bare-chested, strode in. Seeing Fang Hao and Demetria among others, he immediately saluted, Lord. Bronze Bull had joined the territory for quite some time. He was considered an old hero. His loyalty had also reached a very high level. Telok, this is Shinisara, the leader of Dreamy Forest, who's now also a member of the territory. Get to know each other, Fang Hao introduced softly. Leader Shinisara, Mr. Telok. The two actually knew of each other, but had not had much interaction. As for Shinisara's joining, Bronze Bull was not too surprised. He even felt it was quite reasonable. Bronze Bull took a seat to one side. Fang Hao continued, now, Furious Lion City is attacking Dreamy Forest. Arrange manpower tomorrow first to help Dreamy Forest resolve this conflict. Understood, my lord. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for people to head over, Bronze Bull immediately responded. After those orcs retreat, arrange someone to probe Furious Lion City's attitude and see if we can resolve this peacefully, Fang Hao thought for a moment and then continued. All right. At this moment, Angia, who was to the side, suddenly interrupted, Fang Hao, I want to be in charge of this negotiation. When coming out, Angia mentioned that she was driven out of the Furious Lion City. In her tone, one could sense some resentment. Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded, Bronze Bull, let Angia take charge this time, and you give her support. Well, okay, Bronze Bull hesitated but still agreed. Angia leading this matter. What was there left to discuss? Most likely, it was going to lead to a fight. But since Fang Hao had said so, he didn't need to worry too much about it. Shinisara, do you have anything else to add? Fang Hao continued to ask. Shinisara thought for a moment and said, the location where we will battle Furious Lion City, I will mark it for you. They have a considerable number of troops. It would be best if you could arrange for more forces on your side. How many of them are there? Bronze Bull asked. Over 20,000. All right, I've got it, I'll bring troops there tomorrow, Bronze Bull replied. The two of them then whispered to each other for a while, refining the route and details. Finally, seeing that there was nothing else for them to discuss, Fang Hao said, all right, then we'll settle the plan like this for now. If anything comes up, you two keep in touch. After finishing, he released the teleportation screen again. Taking a few people, they left. The next day, the rising sun draped the earth in streaks of dawn light. Santable Fortress. Within the City Lord's residence. Soldiers in armor were moving in and out of the City Lord's residence, carrying out the corpses of the dead and laying them in the courtyard. No one had expected that Audis would arrange an assassination at the last moment. One by one, the corpses were covered with white cloths bearing the church's insignia. Lined up in a long row. There were more than 10 corpses. Li Rong roughly identified them. She did not find the target she was hoping to see, and glanced at the dark elf beside her. The latter nodded slightly but said nothing more. At that moment, the room's door opened. Several high-ranking members of the Alliance came out from inside. Maple immediately spotted Li Rong not far away, waved, and gestured for her to come over. Li Rong walked over quickly. Maple took her aside and in a low voice said, "Shuhade has been killed." "What?" Li Rong looked shocked and added, "How is that possible?" Maple nodded and explained, "This morning, people from the church went to his room and found him already dead. The Knights Templar responsible for his protection are dead as well. Several archbishops are furious and are demanding that the Federation attack the great cemetery of Oddies." "Is it that serious?" "Indeed, it is quite serious. Shuhade was nurtured by the archbishop, and with the capabilities he demonstrated this time, he was very likely to be the next archbishop. Now that the war is over and he has been killed, what will they tell the archbishop when they get back?" "They are very anxious," Maple explained. Li Rong only knew that Shuhade was a saint, not realizing his position was so high. And he was a person groomed by the archbishop. What a pity, he was so outstanding. He would have received a lot of rewards when he returned for his major contributions, but in the end, he died here, Li Rong lamented. "Stay close to me during the day and do not come out of your room at night. I will arrange some extra guards for you," Maple continued. "Oh, all right." Maple nodded, leading her outside. "Let's go. Today we are overseeing the front lines, we shouldn't delay any longer." The three of them headed to the assembly and walked out together. Ha. Fang Hao let out a big yawn. He walked down the stairs. In the ground floor hall, the maids had already started their work. Cleaning. "Era, plant this seed somewhere." Fang Hao casually tossed a seed over. Era caught it in her palm and asked curiously, "Oh, master, what kind of seed is this?" "An oak, I guess. Plant it near the Lord's mansion," he replied. "Oh, all right, master." After giving instructions, Fang Hao began his morning exercise. During his morning run, Fang Hao suddenly stopped. He saw a giant tree rapidly growing upward from the backyard, surpassing the surrounding walls, then the entire Lord's mansion. "Damn. Fuck." He couldn't help but blurt out. The tree shot up rapidly. Before his very eyes, it grew to the height of 5 or 6 stories, branches spreading out to form a lush canopy. Once the oak had grown, a wave of green rippled out from the tree as its center and spread. It reached the entire city. The next second, in the flower bed, tiny sprouts that had just broken through the soil, the size of fingernails, were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush and verdant, they grew into a dense cluster of flowers. After another blink, the cluster had bloomed, emitting a light fragrance. He continued to look around. The trees lining the road were also sprouting green leaves. In various flower beds, the moonflower grass that the deer had planted had also broken ground and grown slender flowering stems. The entire territory seemed to enter midsummer, vibrant with greenery. This oak tree, when planted, actually had this effect. Every plant within the city was affected. "This could save a lot of money," he remarked. He remembered when Rebecca had taken him to attend her best friend Olivia's ball, she had mentioned it. The noble lords in the city would all hire wood element mages. They would go to their residences and stimulate the growth of the plants in the courtyards to ensure a pleasing living environment. It was also a symbol of power and privilege. Now, it would be much easier here, directly affecting all the plants in the city. I wonder if it would also be like this in winter. He continued to finish the rest of his run. Many onlookers had already gathered in front of the manor house. The maids, the earth spirit girls, and even the skeleton craftsmen had gathered. Looking up at the gigantic tree, they whispered among themselves. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, the maid Yuan Yuan immediately came over and said, "Master, a big tree has grown in the backyard." "Yes, it's okay. This tree can change the environment of the city. Haven't you noticed that the flowers in the city have bloomed?" Fang Hao explained. "I noticed, but this tree is so big, if we cut it down, couldn't we get a lot of wood? No need to exploit the resources like that. He had everyone dispersed to attend to their respective matters. The backyard was vast. The maids had divided it into several areas. A garden, a gazebo, a vegetable garden, an activity field, Angie's boxing practice area, and a huge hot spring pool. Now, there was also a giant tree. It occupied a large area all by itself. In front of the giant tree, Era, Angia, and Little White were whispering about something. The negotiations with Furious Lion City hadn't begun yet, so Angia was still staying with Fang Hao. Fang Hao also walked over. The attributes of the giant tree were presented right before his eyes. Common root oak. Category: Special building. Ability: Verdant forest, common root oak. Ruinwood forest. The plants in a certain area are enhanced by the energy of the oak. Common root oak. Closely connected to the ancient oak. Description: Shares roots with the main oak. A tree had properties like that of a building. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It had two abilities. Verdant forest apparently was the city's plants being stimulated to grow and bloom. Indeed, this ability was quite remarkable. The environment was very important for a territory. Now, this place was looking less and less like an undead territory. The second ability was the common root oak. From Fang Hao's understanding, it was very likely connected to the even larger tree in Dreamy Forest. But the specific effects remained unclear. He would see if he could find out more later. Master, this tree is really magical, Era remarked. This tree had grown right before their eyes, and all the flowers and plants in the garden had sprouted. The environment had improved instantly. This is an oak from the fairy clan, so having some special abilities is quite normal, Fang Hao explained with a smile. Oh, fairy clan, Era nodded. With this oak, these flowers and plants won't die so easily. That's great. After chatting with the three for a while, Fang Hao then left the manor house. Era went to prepare breakfast. Elsewhere. Great Cemetery of Oddies, Blackhorn City. King Oddies sat on the white bone throne. His hollow pupils swept over the gathering of undead officials below. He spoke. How was the operation last night? At that moment, a human undead stepped forward and began. King Oddies, last night we dispatched 50 wandering spirits from the northeast shadowy forest to detour to Fort Santa. Get to the results, Oddies interrupted impatiently. Based on the information from the Faceless One's hut, over 20 were killed, including a saint from the church, the undead replied. Oh, to think a saint was killed. Not a bad haul, Oddies was somewhat surprised. Yes, my king, this assassination was very successful. There will be internal chaos for a while, buying us time to retreat. Wandering spirits weren't very high-ranking undead, and no one really expected them to assassinate any high officials. But killing a saint was truly an unexpected gain. Oddies nodded, signaling him to step back for now. Then he continued, how is the Blood Clan army doing? As this question was raised, the room fell suddenly silent. Wong Hyman, you speak, Oddies called out. At this, a human stepped out from among the undead. In his 40s, his complexion somewhat sallow, he wore a Book of Lords on his waist. If Fang Hao were present, he would have noticed that the opponent's Book of Lords looked exactly the same as his own. This transmigrator had also joined the undead camp. Wong Hyman stepped forward, pondered for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, a message has come from the frontline fortress. The army of the Blood Clan has conquered another fortress yesterday. Rustling. The surrounding undead began to whisper among themselves. The sound of skeletal friction echoed throughout the entire hall. Since when has besieging cities become like strolling in the streets? One a day, how did the Blood Clan from the north suddenly burst forth with such formidable power? Bang! Oddies slammed his hand heavily on the back of his chair, and the room finally quieted down. Wong Hyman continued, the transmigrator stationed at the front line has taken some photos, which are meant for your review, Your Majesty. He opened the Book of Lords and found the pictures. A skeleton attendant took the Book of Lords and handed it to Oddies. Oddies looked at the Book of Lords, and his soul fire trembled violently. There were only 4 photos. The first 2 showed bone dragons swooping down, the third was of a group of bone dragons circling the fortress. The fourth was of the aerial ship appearing in the sky and the bombs it dropped. There were no more photos after that. Otis's withered hand full of rings clenched tightly onto the armrest of the chair. At this moment, a long-absent panic finally rose in his heart. Both the enemy's attack trends and the military forces they currently displayed posed a threat to him. A threat to his life. This was the first time such a fear from deep within his soul had surfaced since he had become an immortal being. Adis casually tossed the Book of Lords back, and Wang Hyman immediately picked it up and passed it around for the other undead officials to examine. After viewing them, all of the undead showed signs of unease and panic. With the enemy possessing bone dragons and an aerial ship, gentlemen, what should we do? Adis asked. After a brief discussion below, a Tauren skeleton stepped forward and said gravely, Your Majesty, what we need to do now is to buy time until our forces can retreat from the south. Methods. I want methods. The Tauren skeleton continued, I believe, while reinforcing the next fortress, we could try negotiating with the Blood Clan to slow down the enemy's speed of attack. Your Majesty, I support this idea. The Great Cemetery has always had good relations with the Blood Clan. The Red Duke has had several trade interactions with the Great Cemetery before. We could try talking, a goblin skeleton added. This idea is worth a try. Let's listen to their demands to get through the current difficulties. One by one, the skeletons stood up, agreeing that they should make contact. Having finally become immortal beings, they certainly did not wish to die again. It makes no sense for the Blood Clan to attack the undead. The Blood Clan in the north had a small population, and the undead could not transform them into blood slaves. The likelihood of negotiation was quite high. Talk it over, and if it can be settled with money, so much the better. As long as they could survive, money could always be earned back, but once dead, there would truly be no opportunity left. After pondering for a while, Adis finally nodded and said, Glover, you will be responsible for these negotiations. The Great Cemetery is willing to resolve this conflict with the Blood Clan, and we are open to discussing their demands. Glover did not expect to be thrust into this role. Still, he stepped forward stiffly. Yes, Your Majesty. Adis nodded. That will be all for now. Strengthen the defenses of the fortress. Yes. The crowd accepted the commands and left the royal palace. On the border of the dreamy forest, tens of thousands of orcs blocked the perimeter, constantly cursing and provoking. Just 2 days ago, they were still fighting the fairy clan every day. Today, for some unknown reason, the fairy clan had retreated back into the dreamy forest, giving up the land and watching them from afar. No matter how much they provoked, the fairy clan did not come out to continue fighting. On their part, they ended up cursing so much that they became hoarse. Behind the orcs, a Tauren wearing heavy plate armor stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down from afar. The orc was about 2 meters tall with a robust physique. His hair was exceptionally lush. He appeared like a standing gray lion. Furious Lion Clan, a race known for its fiery temper and natural aptitude for combat. At the moment, he frowned as he observed the situation below. Though the fairy clan had retreated into the forest, they had not dispersed. They lined up in order, ready to charge at any moment. There was an unusual feeling. Commander, those fairies simply won't come out, and the people below have gone hoarse from yelling, a soldier of the orc ran over and immediately reported. The furious lion commander still furrowed his brows. Considering the battles of the past few days, this cultivated land was very important to the fairy clan. But why weren't they coming out now? It was confusing what they really meant. Switch to another group to continue yelling, and the rest prepare for battle. Do not relax, continued the furious lion commander. Oh, okay. The soldier ran off. The orcs below switched people and continued to stand in the distance and yell. When they got tired, they switched and continued yelling. This happened during the third wave of replacements. As expected, an unusual situation arose. A group of orc troops suddenly appeared from the southeast. It included orcs from various tribes. In the center of the formation, one could see the figures of the Tauren. Commander, a troop of orcs has arrived from that side, probably numbering close to 10,000, an orc soldier reported as he approached. The furious lion commander nodded. Have them stop advancing and inquire about their intentions. Yes. The orc soldier departed. Then, an orc was seen heading straight for the opposing orc formation. Shortly after, he rushed back. Commander, they say they are the army from Tazgo City, allies with the Dreamy Forest, and they are asking us to leave this place, he reported. What? The furious lion commander's expression changed. He knew of Tazgo City and had heard that it had recently changed city lords. Now, they dared to meddle in the affairs of Furious Lion City. Truly, they were bold. The furious lion commander, just as he was about to angrily declare it impossible, saw the fairy clan, previously hidden in the Dreamy Forest, stepping out in neat columns from the forest. Together with the army from Tazgo City, they flanked him from both sides. It turned out that these fairies had been waiting for reinforcements. The furious lion commander had a particularly ugly look on his face, but if a real battle ensued, facing a pincer attack from two forces, he would also be at a disadvantage. He spoke coldly. Fine, Tazgo City, is it? All remember this. Have the troops retreat. Yes, Commander. As the three sides remained cautiously vigilant, the army from Furious Lion City began to gather and retreat. They gradually moved out of the battlefield range, retreating in the direction of Furious Lion City. At the same time, a wave of victory cheers erupted among the fairy clan. No matter what, the enemy had retreated. They also had a chance to breathe. In the fairy forest, near the border, inside a small cottage. Shinisara and Bronze Bull were sitting inside. Shinisara spoke. Leaving them to retreat will surely result in them attacking again. We should have used the army to keep them here. From the reluctance of the Furious Lion City army as they retreated, it was clear they would counterattack, and letting them go was like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Bronze Bull shook his head. We came in haste, and we do not have a numbers advantage in troop size. If a real battle ensues, we are not afraid of them. Forcefully fighting, our few troops would likely suffer losses. If a real battle were to happen, the undead army would naturally attack, and there would be no need for these regular soldiers. Fair enough. What should we do next? Shinisara continued. Bronze Bull thought for a moment, then said, I will arrange for someone to go to Furious Lion City. We'll conduct negotiations at the border between the two sides. Okay. Understood. In the main city, Fang Hao lay on the grass in the backyard, resting his head on Era's round and soft thighs. He held a sheet of paper in his hands, chuckling as he read the content. Today, while visiting a transmigrator's shop, he discovered someone was selling a novel they had written. The price was not expensive. 5 pages for 2 units of iron. Fang Hao exchanged for a copy, chuckling as he read. The writing was quite good, telling the story of the protagonist who became a city lord's attendant and gradually climbed up the ranks through cultivation. It also interspersed some affairs about taking care of the worries of the chief mistress, the second mistress, and the third mistress. Quite interesting. Fang Hao finished 1 page, then handed it to Era beside him, who also followed along. As the two whiled away the time, a nearby oak tree gently trembled. One of its branches formed a mini version of Shinisara, and extended toward Fang Hao. My lord, the army from Furious Lion City has retreated, it said. The miniature, Shinisara, was somewhat adorable. Like a figurine, it hung along the branches, appearing before the two of them. For Fang Hao, it was nothing new. He had noticed the changing Shinisara when the canopy shook. But Era let out a soft cry, clearly startled. It was only when she saw that the form was Shinisara that she calmed down. My lord, the army of Furious Lion City has withdrawn, and the city lord of Bronze Bull City is preparing for the upcoming negotiation, said the miniature, Shinisara. Fang Hao nodded. All right, once the negotiation time is confirmed, let me know, and I'll send Angia over. Given the current situation, a peaceful resolution seems unlikely. Whether it's the decade-long feud between Furious Lion City and the Fairy Clan or Angia's resentment towards her past experiences, the negotiation could more easily lead to war. Especially since the orcs have always believed in survival of the fittest. The strong have the right to speak and possess more privileges. Furious Lion City might not consider itself at a disadvantage, thinking that the alliance between Dreamy Forest and Tazgo City is just between weaklings. Obviously, the negotiations will not be successful then. But Fang Hao still chose to negotiate. Firstly, to delay the start of the war. He tried to make the start of the war coincide with the end of the war at the Great Cemetery of Oddies. Secondly, it was also to show other subordinate forces an attitude. Hoping for peace is still the impression Fang Hao, as a lord, needs to maintain. Otherwise, having wars frequently at Eight Peaks Mountain, the Great Smatert, and now Furious Lion City, could easily create an image of being overly belligerent. Therefore, negotiations had to take place, even though he already knew it was not likely to resolve peacefully. Understood, Shinisara said, and then the miniature body quickly disappears. It transformed back into its original branches. After a while, Era finally spoke. Master, does this tree also have the ability to transmit messages? I suppose so. Fang Hao was somewhat uncertain too. Being able to transform into the form of Shinisara must be another ability of the oak tree. Kin of the oak. Even though there's such a distance between Dreamy Forest and the main city here, it can still transform into Shinisara using some kind of connection to transmit messages. Or rather, this oak tree is a part of Shinisara itself. It can freely transfer consciousness. This is quite convenient for message transmission. They can be conveyed in real time. It seems somewhat similar to my own ability called God's Presence. The distance is even farther and the effect is even better. I also have to be careful from now on interacting with Era and others here. It would be awkward to be caught. After discussing matters of the Dreamy Forest, he continued to lie on Era's lap and read the novel he had bought. Ah, the weather is really nice. After lunch, he came back from the Skeleton Craftsman. On the way, he saw the innkeeper Winnie, holding a lampshade. Lord, Winnie greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, innkeeper, Fang Hao responded with a smile too. Spending a winter in the main city, Winnie's skin had not only become more tender, but her figure had also become much fuller, not like the rural innkeeper she was before. She seemed like a ripe, juicy peach. Seeing that Fang Hao still referred to her as innkeeper, Winnie rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, Sir, the lampshade in my room is broken, could you help me change it? Those skeletons are too clumsy. So, it was the lampshade she needed to be changed. All right, let's go. Winnie didn't have her own place to stay, just a room within a building. Fang Hao had set a rule for people within his domain that heroes could have their own detached houses, private hot springs, gardens, and some privileges. Maids could do the same, as long as they could become heroes. Then they could move out of here, owning their own detached houses. This was also the reason why the maids kept urging Angia to train every day. Winnie was no exception. She too had been training all winter, but she wasn't improving fast and was now a level 3 warrior. Following Winnie into the room. The room was very clean, with a bed and a set of table and chairs. On the table were also pen and paper, on which were written some of Winnie's daily recorded spirit recipes. Is it this lamp? Fang Hao pointed to one above their heads. A single nightstone. The nightstone chandelier had a shade. When resting, you could lower the shade to cover the nightstone. It acted like turning off the light. Yes, Winnie said. Fang Hao nodded, pulling a chair over to underneath the chandelier. This kind of task, ordinary skeletons truly couldn't do. You order them to dismantle the lamp, skeletons could complete it, but if you tell them to remove the shade above, the skeletons might not unhook it properly and instead just yank it down. Standing on the chair, Fang Hao looked up and began to remove the already broken lampshade. And below, Winnie, who was holding the chair steady, shifted her eyes slightly. I'll hold it steady for you. Great. Winnie placed her hands on his legs. However, halfway through, Fang Hao felt a soft sensation coming from his legs. He saw Winnie leaning on his thigh, her delicate hands slipping under his clothes. 8-pack abs, each muscle of the chest sharply defined. But not those overtrained, exaggerated muscles. His physique was extremely proportional. Meanwhile, Winnie, her eyes full of surprise, caressed them unconsciously. Her touch made his heart itch with a peculiar sensation. He leaned over and tapped her forehead, taking advantage of me, aren't you? Winnie's face flushed red as she squeezed out a smile. Turning her head to the side, she said, what's wrong with a sister touching her little brother? When they first met, Winnie used to call him little brother, but ever since finding out Fang Hao's identity, she could only address him formally as, sir. In public, she had to bow and pay attention to etiquette. Fang Hao didn't pay her any mind and threw the damaged lampshade to one side, replacing it with a new one. After everything was replaced and he stepped down from the chair, Winnie's cheeks were even redder. Despite her usually making risque copyright jokes with patrons in the tavern, now she seemed like a shy young girl. Madam, your face is too red, Fang Hao teased. Winnie glared at him. What's red? Your face is the one that's red. She picked up a water cup nearby and poured him a glass of fruit wine. Continuing, she said, sit for a while, I have something to talk to you about. Fang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could the landlady's loyalty have reached 100? Not to say, this lady has become more and more charming over the winter. Okay. Fang Hao took the fruit wine and sat down. Winnie thought for a moment before continuing, actually, it's not a big deal, but winter is past and you should arrange some work for me, I can't always be idle here. That issue. It made sense. Winnie wasn't considered a maid, and she hadn't been assigned any tasks during her stay in the city over the winter. Spending every day with the maids in the training ground, she had trained herself up to a third-order warrior. Winter had passed and it was only natural for her to want to find a job for herself. Fang Hao considered the various shops he owned. The shops in Prul and Lis City were now operating normally and didn't need her presence. How about this? I'm also planning to open a hot pot restaurant in the Federation's Silver Wing City, and when the time comes, you can be the boss. The plan to open a shop in Silver Wing City had been in the works for quite some time. However, with many events happening, it had slipped his mind. Now that Winnie had come to him, the idea immediately resurfaced. The shop still needed to be opened, it couldn't be put off indefinitely. It could be inferred from Li Rong being able to attend noble banquets. That whether for expanding one's connections or for potential collaborations, nobility was open to rich individuals joining their ranks. Then, starting more shops in Silver Wing City and pushing one's own people into the circle of nobility would also be beneficial for him. Silver Wing City. You can expand your business there. Winnie's eyes widened in amazement. For her, Silver Wing City was a place she had only heard of. The core city of 100 Cities Federation, and residents there were all high and mighty lords. Yeah, how about it? Are you willing to go? Willing, Winnie nodded, then hesitated a little. Is there already a shop? Not yet. Just wait in the city for a few days, and I will arrange for someone to take care of the shop details, said Fang Hao. Fang Hao wasn't too worried about the shop matter. With Rebecca and Olivia's close friendship, getting their attention on a suitable shop wasn't a problem. He would provide the money and buy the shop. Oh, all right, Winnie nodded. Once the shop matter was settled, the room became somewhat quiet. Fang Hao, do you still remember my tavern? Winnie asked again. When he first visited Prul City, Fang Hao would frequent Winnie's tavern. His goal was to check the bounty tasks on the tavern's notice board, yet Winnie mistook it as a sign that he fancied her. She had once chided him, saying that he, being so young, shouldn't always think about such things. In that residential area for commoners, Winnie was famously beautiful. The patrons of the Rose Tavern included not a few men with ulterior motives. Having seen various pursuits and innuendos, she naturally thought Fang Hao was one of them. Later, the city lord colluded with the Blood Clan, selling a group of civilians to them. On the way, Fang Hao's people rescued them. That's when she realized Fang Hao owned such a vast territory, as well as hordes of undead. I remember a very popular tavern, lots of customers, Fang Hao said. I could never believe I would get to go out or even dress up in a gown to attend a noble's banquet. It will get even better, trust me, Fang Hao said with a smile. Winnie nodded and with a light cough, she said, when we're alone later, can I still call you, brother? Is that okay? Sure. By the way, I've learned some massage techniques. Do you want me to give you a massage? Winnie's face turned even redder. With her face blushing, the atmosphere started to feel a bit off. Fang Hao also became somewhat nervous. Sure, that sounds good. After speaking, he lay down on the bed. Winnie stepped forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently placed her hands on his back and waist. At this moment, there came a shout from downstairs, Master, Mr. Bok is looking for you. It was Yuan's voice. Did that mean they'd started calling out citywide because they couldn't find him? Fang Hao sat up and glanced at Winnie, who was still somewhat flushed, and said, next time, come to my room next time. Having said that, he walked outside. Winnie was left alone, her cheeks still a vibrant red. On his way downstairs, Fang Hao glanced at the Book of Lords. Winnie's loyalty to you is 98 points. Indeed, it had reached a certain height. Although it wasn't 100 points, 98 was already considered very high. It was quite normal to have some special feelings. After going downstairs and finding Yuan, Fang Hao learned that Bok was looking for him because the shoes had been made according to the blueprint and he wanted Fang Hao to have a look. Fang Hao nodded and walked towards the Tanner's area. Capital of Lizardmen, Zetzerland. Escorted by a throng of Lizardmen officials, Queen Anastasia paced leisurely up the lengthy, layer-by-layer stone steps. At the top of the 1,000 steps stood a colossal temple. The walls towered high, the pavilions majestic. A solemn and ancient aura descended upon them. The ancient Saint Temple. It was the tallest building in Zetzerland, even higher than the Queen's royal palace. It symbolized the status of the ancient saint in everyone's hearts. How is it? The environment here should be more suitable for our lives than where you come from, Queen Anastasia said as she walked and spoke to someone by her side. To the right of the queen was Demetria, who had come upon invitation. Demetria nodded. Yes, it's quite nice. The climate here was indeed more conducive to the survival of the lizardmen. Of course, a big reason for the peace and tranquility was that other races could not adapt to the local environment. If you wish, you are always welcome to live here. With your abilities, you could have a higher position in the Holy Order, a better life, and even more, continued the queen. At this time, the Lizardmen Queen was no longer beating around the bush, but directly making her proposition. Opportunities without Fang Hao around were rare. Any hesitation would only lead to missed opportunities. Hearing the queen's words, Demetria walked on in silence without responding. The queen, not giving up, continued, the power of the Holy Order is gradually weakening, the ancient saint no longer guides us, fewer of our kin are ascending to heroes. At this rate, I'm afraid we'll fade from the world stage, becoming an obscure, minor force, eventually consumed by a larger power. Demetria paused slightly, hesitated a moment. Speaking up, she said, seize the opportunity, the Holy Order will receive support and help. The queen's brow furrowed slightly, her brown vertical pupils revealing a hint of confusion. She pondered the meaning of these words. Was this a message to seize the matter of an alliance with Fang Hao? A transmigrator, to wield such great power. Even if both sides expressed the intention of an alliance, it didn't quite amount to taking the initiative on her own side, did it? Or did Demetria know something, that Fang Hao's true strength was far greater than what she had seen? Falling silent for a short while, the queen didn't continue to discuss this topic. Instead, she introduced the city's architecture and some local matters in a low voice. Continuing upward, they finally arrived in front of the temple. The temple loomed even larger and more majestic than it appeared from below. Standing on the smooth stone stairs, priest Tictata led several ancient saint priests, swiftly exiting from within. A brief purification ritual was held in front of the door. After bowing down and paying their respects before the door, the queen and Demetria, one after another, stepped into the temple. The grand hall was majestic and splendid. An aura of ancient solemnity pervaded, imbuing it with a heavy and commanding presence. The stone pillars of the temple were engraved with lifelike carvings, with the walls on both sides depicting scenes of the lizardmen performing sacrifices. At the center of the temple stood a grand altar. Atop the altar, a massive statue sat enthroned. The statue resembled a lizard man, but its features were indistinct and unrecognizable. The queen and Demetria knelt and worshipped before the statue. Meanwhile, a lizardman priest began to chant softly at the side, reciting in the sacred tongue. The ritual did not last long. Once everything concluded, the queen, accompanied by the upper echelons of the lizardmen, walked out of the temple. Regarding the lizardman personally escorted by the queen, although there were no discussions, some guesses could be made. A few days prior, in the list of potential husbands for the queen, a stranger's name had suddenly appeared. All the clans speculated about the origin of this person, but they could never quite figure it out. But now, the matter could not have been clearer. This fourth name was none other than the strange lizardman now receiving personal hospitality from the queen. However, historically, the choice for the queen's husband had never included anyone from outside their species. This time, why was there a foreigner? Descending the 1,000-layer stone stairs, the extravagant procession began its return to the royal palace. Demetria wanted to bid farewell to the queen and return to his own dwelling. But as the queen mounted the back of the Triceratops, she smiled and said, "I have prepared a midday banquet, it won't be too late to return afterwards. The guards of your city are heroes, Fang Hao won't be in any danger." Without waiting for Demetria to reply, the Triceratops had already stood up. Shifting its immense body, it walked toward the direction of the royal palace. Beside them, a lizardman attendant hurried over, leading a four-legged giant lizard by the hand. "Mr. Demetria, please take your seat." There was a rather well-decorated chair on the back of the giant lizard. Demetria had no choice but to mount the giant lizard, and after sitting down, he followed the procession towards the royal palace. The lizardmen's capital city was bustling. The buildings were predominantly made of earthy yellow stone bricks, with the streets displaying symbols and insignias of the ancient saints everywhere. Along the way, the lizardmen inhabitants knelt and bowed, shouting "Long live the Queen." Unlike other main cities, this capital was inhabited solely by lizardmen. Not a single foreigner could be seen, not even the merchants that traveled the world. The reason was simple. Other races simply could not set foot here. The swamp, the primeval forest. These formed a life sanctuary engulfed by nature herself. Upon reaching the kingdom, the queen hosted a grand banquet. She invited officials and generals who were staying in the capital to join the feast. All sorts of foods and drinks to the taste of lizardmen filled the lengthy dining table. Many officials were somewhat perplexed, feeling that the queen was showcasing something, placing exotic foods that could not be found outside but were well suited to lizardmen's tastes on the banquet table. Soon, the midday banquet concluded. Amidst the low murmurs of conversation, a lizardman clad in red armor suddenly stood up. After saluting the queen, he turned his gaze toward Demetria. "Mr. Demetria, I challenge you." He issued his challenge without any preamble. The bustling hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the lizardman general clad in blood-red armor. Red General Leodozan, a Tier 4 orange hero. He was also one of the 4 candidates for the queen's husband from within the Holy Empire. And one of the competent and powerful individuals among their people. Born of the same clan as the queen. He was also highly valued by her. Before this, he was even kept at her side as the leader of her guard. If Demetria had not appeared, Leodozan would have been the prime choice for the queen's consort. The hall was silent. The eyes of the assembly shifted from Leodozan to the queen in the front, who remained silent, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, and then turned to Demetria. "On what grounds?" Demetria put down his utensils and looked directly at Leodozan. Leodozan didn't expect this question. Did he need a reason? He certainly couldn't say it was to fight for the right to mate with the queen. After a moment of thought, he said, "Just a simple contest, to stretch the limbs after a meal. Don't you know that strenuous exercise after eating can lead to sagging stomach?" Demetria continued. "Ah, what?" Leodozan was taken aback by the response. What sagging stomach? He'd never heard such terms before. Then, Leodozan pressed on, "Does that mean you're afraid?" As he spoke, he glanced sideways without being too obvious. After a moment's consideration, Demetria finally said, "Fine, a little spar, but let's stop at the first touch." My word. The crowd of lizardmen were stunned. Compared to the straightforward Leodozan, this Demetrius seemed eloquent. His words were simple, yet they conveyed his meaning clearly. Clap, clap. The queen interrupted the exchange with applause from the side. Turning to the side, she ordered, "Prepare the dueling grounds." Yes, the servant replied and withdrew. The queen also got involved. This competition, it seemed, was not going to be simple. Everyone waited a bit longer in the banquet hall. After the servant came to report that everything was ready, everyone stood up, followed the queen out of the royal palace, and hurried toward the arena. The Holy Combat Arena. Established early on, it has been in use to this day. From the outside, it's a massive circular structure. A place for the lizardmen to compete. The competitors were not just slaves performing for the nobility. It was a place for testing one's wrestling skills. Every year, warriors who emerged from here would be recruited by the army and the temple. It served as a means of selecting talents. Demetria was led into the center of the arena. On the platform above, were the queen and several ministers. The surroundings were filled with residents and city dignitaries who had come to watch. The arena was bustling. In the afternoon, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Demetria calmly looked at Leodozan. Opposite him, "The competition you speak of, is it just a performance for the others?" The armor reflected the fierce sun overhead, casting blurry shadows. Performance. No, the people here cheer for the winner. It's the quickest way to recognize a strong warrior, said Leodozan, raising his hands towards the crowd. Leodozan, Leodozan, Leodozan. Shouts rose from the stands, all the lizardmen cheering for Leodozan. Whether among the commoners or the nobles, Leodozan had a high reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't chant his name so unitedly. The people above gestured to the ones below, asking if the two were ready. The competitors nodded slightly and saluted the queen above the platform. Thump. The sounding of the bell marked the start of the battle. Both drew their weapons. Leodozan wielded a majestic battle saber, while Demetria retained his longsword. Seeing that both were prepared, Leodozan, with his saber in hand, stomped on the hard ground and quickly moved towards Demetria. His steps quickened, turning into a jog. The blood-red combat boots stamped deep footprints into the ground. The jog sped up to a charge. Almost simultaneously, Demetria also stopped standing still. With a push from his feet, he launched rapidly forward, countering Leodozan with a charge of his own. Both were close combat orange heroes, their physiques far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. In the blink of an eye, gold and red clashed together. At the moment of contact, they both launched their attacks instantly. Leodozan sunk his body, sweeping out his saber waist high in a slashing motion. The whistling of the blade kicked up dust from the ground. Demetria, with his longsword horizontal, clanged. At the same time as the metallic clash, he thrust the tip upwards, targeting the gap between the helmet and armor at the throat. Leodozan tilted his head back abruptly, the sword tip grazing the edge of his helmet, producing a harsh scraping sound. Taking the opportunity, Demetria pressed forward, his longsword launching aggressive attacks. Flashes of sword light passed, slashing and sweeping, one sword strike following another. The sword tip targeted the eyes on the helmet, gaps in the armor, both quick and fierce. Leodozan, too, possessed strong combat skills. Red-scaled lizardmen often excelled in close combat compared to the blue-scaled ones. His saber was also swiftly sliced, catching each incoming move flawlessly. In a flurry of wide swings and slashes, the saber targeted the opponent's vital areas. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. Sword glimmers and saber shadows arose amidst rising dust. The spectators in the stands, however, were a bit bewildered. They had expected an explosive fight. Yet at the sight, the situation was unclear. Neither movements nor techniques were visible, only the myriad sword glimmers and saber shadows surrounding the two, creating rolling air waves and a cloud of dust. Who can see clearly? Tell us what's happening. Leodozan wields the saber, the one in golden armor the longsword. And then, they clashed. Demetria seized the moment. As he slashed with his sword, he kicked his opponent in the chest, simultaneously retreating to pull back. Leodozan, hit by the kick, flew backwards, unstable, slipping down. Demetria pointed a finger, releasing, heretic mark. The next second, he instantly teleported in front of the reeling lizardman in red armor, slashing down with his longsword. Leodozan's pupils dilated. With a furious shout, a wild aura spread around, a heatwave distorting the air and forcibly knocking Demetria back. Missing the opportunity, Demetria did not rush to attack again. The two positioned on opposite sides, cautiously watching each other. Demetria breathed slightly hard, and Leodozan, with cold slit eyes, watched his opponent, his bright red tongue slipping from his thin lips to lick the blood that remained. The audience fell silent. No one shouted for Leodozan anymore, instead watching the two competitors with some gravitas. Although their movements were too fast to see clearly. The situation on the field was still evident. Clearly, the stranger in the golden armor was gaining the upper hand. It seemed Leodozan was also injured. The fight continued. Both players moved their feet cautiously, circling each other, gradually narrowing the distance. Both took a deep breath at the same time. Their chests began to bulge forward as one blue, one red, two energies surged up their necks. The next second, whoosh, blue mist, exhaled from Demetria's mouth, spread rapidly throughout the arena. Almost simultaneously, Leodozan spat out a large breath of flame, covering the area in front of him. One blue, one red, the boundary was clear. But the red flames clearly did not last too long. When it stopped, the blue fog then covered the entire field. Leodozan realized that something was wrong, as the fog gradually weakened his perception. He even could no longer discern the direction. The next instant, a figure rushed towards him swiftly. Movements agile, not at all like those of a lizardman. Leodozan's eyes narrowed, a strong sense of crisis rising within him. Seizing the right moment, his longsword blazed with fierce fire, unleashing several strikes. But each slash only cut through the fog, missing the opponent, who had dodged the attack, and even after the sword wind dispersed some fog, there was no trace of the enemy to be seen. Before he could take another action, he suddenly saw a figure dart out from one side of the fog. Like a golden leopard, it leapt into the air. Bang! A muffled sound. The knee, wrapped in iron armor, struck directly into Leodozan's faceplate. The heavy force caused the helmet to emit a strained, warping sound. Leodozan's head was thrown back, and he staggered backwards. Knowing this was bad, he quickly tensed his muscles to steady his frame, preparing to counterattack. But in just that moment of lapse, the cold tip of the sword had already pressed against the gap in his armor, touching the scales on his neck. Clang! The longsword dropped to the ground, Leodozan, somewhat dazed. He had truly lost, outmaneuvered in weapon combat, and outmatched in environmental tactics. I lost, Leodozan said in a deep voice. Demetria sheathed his longsword, picked up the opponent's longsword, and handed it back to him. It was just a sparring match. You, Leodozan, holding his weapon, didn't know what to say. Soon, the fog dissipated. The red and the golden figures stood their ground. But their weapons were already sheathed, with no intention of continuing the fight. The spectators in the stands, from the beginning to now, still wore confused expressions. What happened? Is it over? Who won? Yeah, who won in the end? It should be Leodozan who won, right? Maybe it's the one in the golden armor. He had the advantage at the start. You could see an advantage. I didn't understand a thing the entire time. As the crowd speculated on who won and lost, the giant gong at the top was struck. Draw. Damn, a draw. There are draws too. It just means neither could overcome the other, right? It makes sense. It's not a fight to the death. A draw is normal. To fight Leodozan to a draw, who is this guy? He's so fierce. Yeah, it's incredible, to draw with Leodozan. At the highest seats in the stands, many Lizardman officials showed expressions of surprise. Among them were many high-level Lizardman heroes who naturally could tell that Leodozan had sustained some injuries. Who was stronger and who was weaker was actually quite clear. This son of the ancient saint, is very strong, his bloodline is very pure. Being able to slightly outperform Leotozen is indeed extraordinary. I don't know which clan he is from, but it would be great if he joined the royal dynasty. Hearing the discussions of the ministers behind her, the queen showed a satisfied smile. Others couldn't see what happened in the mist, but she, with her dark gold ninth tier, could see clearly. Demetria had indeed given her a surprise. Also, with the help of this duel, Demetria was now in plain sight of the officials and the public. Alright, back to the royal palace. Yes. After dinner, Fang Hao soaked in the hot spring, browsing the world channel. Buying blueprint for a blue one-handed sword, PM if interested. Selling beef curry and hand-pulled flatbread at fair prices, hurry and buy. Selling white steel chainmail blueprint, trade for same quality weapon blueprint. Curry runs right through you, whoever buys it is asking for it, don't ask me how I know. Selling blossoming everywhere skill scroll, trade for warrior skills or 20 blue weapons. At this, Fang Hao stopped the scrolling messages. Blossoming everywhere. A spell of the wood element. Such spells were indeed rare. Blossoming everywhere. Category: Air Elemental Skill Scroll. Wow, Air Elemental Spell. What a misleading name. Blossoming everywhere. Category: Air Elemental Magic. Level: Tier 3 Magic. Effect: Shoot a fixed direction thunder attribute orb, inflicting thunder attribute damage, difficult to control. Description: A white display of fireworks, dangerous and dazzling. In Fang Hao's understanding, thunder elemental magic is a type of air elemental magic. And this blossoming everywhere ability actually releases thunder elemental magic. As for what other types are included in air elemental, as of now, he doesn't know much about them. After all, he hasn't had detailed exposure to magical instruction. The only one who had undergone further study, Li Rong, was hastily sent to the front lines after just 2 days and hasn't returned yet. This skill scroll for sale is actually something that he needs. He opened private chat and sent over, "Can it be cheaper?" There was a brief silence on the other side before the reply came, "No, and you'll have to compete because someone else also wants to buy it from me. If you offer too little, it'll go to the other person." Huh, someone else wants to buy the skill scroll. Are they also a thunder elemental mage? It's also possible they saw my name and are looking to sell at a high price, just like the others. After all, with just one item, there's no expectation of any future cooperation. Get as much equipment as you can. Fang Hao replied, "Since someone contacted you before me, sell it to them." There was silence again on the other side. Then the reply came, "Give me an offer, let me hear it." As expected, either the price offered by the other person is too low, or there isn't a second person at all. After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao said, 10 blue-grade weapons. That won't work, too little. You name it, I'll see if it's acceptable, Fang Hao replied. 20 weapons. The skill scroll, once learned, grants a permanent skill. And with thunder elemental magic, it deals high damage, strong power. 20 is a bargain for you. Then I don't want it. What's the highest you can offer? 15 pieces. 19 pieces. Only 15 blue-grade weapons, as blue-grade weapons in the market are already value-preserving, worth much more than your scroll. Fang Hao stuck to his offer of 15. It's not that he's being stingy with other transmigrators. Rather, as of now, blue-grade equipment truly has value-preserving qualities. On the World Channel, more transmigrators are supplying the military with equipment. And they are still stuck in the white and green equipment range. Once blue-grade equipment appears, it's quickly purchased by someone. Therefore, blue-grade weapons are more marketable than this mage skill scroll. Of course, skill scrolls are also valuable items. It's just that among transmigrators, those who choose the mage path, especially thunder magic, are very rare. There was another long silence from the other side before the final reply came. Fine, we are all transmigrators, I'll give you a discount, I've set up a designated trade. Damn it, we're just trading normally, why does it sound like you're at such a loss? Fang Hao immediately received the designated trade, the other party had listed the Blossoming Everywhere skill scroll for sale. On his side, he selected 15 blue-grade weapons that had been replaced by skeleton soldiers. He went ahead with the trade. In the next second, the skill scroll appeared in his hand. Skill scrolls differ from books. The books he'd bought before, like Secrets of the Multi-Headed Fire Python, required reading and then following the book's method to learn to concentrate the magic. But skill scrolls are specific skills for transmigrators. Like in games, confirmation allows you to learn them. Of course, you have to be a mage, warriors won't do. Do you want to learn the skill, Blossoming Everywhere? Learn. The scroll transformed into a light that shot into his body. At the same time, the pattern and steps of casting this spell emerged in Fang Hao's mind. Having learned a new skill, he wanted to try it out. But he can't try it here. Magic doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. If it hurt Era and the rest, that wouldn't be good. After deciding, he stood up. Era's and Little White's cheeks turned red. Seeing Fang Hao head towards the door, they asked, "Master, are you going out?" "Yeah, I acquired a new skill and want to test it outside." Fang Hao walked out of the hot spring, shaking off the water on him. Little White also got up, took out a towel, and started to help Fang Hao dry the droplets off his body. Having dried the water off, he put on some simple clothes and walked out. He had just left the Lord's mansion, and saw Demetria in golden armor just happening to pass by in front of the mansion. He even carried a small backpack, seemingly having brought back some specialty goods from the lizardmen. "My lord," Demetria saluted. "You're back. How was it today? Is there anything different over there compared to here?" Fang Hao asked with a smile. Demetria had been invited to visit the lizardmen's territory, and Fang Hao could guess the lizardmen queen's intention. Poaching. It's not the first time. With 100 points of loyalty, he wasn't worried. The queen was very welcoming. The city isn't much different from a human city, only the environment is a bit distinct, Demetria answered. "Well, I'll also visit the holy nation when I get a chance." Demetria, seeing Fang Hao carrying the Thunderhawk blade and walking out, asked curiously, "My lord, are you heading out?" The Thunderhawk blade, as Fang Hao's weapon for air elemental magic, is only brought out during battle. Right now, the territory is quiet, with no sign of anyone attacking. Why would he be taking his weapon? Fang Hao looked at the giant sword in his hand. "Oh, I just got a new air elemental skill, planning to find a place to test it out." "Then I'll accompany you," she offered. "All right, let's head to the testing range." The two of them set out for the testing range, one leading and the other following. In the past, the testing range had been used for firing practice. The area was large, and many humanoid wooden targets were stored in the warehouse. But recently, it had become the place where Fang Hao tested new skills and experimented with odd items. The testing of firearms was carried out in Grey Iron City. With demon teleportation available, distance was no longer an issue. He called over 2 skeletons. "Go and replace a few of the old targets." The expressionless skeletons went forward and swapped out the worn targets for new ones. Fang Hao seized the moment to gather his strength. He released Blossoming Everywhere. Since he was still unclear about the skill's characteristics, he threw it a bit farther for safety. A thunderbolt coiled around it. A basketball-sized thunderball was hurled by Fang Hao. The speed was not fast, and it took about 4 or 5 seconds before it hit the wooden target at the center of the range. Bang! The wooden target shattered amidst the thunder, and the next second, the basketball-sized thunderball burst into countless, pool ball-sized, smaller thunderballs, spreading outwards. The pool ball-sized thunderballs flew about a meter before they too fragmented, turning into thunder snakes and spreading further. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. "Ah, Thissa." Fang Hao, having little knowledge, was surprised. Blossoming Everywhere was indeed a fitting name. This skill was a 3-stage chain skill. A large thunderball dispersing into smaller thunderballs, which then broke into electric snakes continuing to spread. If used well, this skill could be a powerful group damage skill. But one had to be cautious about the extent of effects since the spread pattern of this skill was not easy to control. if it was used in small spaces, or in places with many allies. This skill might kill both foes and friends alike. His gaze returned to the wooden target up front. The initially attacked target was already shattered by the thunderball, and the targets on either side, each about a meter away, had not been spared either. The spread smaller thunderballs turned them into fragments. The damage effect was quite good, and the biggest characteristic of thunder elemental magic was the electrocution effect upon hitting. Even if it didn't kill you, it would paralyze you from the shock, causing full body paralysis. Go. Replace the targets. The skeletons went to bring out new targets and replace the 3 that were damaged. Once they finished replacing them, Fang Hao continued to release, blossoming everywhere, again, and the thunderball flew out. It still hit the wooden target and spread into smaller thunderballs, which then fragmented into vanishing thunder snakes. Roughly calculating, the first split could spread to about a meter radius from the center. The pool ball-sized spread of thunder snakes could cover about half a meter, and after that, maybe. The range was fairly decent. Fang Hao further experimented by smashing the thunderball directly onto the ground. The basketball-sized thunderball, instead of progressing to the second phase of spreading, directly turned into a myriad of thunder snakes, covering an area of more than 3 meters. Then, he threw the thunderball into the water. The thunderball disappeared, but the electric snakes still spread, reaching a much wider area than when smashed on the ground. After several more trials, he felt he was also becoming familiar with the way and effects of the skill. Only then did he and Demetria head back. This skill, he felt quite satisfied, was worth exchanging for 15 blue weapons. Back at the mansion, he talked for a while in the hall with Demetria. He looked at the lizardmen specialties that he had brought back. Then he went upstairs, took Aira in his arms, and went to sleep. The night was deep. The air was pervaded by a muggy humidity. It felt almost like fog, making the surroundings even more blurred and quiet. Clop clop clop. The dense sound of horse hooves and the noise of wagon wheels rolling over pebbles shattered the night's quiet. A carriage equipped with nightstones sped down the shadowy road at a fast pace. The road was rugged, causing the wagon to jolt violently. Inside the carriage, a brown-haired man looked at the Book of Lords and occasionally urged the soldiers to accelerate even more. The night outside was dangerous. If it hadn't been for the importance of this matter, he would not have opted to leave the city under the cover of night. How much longer? The brown-haired man tapped on the carriage wall and asked. Sir, you can start to see the building ahead, the guard serving as the coachman responded. The man felt elated, pulled back the curtain, and looked forward to the building ahead. In front of the fog, faint lights from a building emerged dimly. A moment later, the carriage drew near the city limits. 5 pseudo-dragon guards began encircling above, hovering around the carriage. At that moment, a guard riding a winged dragon also flew over the carriage. Clad in silver armor, holding a long spear. Stop the carriage. State your purpose, the guard atop the winged dragon demanded coldly. The carriage slowed down. A brown-haired man, leaning out from the carriage, squeezed out a smile and began to explain, I'm a member of Lord Aragon's alliance, and I have important matters to report to him. The guard glanced at the carriage, noting there were only 2 people including the coachman, posing no apparent danger. He then said, approach the city wall and wait, I'll go and notify. All right. The winged dragon rider took off again, flying directly over the city wall into the city. Before long, the city gates opened. The brown-haired man was ushered inside. Inside the Lord's mansion, Aragon, a handsome blonde, yawned as he sat in a chair to one side. Clearly, he had been woken from his sleep. Aragon glanced at the man who entered and said, what is it that couldn't wait until morning? Without even sitting down, the man immediately said, Hierarch, the air elemental scroll you entrusted to me last time has been sold. Sold. Aragon furrowed his brows. Yes, a Chinese man, male, a thunder elemental mage, wealthy, with 15 blue weapons, fitting the criteria you were looking for, the man reported. Oh, who is this person? Have you kept in touch with him? This person, is a bit special. The man hesitated and continued, the scroll was bought by Fang Hao, who ranks first, I cannot confirm if he is the person you're looking for. Aragon's eyes widened, instantly waking up. Fang Hao. How did my bait catch him? After the last investigation with the lizardmen ended in vain, any leads on Fu Lei had been lost. All information couldn't be connected. Wadey had provided the name Fu Lei, allied with the lizardmen camp. The Dragon Clan then went to the southern lands, lizardmen, and the northern lands, lizardmen forces. Neither side had this transmigrator. Especially the northern lands, lizardmen, the transmigrator was not of Asian descent, so there couldn't be a person named Fu Lei. After several days with no leads, Aragon discussed a strategy with the Dragon Clan. The target was Chinese, skilled in thunder elemental magic. So they procured a thunder elemental skills scroll and sold it in the channel. This scroll had actually started selling 2 days ago, and there were many interested buyers, but they were just filtering through the candidates. Those intending to buy were dismissed for various reasons. Only today, they finally targeted Fang Hao. Apart from his name not fitting, all other conditions were met. Chinese, thunder elemental, reportedly, his camp held undead. This remarkably pointed to him. Aragon frowned, pondered for a while, and continued, did he say whether it was for his own use or for someone else? After completing the transaction, I tried contacting him, but he did not respond to me. It seems he's not keen on communicating with others, the man answered. Once the transaction was complete, they automatically became friends. For a period of time, private messages would not be blocked. The man, having traded with Fang Hao, attempted to contact him to gather more intelligence. But it seemed Fang Hao was uninterested in engaging, having exhausted his public chat quota and not responding. Feeling the significance of this matter, it presented another opportunity for distinction. He rushed to Aragon's place in the middle of the night. Aragon, after pondering a while, reconsidered everything from the beginning. Then said, stay here for now, tomorrow I'll take you to meet the Dragon Clan. Oh, all right. The next day, early morning. In the spacious hall. Aragon and the brown-haired man sat on chairs to one side. Opposite them sat the silver-haired dragon lady, Beata. After Aragon had recounted the matter, he said, Ms. Beata, now we just need to confirm if Fang Hao's appearance matches the person we met, then we can confirm his identity. Beata nodded, quite satisfied with Aragon's approach. Everyone hopes to have a smart subordinate. Beata asked, how do we confirm the appearance? We can look for clues from other transmigrators. Other transmigrators. Beata frowned and took a big gulp of the wine. Being part of the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, she had a stronger receptiveness to new things. She had a fairly good understanding of the matters regarding transmigrators. Aragon was someone she had supported, and now he played a significant role in the development of the Dragon Clan. At the mention of Aragon, Beata let out a gentle burp from the wine. She asked curiously, how can you look for clues with other people when you don't even know the location of this number 1 territory? Aragon continued, the location doesn't matter. As long as someone has seen Fang Hao, we can definitely find a breakthrough. It's easier to find a breakthrough among transmigrators. Oh, you mean to bribe Fang Hao's subordinates, to confirm if he's the one we're looking for, right? Beata seemed to understand. Yes, Fang Hao must also have his own transmigrator alliance, and some members must have seen Fang Hao in person. As long as we find a breakthrough and confirm his appearance, it shouldn't be difficult. Maybe we could even find a picture of him, and then we will know if he is that Fu Lei. At a glance, Aragon said. Transmigrators were never a monolith. Betraying companions or the alliance for their own better survival wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Fang Hao's alliance must have a significant number of members. It would be easier to find a breakthrough point then. As long as we confirm the person's appearance, we can determine if they're the one the Dragon Clan is looking for. Moreover, Aragon was even more eager in his heart that Fang Hao was that Fu Lei. If the Dragon Clan were to eliminate Fang Hao, kill him, or capture his cities, he would naturally become the number 1 in the world. By then, resources and population would gravitate more towards him, allowing his own territory to develop better and faster. He even schemed in his heart that even if Fang Hao was not that person, he had to make sure Fang Hao was. He must make the Dragon Clan point their spears at Fang Hao. Beata nodded, feeling that this was a good idea, and said, "All right, you investigate this matter. Report any intelligence directly to me." She took another large gulp of wine. "Don't go looking for trouble with that man yourself, you're no match for him." Aragon nodded. "Understood, Ms. Beata." Then, he glanced at the wine in Beata's hand, sensing an opportunity to curry favor. He asked softly, "Ms. Beata, do you like wine? I know a few winemaking techniques. If you'd like, I can brew some for you to taste and see if it suits your palate." Beata's eyes lit up. "You can brew wine?" "A bit," he replied. "Good, brew some for me, something strong," Beata ordered. She was getting more and more satisfied with this human she had nurtured. He always managed to find what pleased her without being told. Aragon also smiled. "All right, once it's ready, I'll bring it over for you to taste." Beata nodded. "Okay, you can go back now. Push on with the investigation. The Dragon Clan is also tallying the clan members everywhere to confirm who that kid has killed." "I shall take my leave, Ms. Beata," Aragon said as he stood up and bowed. "Go," she replied. Time flows like water, and the years fly by like a shuttle. The days when you can't show off pass in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. In these few days, Furious Lion City hasn't responded to the negotiations, and Fang Hao is willing to keep dragging the situation out. Between the two cities, messages were continuously exchanged. They accused each other, engaging in a war of words. The Lizardmen Queen ordered some armors from Fang Hao's side again and invited Demetria for a visit. It made Fang Hao feel that this queen was being rather too obvious in her actions. Who would invite someone for a visit every other day? He criticized inwardly but didn't stop Demetria from interacting with the Lizardmen. Normally when he didn't plan to leave the city, he would allow Demetria to mingle there. Whether Demetria and the queen could end up together depended on their fate. The war at the Great Cemetery of Oddies was still ongoing. The army advanced through the Great Cemetery's central region with the momentum of a crushing force. According to the news from Dong Jiayu, since the march began, it was mostly the bone dragon and aerial ships clearing the path ahead. By the time the rear army arrived, the sites had been turned into ruins. The transmigrators like them needed to direct the skeletons to dig out the treasure chests from the rubble. After that, they would rush to catch up with the advancing troops. The entire assault was more like a forced march, stirring up clouds of dust all the way. On this day, the morning sunlight was still bright and sunny. After breakfast, Fang Hao lay on a rocking chair, took out the newly exchanged sheets of paper, and read the latest content from a novel. The updates were quite fast. 5 pages of content a day, quite an efficient rate. After he finished reading, he passed it to Aira, and once Aira was finished, Little White took it and read it to Angia. The whole family, complete and harmonious, was immersed in the novel. Under the oak tree, they enjoyed this peaceful moment. Having read the last page, he passed it to Aira. He exchanged it for 2 green weapons with the author as encouragement. At the same time hinting for the author to update more often. Ding! Suddenly, the private chat notification sounded. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Dong Jiayu. "Brother Hao, the army has reached the Undead's Blackhorn City, and Queen Amanda has already ordered to prepare the troops for the final battle." Fang Hao's brows furrowed slightly. Counting the days, nearly half a month had passed since the battle had started. But the speed at which the army was advancing directly toward the Undead main city was somewhat surprising. "This fast?" Fang Hao replied. Dong Jiayu quickly responded, don't even mention it. Ever since the war started, the entire army hasn't stopped moving. Transmigrators have been living and eating on carriages, and several of them have gotten carsick. Well, no wonder, when making preparations before the war began, Queen Amanda had requested that all of the army's species be undead. These transmigrators were also placed there at his request, to deliver messages and handle logistics and crafting. It was only an undead army that could march in this manner. For any other species, this journey would take at least 2 to 3 months, or even longer. But the effect was significant. It hardly gave Audis any time to react. They had marched right to the city, and the final battle now seemed imminent. You've worked hard. Is there anything I need to do on my end? Fang Hao continued to ask. Dong Jiayu replied, we need a large amount of artillery ammunition over here, and Queen Amanda is asking if there is anything we should pay attention to after breaching the city. Things to pay attention to. There wasn't really anything to watch out for. After thinking about it, he said, if there's a library or something, make sure not to destroy it. If not, then let Amanda decide herself. I don't have any particular demands on my end. Okay, understood. Ending the chat, Fang Hao also got up and walked outside. Era and her companions were still engrossed in their novels, not even glancing his way. He stepped out of the Lord's mansion and headed toward the open space in the warehouse district. He began making ammunition, feeling it rather dangerous. Fang Hao batch produced 50,500 pieces each of cannonballs and organ gun shells. He didn't dare let these stay in the city too long. After coming out, he immediately traded them to Dong Jiayu. This amount of ammunition was enough to turn Black Horn City into ruins. But since Amanda planned to rebuild Anglina Kingdom, she likely wouldn't bombard the city into destruction. If the main city were turned into ruins, rebuilding would be a difficult task. It was now up to Amanda to decide for herself. The great cemetery of Audis had already been turned by Audis into something resembling purgatory. It couldn't get any worse than it already was. After completing the trades, Fang Hao also produced some detonators and items like siege ladders. Since he had a hundredfold amplification, his crafting was more efficient. It was a way to lighten the load of the transmigrators over there. After advising Dong Jiayu on safety and mentioning that the transmigrators didn't need to approach the front lines, he ended the chat. The Great Cemetery of Audis. Outside Black Horn City. The White Bone Army, arranged in neat and orderly squares. Endless at a glance. Flags with a black base and a red bat wing fluttered in the wind. Among the gaps in the formations, bound spirit guardians swiftly moved through the troops. With red paint in their hands, they left a red mark on each of their own soldiers, to better distinguish between allied and enemy undead. To the left and right of the White Bone Army's formation, skeleton blacksmiths stepped on the ribs of bone dragons, checking to ensure their armor was secure. In the rear, aerial ships lowered rope ladders, and skeleton soldiers carried ammo boxes, delivering the ammunition into the ships' holds. In the center of the formation, transmigrators finally had the chance to step down from the carriages. They moved their limbs around, like patients undergoing rehabilitation training. These old arms and legs of mine, it's not about fighting. It feels more like a group tore asleep on the bus and get off to urinate. I'd prefer not getting off the bus. We were tasked with clearing the rubble, moving stones, and digging out equipment. Exhausting as hell. Give me a break. Who knows how many are itching to get off and do some work, but can't get a spot. I envy those who get off. I feel like I'm going to get a thrombosis. With the paper in her hands, Dong Jiayu waited for everyone to finish stretching and moving around. He spoke up. All right, this is it, the last battle. Once it's over, we can all take our rewards and go home. Everyone chuckled. After enduring for nearly half a month, the end was finally in sight. The prospect of rewards after the great battle was still highly anticipated. Last time, the transmigrators who assisted in attacking Grey Iron City not only each received a cannon as a reward, but also gained a certain command over skeleton soldiers. These things neither eat nor drink, and they work tirelessly. It's simply the most perfect type of soldier. And then there were the bone dragons. Throughout this journey, the most impressive forces seemed to be the bone dragons. If one could be rewarded with a bone dragon, they would definitely be among the regional powerhouses. Seeing Dong Jiayu speak up, the others quieted down. Standing by, waiting for their tasks to be assigned. Dong Jiayu continued, Xiao Xing, you take 10 people and construct the defense wall and watchtowers according to the blueprint. Time is of the essence, so don't slack off. Xiao Xing nodded. All right, Jiayu. Taking the blueprint, He chose 5 people he was familiar with. You 5, build the houses as planned. The rest of you, create various siege weapons according to the item list. Everyone, work swiftly, let's not hold back the army's progress. Yes, Jia Yu. Everyone sprang into action, beginning their tasks according to the plan. Their work wasn't technical, they just had to use their transmigrator abilities to make things. Right after the tasks were delegated, a bound spirit guardian hurried over. Commander Dong Jiayu, Queen Amanda has requested your presence. All right. Dong Jiayu mounted her horse and rode off toward the area where Amanda was located. In the procession, within a carriage with a slender body, Rolana lay in a black, red velvet-lined coffin for reposing. Her long, straight legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed and resting on the edge of the coffin. She held a sound-transmitting shell in her hand, speaking with a hint of complaint. Don't even mention it. I've not fought a single battle along the way, just been on the road all the time. The feebleness of Otis's army had also surpassed Rolana's expectations. She had expected a few confrontations, at least. But now, it seemed like nothing at all. They just breezed through the entire way. She had been sleeping the whole journey. Soon, a soft voice from a woman came through the sound-transmitting shell. The final battle is about to begin. Be very careful, this is no laughing matter. Hearing this voice, Rolana's expression softened considerably, and a smile appeared. Don't worry, I'm so powerful, there's no danger. Even if a real battle starts, Audis wouldn't stand a chance against me. Even so, there's no need for you to get involved with so many forces there. The voice on the other end grew serious. Rolana's smile brightened. Feeling cared for and considered was truly wonderful. Her smile moderated as she responded, I know, you care about me the most. The day before yesterday, Fang Hao came by. He mentioned you, clearly concerned, but you know how men are, they're not good at saying these things. Rolana paused. A brief doubt crossed her mind. Why was she being steered towards Fang Hao again? She furrowed her brows, curiously responding, what's going on with you? Lately, all you talk about is Fang Hao, Fang Hao. Has he bribed you to speak well of him to me? Let me tell you, men will only use you, not one of them is good. The person on the other end continued to respond, Fang Hao's not bad, actually. He's been quite good to us. If it weren't for him, my position as city lord would have been usurped. Rolana emphasized again, don't be fooled by his Fa section aid. Isn't he just after expanding his territory? It's not solely for you. Remember, no man is good. Say it with me, no man is good. You say that, but you don't seem to dislike him, came the reply. Rolana's face changed, just as she was about to retort. There was a faint knock on the door of the carriage. Then a voice called out, Lady Rolana, Queen Amanda requests that you meet with an envoy. Rolana's eyebrows knitted together. An envoy? What envoy? She sat up, asking, what envoy? The reply came from outside the carriage, an envoy from Blackhorn City has come for negotiations. Queen Amanda's intention is for you to meet with this envoy in your capacity as a member of the Blood Clan. Meet with them as a member of the Blood Clan. When forces clash, it's common to arrange for envoys to negotiate. But now that the troops are already at the gates, we're just one step away, what is there left to negotiate? Why not just fight it out? Putting on a coat, Rolana continued to ask, will Amanda not meet them herself? This time, the attack on Audis is also in the name of the Blood Clan. In essence, it is Amanda's war of restoration, which has little to do with Rolana herself. Throughout the journey, she didn't manage anything, and slept until now. Now they want her to meet the people opposite, but she doesn't know how to handle it. Outside the carriage, she continued, Queen Amanda said, she wants you to take charge. All right, I know now, said Rolana, nodding. She opened the carriage door and saw the bound spirit guardians waiting outside. She glanced at the endless army of white bones surrounding her. Spreading her bat wings, she flew toward the central area, to see that envoy as well, but first she'd have to inquire about Amanda's intentions. Lest she accidentally ruin some plan. Soon after, Rolana unfolded her wings and flew in another direction. There, a stone structure had been erected, serving as a temporary reception area. Landing beside the building, she saw Dong Jiayu already waiting nearby. Rolana asked, "Where's that envoy?" Dong Jiayu said, "He hasn't arrived yet but should be here soon. Let's go inside and wait." The two then entered the building. The interior was sparsely furnished. A long table and a few chairs. A piece of nightstone hung overhead. The whole room served as a temporary place for discussing military tactics. It would be useful for a few days, and after the war ended, it wouldn't be needed anymore, no need for any special decorations either. The two sat down on the chairs. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door. Following that, the bound spirit guardians announced, "My lord, the emissary from Blackhorn City has arrived. Let him in." The door opened. Two figures, one short and one tall, walked in. Both were undead skeletons. The one in front was short, with a skull broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, clearly showing goblin features. Dressed in a black base outfit with red embroidery, his neck bone and finger bones adorned with gold necklaces and rings. The other undead followed behind. From the bone structure and height, he was evidently a human turned into an undead skeleton. From the positioning of the two undead, it was clear that the shorter undead was in charge, with the human undead as his companion. Rolana and her companion sized them up, and the two undead did the same. They hadn't expected to be received not by the Blood Clan leader, the Red Duke, but by two young women. So young. Their eyes swept over each other. The short undead was the first to greet them, saying, "I've met the two young ladies. I'm an official sent by the King of Oddies, named Glover. I wonder if I could meet with Lord Red Duke. We are old acquaintances." You could tell that the goblin undead was adept at building relationships. His behavior was both polite and he mentioned past relations. In the dynamics of regional power, humans and dwarfs were strategic allies, while undead and the Blood Clan were closer. Although it had been a long time, they hadn't contacted each other for many years. Of course, for Undead and Blood Clan, time wasn't an issue. It only made their relationship sound even closer. Dong Jiayu didn't show any reaction. She didn't understand much about the matters of Crescent Heights. But, Rolana, upon hearing the undead's words, her eyes instantly turned icy, and she emitted an almost tangible aura of killing intent. What seemed like a perfect opening remark. Suddenly the atmosphere in the room felt different. Even the two undead, who had lost their sensory nerves, now felt a chill that seeped into their souls. The short undead Glover immediately explained, "We mean no harm, we come with sincerity." "What's going on? I didn't do anything just now, but why does it feel like they want to kill me now?" Rolana, looking directly at them, asked, "Are you close with the Red Duke?" Glover immediately responded, "Very close. I was in charge of trade between the Great Cemetery and Crescent Heights, and the last interaction involved arranging for Blackhorn City's finest blacksmith to craft a huge silver coffin for him. You could say that I read." Poof. A crisp, cracking sound abruptly ended Glover's words. All eyes turned in surprise to see a dark red energy spear piercing through the small undead's skull. The soul fire in his pupils flickered in struggle, then quickly extinguished. The body, dressed in luxurious robes, also instantly collapsed into a pile of bones. "Throw it out," Rolana said coldly. Dong Jiayu glanced around the room and finding no one else, bent down to search through the scattered bones. She found a small bag of gold coins, keys, a gold necklace, a gemstone ring, and a finely made soft armor, a piece of purple equipment that was worn under the jacket. However, the soft armor was too small, suitable only for a goblin. Having gathered the items on the long table, the bones were collected and tossed out the window. Like disposing of a pile of trash. The other human undead, with its soul fire trembling violently, felt shock, fear, and confusion. What's happening? Glover had just started to ingratiate himself when he was killed. And, I didn't even see where that dark red energy spear came from that shattered Glover's skull. You know the Red Duke too. Rolana's icy gaze fell upon him. The human undead immediately shook his head. No, I don't know him. I was just transformed a few years ago. Rolana nodded, Her long legs clad in black stockings crossed as she leaned back in the chair and continued, Audis sent you to negotiate, I assume. If you have something to say, speak quickly. The human undead glanced at the opened window. Knowing he didn't want to die, he had to be careful with his words. He was only there to record, but the real negotiator, Glover, had already been discarded out the window like trash. Now, he had to continue the negotiations. King Audis has always maintained a good relationship with the Blood Clan, and hopes to preserve this peaceful and cooperative relationship. Is that all? The king says the Blood Clan can set forth any conditions it wishes, hoping everyone can resolve the issues peacefully, the undead continued. Let Audis relinquish Blackhorn City, open the gates and surrender. Could he agree to that? Rolana asked directly. The undead was speechless. That was not the kind of condition he had in mind. He immediately responded, that might be difficult. The king promises that as long as the Blood Clan withdraws its army and maintains peace on the border, the Great Cemetery is willing to offer 30 million gold coins over 5 years to aid the development of Crescent Heights. Although meant as development aid, it essentially represented reparations for withdrawing troops. But their reason for attacking the Great Cemetery was not for reparations. It was to restore Amanda to power. So, the only possibility for negotiation was if Audis voluntarily relinquished Blackhorn City, otherwise, the troops would not withdraw. Rolana looked at him as before, her tone still even, unless Audis relinquishes the throne, this war will continue. In his urgency, the undead blurted out again, actually, the amount of support can still be discussed. The undead and the Blood Clan have always been close. How can we allow ourselves to weaken and give humans a chance to counterattack? You've seen our military strength. This battle, your Blackhorn City definitely can't hold, and if you don't want to go down with Audis, find yourself a way out, or else you are truly headed for death, Rolana said coldly. The undead's soul fire trembled again. When coming here, he had seen the formidable military strength of the Blood Clan. The number of troops was simply too overwhelming. It was hard to imagine how many people had to be killed to amass such a host of undead. This time, Blackhorn City was really in danger. Could you let me speak with the Red Duke? The human undead carefully ventured. As soon as he finished speaking, Rolana's aura intensified again. The murderous intent enveloped the undead like viscous blood. The skeleton of the undead shuddered. He immediately closed his mouth and said no more. Leave, relay my exact words to Audis, Rolana said coldly. Oh, all right. The undead got up in a panic, toppling the chair behind him. Fearing that any slow movement might result in his skull being pierced by her. He hastily bowed, and walked straight out the door. Dong Jiayu didn't expect the negotiation to be over so quickly. One was killed as soon as they entered. The other merely spoke 3 or 4 sentences before the discussion ended. Rolana stood up, saying casually, that's it then, relay this to Amanda and Fang Hao later. Oh, all right. Dong Jiayu nodded. Rolana opened the door, spread her bat wings, and flew toward her carriage. Dong Jiayu also came out, mounted her horse, and headed towards Amanda's location. An hour later, the human skeleton finally returned to Blackhorn City, amid fear and trepidation. Ignoring the inquiries from the officials beside him, he directly raced towards the royal palace. Inside the royal palace, Audis sat on the white bone throne, with an assembly of undead officials from Blackhorn City below him. At that moment, all the undead's gazes were fixed on the figure in the center. Hoping that he might bring some good news. It was then that Audis' cold voice sounded, why have only you returned? The newly returned undead knelt in the center of the hall. Not daring to delay, he immediately replied, my king, Glover was killed. They only let me return. Glover is dead. All the undead were shocked. Glover was a very astute goblin undead. How could he die during a negotiation? It was rare for a power to execute a negotiator. But everyone also realized something. It seemed that this negotiation wasn't ideal. As the undead officials quietly discussed among themselves, Audis spoke again, did the Red Duke kill him? The kneeling undead immediately shook his head, stating, we didn't see the Red Duke, we met a female of the Blood Clan and a transmigrator. Glover claimed to have good relations with the Red Duke and then he was killed. What? Killed after the first sentence. What's that woman's name? What's her relation to the Red Duke? Odys asked again. The undead shook his head again. I don't know. That woman did not seem intent on negotiating and didn't reveal her identity to me. Odys' soul fire showed slight fluctuations. After a pause, he continued, put aside Glover's killing for now. What did she say about the proposal we offered? Although he already had a guess, he couldn't help asking. Perhaps there was still a chance. The kneeling undead, head bowed, began, I relayed all the suggestions you, my king, had proposed to her, but that woman didn't accept them. Instead, she said if we want a ceasefire, it would only be possible if a. Unless what? Unless you surrender and willingly hand over Blackhorn City. Bang. Odys smashed the armrest of the throne with his fist, breaking it into 2 pieces. Since becoming an undead, he had never felt such rage before. Even though his emotions were barely existent. Someone. Click, click. 2 white bone guards walked in. Odys said coldly, take him out and extinguish his soul. My king, King Odys, it wasn't me who said it was that woman who said it, my king. The kneeling undead loudly objected. Being merely a messenger, he didn't understand why the anger was directed at him. Seeing Odys unmoved, and with no officials pleading on his behalf, he knew he was doomed to die. He stopped pleading and roared loudly. That woman also said something else. Release him. Odys ordered. The undead, already dragged to the doorway, had his arms released. The undead stood up, his gaze sweeping over the people once again. What else did the woman say? Asked Odys. The undead, looking directly at Odys and then at everyone present, said, that woman said her army would definitely conquer the city, and those who don't want to die with Odys should seek a way out sooner. Bang. No sooner had he finished speaking than Odys leapt up. Like a lion hunting prey, he crossed the great hall and pounced on the undead at the doorway. Bang. A slap came down, instantly crushing the undead's skull, and the soul fire rapidly extinguished. Otis's cruelty and ferocity made all the undead present tense. At that moment, a wrong word or deed could also provoke Otis's wrath. They had already acquired immortal lives. Did they really want to die here with him? Utter silence filled the room. Only the sound of Odys walking back echoed through the hall. When Odys returned to his throne, which now bore cracks, and sat down, he finally spoke, all city prepare for battle. From today, any official who tries to leave Blackhorn City on their own will be directly exterminated. All the undead's hearts tightened again. Odys was binding everyone together. To die together. Yes. Nobody dared have any other thoughts, and they could only respectfully agree. Blackhorn City, Viscera Museum. Accompanied by his trusted aide, Odys walked straight into the museum. The busy priests paused their work and bowed deeply to Odys. Soon, 3 robe-clad, staff-holding corpse witches descended from the 2nd floor. The one at the front, clad in a gray robe with golden embroidery, was none other than the corpse witch, Yarlan, who had negotiated with the Federation. King Odys, the corpse witches greeted. Odys nodded and said to the others, go back to your tasks. The 2 other corpse witches, along with the priests, left. The 2 stood outside the museum, stopping at the doorway. Odys then asked, Yarlan, Blackhorn City is surrounded by the Blood Clan's army. This is our last chance. Do you have any solutions? Leaning on his staff, Yarlan gazed towards the city center, where half of the Queen's gold tower had been shorn away. Indeed, the Kingdom of Anglina was no more, and now this city was at its end as well. After a moment of thought, he said softly, are you sure the enemy is the Blood Clan? Do they have the capabilities to gather such a vast number of undead troops? After the gold-eating queen, Amanda, suddenly disappeared. A huge change occurred in the once Kingdom of Anglina. Odys, previously a station general, overthrew the royal family within the city and placed himself upon the throne. He became the new king. The queen's gold towers were toppled, and the old ministers were replaced one by one. Soon after, the kingdom was renamed the Great Cemetery of Odys, and the royal city transformed into Blackhorn City. Various taxes emerged, turning the former kingdom into a complete undead graveyard. The country also lost everything it once had. When Adis realized he had ruined the kingdom himself, he began to seek new ways to fill the void within his domain. After much thought, he planned a war against the Human Federation. Sadly, the war carefully planned by Adis and his supporters became a stepping stone for others, allowing the Blood Clan to take advantage of the situation. With swift combat, they crossed the borders and approached Blackhorn City. The Blood Clan controlled the undead using rotten corpses. Thus, the enormous number of skeletons made it hard to believe that the real enemy behind this wasn't the Blood Clan. But at this point, whoever was behind it no longer mattered. Even knowing who it was wouldn't solve the assault on Blackhorn City. Whether the enemy is the Blood Clan or not doesn't matter anymore. What's important now is whether we can survive today, Adis said. The corpse witch Jarl shook his head. Your Majesty, I can't change anything about this situation, nor can I offer any advice to you. HMPH. You always act this way, as if I killed Amanda. Adis spoke angrily. Fine, if you don't want to talk then let's leave it, and if we can't defend the city, then we'll die together. The Blood Clan won't spare me, do you think they will spare you? Jarl remained silent, standing still. Adis shouted angrily. Fine, summon the guards, secure the museum, and execute anyone who dares to step outside. Yes. A squad of skeleton guards surrounded the Viscera Museum. Adis stormed off angrily while Jarl silently walked back into the museum. Dusk. Blood Clan Army's War Room. Nightstones hanging from above cast a soft light, illuminating the table below. The room's doors opened continuously. Heroes entered one after another. Everyone gathered around the table, waiting for the final briefing. When everyone had arrived, Amanda tapped the table lightly to direct everyone's focus onto it. The next second, Amanda gestured with her hand. A golden liquid flowed out from a necklace around her neck. On the surface of the table, it formed a three-dimensional fortress city. Amanda began. Blackhorn City, a level 15 fortress, each side of the city walls equipped with both arrow towers and magic towers. One side has 8 arrow towers and 4 magic towers. As she spoke, the golden model of the city started to change, showing the respective number of arrow towers and magic towers on the city walls. This method of briefing a battle plan was new to everyone. They listened intently with a sense of amazement. Amanda continued, the forces will be divided into 3 and will attack from the north, west, and east. The three-dimensional map on the table altered once more. Golden soldiers moved from the north, west, and east in a concave formation toward the city. Wyverns and aerial ships also joined the battlefield progressively as she described. Amanda detailed extensively. The 3D model actively evolved. The timing for the bone dragons to enter, the role of the skeleton vultures, and when to involve the aerial ships were all laid out. Even those unfamiliar with tactics could grasp the battle plans clearly. As time went by, the briefing came to an end. Once all the plans were completed. Amanda, why leave the southern city gate unguarded? What if they escape? Meatfist eventually asked. Amanda calmly responded, give them a chance to escape, and at the same time, it serves as a lesson for the Federation that small tricks should not be played lightly. A cornered enemy will unite and fight desperately. But giving them hope will cause chaos within the city. Adis would have to guard not only against the outside but also be wary of the inside. Similarly, the south leads directly to the Human Federation. Once they flee through the southern gate, they must continue south or else, with the Blood Clan's enormous army, it would be easy to capture them if they went in any other direction. The fleeing forces would again rush towards the border. This would be enough to scare those cunning individuals in the Federation. Also serving as a lesson for their scheming. Amanda didn't elaborate too much, only mentioning that she wanted to teach the Federation a lesson. Meatfist scratched his skull. Oh, I see. When everyone had no further questions about the battle, Amanda nodded her head and gently clapped her hands. Remember, after breaching the walls, kill the resistors, spare the surrendering and the innocents. Yes. Good. Everyone return to your respective units, and prepare for the siege when night falls deep, Amanda said gravely. The attendees nodded and left the room. The night slowly descended. Clouds obscured the moon and stars. The entire land seemed submerged in ink, pitch black and unseen. The only sounds were the dense footsteps and the grinding noise of bones rubbing together. The vision of the undead wasn't through fleshly eyes, and the Blood Clan, at night, could see even more clearly. Only the transmigrators accompanying the army had to grope in the dark as they followed the military operations. Nervous. 3 transmigrators assigned to West City huddled together and whispered. No, 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 not nervous, another person answered. If you're not nervous, why the stutter? I was born with it, okay. Sure, you were born with it. An hour ago, the person paused, then continued, once this is over, will Fang Hao give us each a bone dragon as a reward? Then we could ride dragons, how majestic would that be? Dream on, there are so many transmigrators in the territory channel. Even if he divides them up that way, Fang Hao wouldn't have one for himself, not enough to go around, the nervous stutterer said. I'm talking about those of us who participated in the battle, not everyone did. Still impossible. It would be nice just to command a few thousand skeleton soldiers like in the Battle of Grey Iron City, let alone bone dragons, wishful thinking. What's impossible about that? I heard that Fang Hao already gave Dong Jiayu a bone dragon, and a purple hero too, the person retorted. That's Jiayu, how can you compare yourself to her? Seeing that the debate between the two was heating up, the third transmigrator felt a bit helpless. These two were taking it too seriously, turning a chat into a quarrel. Fearing that they might come to blows during this sensitive time, he changed the subject. Have you heard? There are foreigners buying Fang Hao's photos. A clear picture can be exchanged for a green blueprint. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, their argument stopped abruptly, and they immediately looked at him. Buy photos for what? Not sure. Maybe they're fans. After all, Aragon, the runner-up, often appears on the channel to recruit alliance members. Many girls in our country are his fans, he said. Well now, even in this world, we have the whole fan and idol thing. Who knows? I don't think so. Could it be those foreigners can curse someone or something? I've seen in movies, those foreigners burning photos to cast spells. How do you burn a photo from the Book of Lordsa? As the three were squatting on the ground, chatting animatedly with each other, a bound spirit guardian approached from behind. Aseti has commanded you to make some hemp rope, come on over quickly. The three immediately stood up and followed the bound spirit guardian towards the back. The deep of the night grew ever more intense. To the north, the central military area. My queen, it's almost midnight. Dong Jiayu approached Amanda's carriage and reminded in a soft voice. Sitting in the carriage, Amanda looked up at the pitch-black sky. She said solemnly, signal the attack with the drums. Orderlies lurking around quickly dispersed, passing on the command. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sound of war drums rose from all around. A gray-white halo enveloped the undead army, the drumbeats gradually sinking into a thunderous roar. At that moment, the undead within Black Horn City probably realized. The undead of the Blood Clan had used the night to form a crescent shape, encircling Black Horn City. Attack! Amanda's voice rang out again. The orderlies conveyed the command once more, and Dong Jiayu opened the Book of City Lord, relaying the message to the rest of the transmigrators stationed with each hero. The undead armies from 3 directions began their measured advance, stepping forward boldly. The ground started to tremble non-stop, and the only sound was that of bones and armor scraping together. Black Horn City. The towering watchtowers noticed the movements outside the city first. When they saw the dense gray-white halos lighting up in the distance, the already alert undead soldiers immediately realized the enemy was about to assault. Sound the bell, sound it quickly, the emotionally devoid undead shouted urgently. Before the undead nearby could strike the bronze bell, bells from 2 other directions had already sounded. Meaning the other 2 sides of the city wall had spotted the attacking undead. Boom, boom, boom. The loud bell echoed around the city, covering all of Black Horn City. Groups of undead soldiers ran from various parts of the city to mount the walls, ready to face the enemy. At the same time, a large number of defense apparatuses were being moved to the walls. Everything had already been arranged properly. The instant the bell rang, they proceeded according to the original plan, in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Audis, clad in heavy armor, with a few trusted aides in tow, strode up. He glanced at the enemy approaching below and then withdrew his gaze. He asked to one side, "Any movement from the enemy?" An undead general immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the enemy has launched attacks from the north, west, and east simultaneously. No sign of the enemy has been spotted outside the south city yet. Surrounding from 3 directions but leaving one open." Audis began to guess the enemy's intentions. After a moment of thought, he continued to give orders: "Stay alert at the south gate, and remember, without my command, execute anyone who approaches the south gate." "Yes, my king," the skeleton hero acknowledged the command and quickly retreated. Audis continued to watch the city wall. He began to loudly issue defense commands, urging the soldiers to speed up the transport process. As time ticked away, it felt as if they were awaiting death itself, filled with tension, alarm, and fear. Even the undead struggled to remain unfazed at a moment like this. They calmly faced the great battle that was about to come. The vast army outside the city was drawing ever closer. The ground began to tremble non-stop with the sound of marching footsteps. The enemy's skeleton army surged forward like a floodwater. They were advancing relentlessly, growing closer and more distinct by the moment. You could see the red marks left on their armor and the siege ladders interspersed among the skeletons. Perhaps the enemy was so eager to attack that they had not spotted the siege towers or other heavy siege equipment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow towers began their assault, with arrows shooting out from the towering structures, landing amidst the dense ranks of troops. The effect was like throwing a stone into the desert. It made no difference at all. The enemy continued to advance, reaching the second range of attack. The mage towers began their assault. Streams of dark energy flew out from the magic towers, crashing into the ranks of the skeletons. The magical bursts exploded, flinging nearby enemies into the air as bones scattered in all directions. But the negative status effects of dark attributes had no impact on the ranks of the undead. "Archers ready!" The generals bellowed their orders loudly. The skeleton archers on the city walls began to draw their bows, aiming down below. Fire! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A volley of arrows whistled down towards the enemies below, splintering and smashing into the hostile forces below with crackling sounds. At the same time, the skeletons outside the city also raised their shields high, warding off the dense volley of whistling arrows. "Mages, prepare!" The general shouted again, and the undead mages within the city began to conjure magic. One spell missile after another was hurled into the sky, tracing an arc over the city walls, banging loudly as it struck down in the midst of the enemy's formation. On the city walls, the undead tried every possible method of attack in an attempt to slow the enemy's advance. Audis issued one order after another without pause. But they had little effect on the massed forces of the enemy. There were simply too many of them. At that moment, Audis looked curiously down below. He saw that all the attacking skeletons had suddenly stopped in their tracks. The next second, the hands raised over their shoulders now held thunderbolt spears, sparkling with lightning. A shock ran through Otis's heart. Surely, they weren't about to throw them. Indeed, as soon as this thought occurred to him, the massed ranks of the undead hurled the lightning spears in their hands. Whoosh! The whooshing sound of cutting through the air erupted as the dense mass of silver thunderbolt spears were thrown toward the city from above. The dark sky, like ink, was suddenly covered with a layer of silver firmament. Blindingly splendid, Audis yelled at the top of his voice, "Take cover, take cover!" Crack 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 crack. The sky full of thunderbolt spears rained down, crackling as they smashed into various parts of the city. Within the city, swaths of skeletons were struck and fell. The spreading arcs of electricity covered the entire area. The same type of thunderbolt spears were also being hurled at two other sections of the wall. Clearly, the enemy had executed a unified battle plan, not individually planned by various commanders. Audis was hit by a spreading arc of electricity. Fortunately, the body of an undead was also immune to the paralysis effect. He immediately looked up to the front. The troops on the city walls and within had suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, This isn't the work of the Blood Clan. As an undead, he knew this must be the effect of a viscera jar, and to attach such a thunderbolt to the spears, they had to be at least of an orange or higher level. How could the Blood Clan possibly own the Viscera Museum, let alone control the power of the Viscera jars? The extensive deaths inside the city gave the enemy a chance to close in quickly. The sound of footsteps below grew closer, and the trembling of the ground became increasingly violent. Quick, fill the gaps. Audis roared loudly, urging the soldiers to continue the defense. Outside the city, on the eastern side, a low-lying area covered with rocks and boulders. Meatfist led 50 bound spirit guardians and 300 skeleton warriors. They were following a narrow stone path, searching ahead. Finally, a voice from the bound spirit guardians came from up front. Lord Meatfist, we have found a stone door here. Meatfist quickly went over and examined it closely. The stone door was well hidden and, due to the passage of time, covered with broken stones and wild grass. If it weren't for Amanda's certainty that there was a secret passageway here, it's doubtful anyone else would have found this place. After confirming the pattern on the stone door, Meatfist kicked open the stone door, saying, "This is it, let's go in." Bang! Meatfist kicked out, and the stone door shattered into pieces. Dust rose all around, with broken rocks scattering in chaos. Behind the stone door was a dimly lit cave. Meatfist said directly, "Let's go, get inside." After speaking, he bent down and led a group of undead straight into the cave. The cave was not very large, with uneven stone walls on both sides showing traces of manual excavation. Along the way, the ground was covered with a layer of fungal carpet. Serpents and insects occasionally sprang out from the depths to attack these uninvited guests. But regardless of whether these snakes and insects were poisonous, they posed no threat to the undead. They crushed some that followed and harassed them, before continuing deeper into the cave. Blackhorn City. The battle between the two sides became increasingly fierce. Broken white bone littered the ground, with fallen swords half hidden among the piles of bones. Clatter. The undead of the Blood Clan, carrying siege ladders, quickly rushed to the bottom of the city walls. One end was inserted into the ground while the other was raised high. With a bang, the siege ladder was propped up against the city wall, the hook on top firmly catching on the inner side of the wall. The skeleton warriors below raised their shields above their heads. They began to swiftly climb up the siege ladder. The undead on the city walls slashed at the ladders while lifting the already prepared rolling stones and logs, smashing them down at the enemies below. Those who had made it halfway were all knocked off, falling to the ground and breaking into shattered bones. Below the city walls, more and more undead began to gather. They crowded together, using the bodies of their comrades to grow like a continually increasing mud monster. Spreading upwards ceaselessly, large quantities of broken stones and rolling logs fell from the top of the wall, blocking the expansion of the undead pile. Bang bang bang. In the distance, a series of gunshots rang out densely. The skeleton archers of the Blood Clan had entered firing range and, holding new types of firearms, began to fight back against the city walls. The orange bullets fell on the ramparts like rain, suppressing the undead on the city walls so they dared not show their heads. Firearms. Damn it, it's those. Audis cursed. Seeing the enemy archers using rapid firing, hand cannons, he guessed the identity of the enemy. He remembered last autumn. The goblins from the Trade Alliance had come to him. They spoke of an undead army attacking the dwarves, 8 Peaks Mountain. Believing he was the one leading the attack, they tried to mediate and stop the war from continuing. At the time, he wondered how such a large undead force could still exist in this region. Now, it seemed the undead force that attacked 8 Peaks Mountain had succeeded, gaining a large number of cannons and new firearms from the dwarves. Indeed, the Blood Clan was just a smokescreen. Behind them was that newly risen undead. Damn it. Otis's hollow pupils once again looked down below. The pile of undead gathering at the bottom of the city wall grew higher and higher, more and more. With the rate of spreading, they would soon be able to climb the city wall. Audis immediately ordered, "Summon the Bone Giants to assist in defending the city." Yes. After the order was relayed, It wasn't long before heavy footsteps could be heard from behind. These steps, unlike those outside the city due to their sheer number, felt more like a series of giant beasts approaching. The footsteps drew closer and closer, and the targets appeared within everyone's line of sight. These were massive skeletons of enormous size. Close to 10 meters in height, their bones were as thick and sturdy as huge trees. Yet the eye sockets were empty, with no soul fire burning. Their bodies were clad in somewhat old heavy armor, and around the armor's exterior, iron chains as thick as thighs were coiled. Bone Giant Tier 10 Troop. Dozens of bone giants dispersed towards the 3 sections of the city walls. Upon reaching the walls, they halted their footsteps, standing somewhat dazedly in place. This was the common problem with soulless troops, they could only follow orders they understood. Moreover, once they completed one order, they would enter a standby mode of sorts and halt, not moving anymore. Oddies, standing atop the city wall, shouted loudly, "Assist in defending the city, prevent the enemy from climbing the walls." The bone giants sprang into action. Their clumsy bodies stood on a broken section of the inner wall, supporting themselves against an adjacent arrow tower, as their giant skulls peered over the top of the wall, looking down at the constantly gathering, upward spreading pile of skeletons. They swung their iron chains heavily down. Whoosh! The chains were like whips cutting through the air. Bang! It hit the climbing pile of skeletons as if it were a cannonball, causing the amassed pile to instantly collapse and shatter. Skeleton frames were smashed apart, scattering everywhere. The many bone giants, with each whip of their chains, slowed the onslaught of the Blood Clan's undead. Bang bang bang! A barrage of bullets started to concentrate fire on the bone giants that had poked their bodies out. Bullets rained down with a pitter-patter. The bone giants immediately raised their arms to defend, but were still staggered by the shots and could only retreat to the other side of the city walls. The huge bodies of the bone giants had become the perfect targets for the rifles. Under the dense firepower, the bones exposed outside were battered and badly damaged. Those with severe injuries had their neck bones nearly shattered by bullets, leaving only 1/3 of the spine still supporting the great skulls. However, in the next moment, streaks of gray-white light emerged from the dead white bone around them, converging on the bone giants' injured areas, mending the broken bones back to wholeness. Once repaired, they once again stuck out their bodies and continued to lash out with their chains at the massing skeleton pile. The power of the viscera jar. In the distance, seeing the bone giant poking its head out again and regaining its original state, everyone understood. This was the power of the viscera jar. Oddies had equipped the bone giant with a viscera jar of no low rank. At this moment, over Blackhorn City, the whistling sound of something tearing through the air was heard once more. Looking up, they saw bone dragons bursting out from the clouds overhead, diving straight down towards them. Oddies, looking up, ordered coldly, "Activate aerial defenses, release the skeleton vultures." On the city walls, on the rooftops of buildings, covers were flung back to reveal the anti-aircraft devices below. The number was terrifyingly high. Having known about the enemy's bone dragons, how could Oddies be unprepared? Apart from recruiting aerial units within the city, he also purchased a large number of anti-aircraft devices from the Trade Alliance. All of this was to counter the attack of the bone dragons. When Oddies gave the command, the various machines standing by began to creak as they turned. The sound of bowstrings twanged, and anti-aircraft bolts, like javelins, shot out swiftly, firing towards the direction of the bone dragons. Bang bang bang! The bolts struck the bone dragons, piercing through their dragon armor and embedding into their bodies. And the bone dragons, which had been diving down, no longer continued their aggressive dive, but instead changed direction and retreated towards the outside of the city, escaping toward the rear. As for the skeleton vultures that had been released, they had just taken to the sky when they lost their targets. Flapping their wings, they landed back in the city to stand by. Oddies was stunned. The bone dragon's retreat was too decisive. It didn't seem like an attack, but more like a probing action. Rustle rustle. Just then, in the sky, a group of skeletons, made up of both skeleton vultures and skeleton giant bats, charged at the city from all sides. Oddies, without time to think, sent the skeleton vultures up again to meet the attack. Both sides' flying units collided like two dense mists in the air. Amidst the grating sound of bone being crushed, broken bone corpses fell from the sky, covering the entire battlefield. The battle continued relentlessly. On the city walls, various heavy objects were continuously thrown downward, while bone giants occasionally poked their heads out, swinging their iron chains to scatter any enemies attempting to climb and converge. In the air, aerial units from both sides were entangled in relentless combat. Broken bones fell like raindrops. The bone dragons began to circle the area, intermittently releasing breaths of dragon breath, clearing the enemies on the walls. Both sides' units fought tirelessly, prolonging the duration of the stalemate. In the rear of the Blood Clan army, Amanda's gaze was fixed on the battlefield as Dong Jiayu reported the messages from the other two fronts beside her. The bone dragon's several probes had not brought forth any new aerial units. She then ordered, "Send the aerial ships into the battlefield, maintain the distance, and cover the city walls with firepower." There was no need to pass the order through a messenger. Understood. Dong Jiayu immediately opened the Book of City Lord and passed on the command. Before long, from the rear of the three directions in the sky, one massive yet slow aerial ship started appearing within the sightline of both factions. Once arrayed in the planned formations. Boom boom boom. Flames suddenly erupted in the sky. Shellfire fell from the heavens, tracing arcing trajectories, hammering into the battlefield. In an instant, the city walls burst apart, and swaths of troops were blasted to pieces. Even the bone giants on the field endured serious injuries under the barrage. Sheltering behind the city walls, they slowly recovered from their wounds. The ordinary undead in the area, or some that acted as team leaders, were directly obliterated by the concentrated shelling. Where are the anti-aircraft crossbows? Shoot those balloons in the sky. Audis grabbed a nearby undead operating a device and roared loudly. The undead quickly adjusted the device, firing at the target straight ahead. Thick crossbow bolts raced forward but vanished in the night sky, leaving no trace. "My king, we're out of range, they have calculated the distance," said the undead. The shells fell from the sky, which required even more distance. The enemy apparently had everything calculated, which allowed the aerial ships to enter the battlefield. Filled with rage, Audis pushed the undead in front of him and continued to bellow, "Send out the skeleton vultures, tear those aerial ships to shreds." In the sky, the skeleton vulture changed direction, attempting to circumvent the entanglement with the skeleton vulture and skeleton giant bat ahead, to strike at the aerial ships in the rear. But the opposition would not let them get away. Still firmly entangled. Meanwhile, the cannons on the airship never ceased firing. The dense barrage of cannonballs constantly poured into the city. Below the city, in the dim underground tunnels, Meatfist and others had already entered the drainage pipes beneath Blackhorn City through the secret passages outside the city. As part of the royal palace's drainage system, it was incredibly vast and complex, essentially covering every area of the city. Even the undead of a troll's size like Meatfist could move around normally inside it. Every so often, a gray-haired rat would scurry past them. Though Audis had maintained the kingdom with hardly any living humans. But in these sewers, there was a surprising abundance of small animals. The undead did not need food, so what were these small animals in the sewers living on? Meatfist, together with 50 bound spirit guardians and 300 skeleton warriors, was moving swiftly through the tunnels. The shaking of the ground from the battle above made the underground pipes also start to teeter on the brink of collapse. The ceiling continuously shed small stones. Some places had even collapsed. After continuing to advance for half an hour. "Found it," Meatfist said. Several of them had reached the end of the road and discovered ladders leading upward. Meatfist led a group of skeletons up the stairs. Pushing aside the concealed stone slab, they emerged in a deserted courtyard. And in front of the courtyard was the grand and magnificent royal palace. However, at this moment, the place was deserted, not even a single guard in sight. Everyone climbed out of the tunnels. Meatfist opened the map he'd brought, determined their location, and then said, "Let's go to the Viscera Museum." The team of 100 exited the royal palace, threading through the streets in the dead of night. From time to time, groups of undead hastened past them, but no one paid them any attention. Gradually, Meatfist and the others grew less fearful and boldly made their way to their destination. The Viscera Museum, an important structure for the undead faction, was not far from the royal palace, just through 2 streets. And then they saw the Viscera Museum, guarded by the bound spirit guardians. The number of guards was not large, only amounting to about 10. Meatfist led his group and strode confidently towards them. The undead guards immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Meatfist replied, "Potential enemies may have infiltrated the city. Our king has sent us to reinforce the guards." The bound spirit guardians looked taken aback. Examining the newcomers' armor, which seemed somewhat different from their own, they asked again, "Where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before." Bang! With one punch, Meatfist crushed his skull, and the few bound spirit guardians pounced instantly. Using the noise of the cannon fire outside, they killed all the opposing undead. Once they had cleaned up, Meatfist continued, "Some of you, put on their clothes, stand guard outside, and don't let anyone approach." Yes. 10 bound spirit guardians began to don their armor. Just like the few undead before, they stood guard around the Viscera Museum. The rest hid in a nearby corner. Meatfist, along with a few others, entered the Viscera Museum. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the corpse witch and funeral priest standing inside. "Are you the Blood Clan attacking the Great Cemetery?" the leading corpse witch asked. Meatfist didn't respond but signaled to someone on the side. The bound spirit guardians swiftly went inside, checking each room and, after confirming there were no enemies, retreated to Meatfist's side. Instead of answering the question, Meatfist directly asked, "Who goes by the name Arlene?" All of the undead displayed confusion. The leading corpse witch re-examined the opposing troll undead, figuring out that the newcomer wasn't one of their own creation. And then asked curiously, "You know me. So, you are Arlene then?" Meatfist observed the other carefully. Arlene replied, "Yes." Meatfist went on, "Amanda is attacking the city, and she sent me to find you." Arlene was startled, while the other funeral priests were also frozen in place. "You're lying," Arlene stated. "Do you think I need to lie to you when I come in here? Are all the corpse witches here so unwise?"